Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was abandoned and became Wukong Jin Mori from God of Highschool Part 12. Before we start, please go support jokersHearts for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Cap 67, Red Dragon vs. Red Feather. Hyoudou Issei, pillar of the allied factions, a hero for the kids, who today, after 7 years, are teenagers, who continues to admire the hero in Red Dragon armor, heroes for children, and now heroes of many for his exploits, along with other heroes that there have been in the times, preventing many factions from losing their leader or leaders. His participation as one of the participants of the faction tournament was a big surprise for many, and it is. When Azazel and Toshinori introduced him, there was silence throughout the stadium, even in homes, that name of the hero, who at first only children admire, but after his last feat, he gained the respect of adults as well. His presentation to this tournament was unexpected. For the two vampires, it was something unforeseen, a complete surprise. His appearance had not changed much, which compared to his appearance 7 years ago, the change was almost null, except that he seemed to be a little taller. The feeling of their hearts speeding up slightly, a small desire to talk to her, without knowing that this is the second reunion. Not only Hyoudou Issei was recognized, even Wukong Jin, that among all the participants, one in particular, although for that participant, this name should only be a coincidence. But the resemblance was like two peas in a pod. About 1,000 years ago, in a small town somewhere in Europe, on the outskirts of Greece, what was once a belief in Greek deities, became a biblical belief. The second match had been announced. All spectators present and not present were more than excited. It was barely the second match, and it was time for the brown-haired man to come out to fight. Nobody knew how much he had improved or lost weight. He had been missing for 7 years. Well, actually everyone knew where he was, a place of no return. But here we had him, being a high-class demon and already with several members of his nobility. Will he be strong? It remained to be seen in this fight. On Kyom's part, the brunette, after turning on the television, hadn't taken her eyes off it. Tears began to come out, making her eyes have a crystalline reflection. She already knew he was back a few days ago, but it's another thing to see him with her own eyes. Even though it's a live broadcast, I was able to see him again after 7 years. Knowing the last thing that was known about him. Everyone already knew the nobility of the third son of the Phoenix, but on the other hand, about the nobility of the chestnut, they were unknown. But of one thing they were sure. Most of them wore strange outfits, as if it were taken from a superhero show, and a dominatrix. Both participants with their respective nobility came out of a tunnel that connects throughout the stadium. Razor and his nobility were already on the platform, ready to fight, although something about the blonde gave him a strange feeling. His expression was neutral, a feeling of knot in his neck, although it was to be expected. If you saw this transmission on the Supernatural Network, you could find comments like, the confrontation of an ex against a husband, things like that, which there is. Before the Red Dragon team could get onto the platform, someone stopped them in their tracks, causing the group to turn around and see the exit they came from, finding it was Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima, all three of whom had their hero costumes on. The explosive blonde, who had maintained a silent posture since the day he went to the residence like the others to seek an answer to what he had witnessed. The explosive clock had already detonated. Seeing that useless childhood friend of his took several steps forward, surpassing him by far. If that Deku can, why can't he? He would be the one who would surpass everyone, be number one. No one would be above him. Knowing the existence of what only appears in literary books, opened his mind, making him notice how small he is before other beings. If All Might was like a mountain before him, these beings. A boy raised under praise from society. Always thought that he was born without obstacles in his path to becoming the number one hero. Before him, now stood what was once a mountain. Now it was more than that, objects that his pride trampled on as if they were nothing. He had not seen the end, but of one thing he was sure. Hyoudou had opened a world of possibilities for the green-haired boy to grow, something that he would not allow. If a useless guy like him can participate in this tournament, why can't I? The blonde was direct with his intentions. To enter the tournament, at this last moment, literally at the last moment in every sense. Now he looked more like the Bakugo that everyone knows, unlike the quiet one that he has remained in these last 3 days. Although the explosive blonde was not the only one who opened his mind after seeing a new world, for Todoroki and Kirishima they were the same, being able to see that this would help them grow. Despite having seen the fight between Gremory and Citri, knowing what they are capable of, he still has the same intention of entering this tournament. And as happened with Bakugo, entering at the last moment. They weren't going to let Midoriya be the only one who improved, not to mention Momo, Kyoka, Namiri and Yu, although the only one in the group of students who had common sense was Tenya, who despite Momo being intelligent and responsible, didn't have as much common sense as the president of the first Class A. This interruption of these 3 young men, entering the Red Dragon team at the last moment, was something that had never been seen before, and it was against the rules. But the leaders present let it go on this occasion, allowing these 3 young men to join the game at the last moment. Resulting in Kirishima as second rook, Todoroki and Bakugo as pawns, unlike the rest of the team, would not carry the pieces that characterize them, because they do not want to. Reasons? They are personal. Although for Bakugo, the blonde would prove to be more capable than those who have a piece, so their role is based on the respective roles they have, something like Bask, being a rook of the Gremory team, only in this tournament, only in role, and not in piece. After this small interruption, the tournament continued again, so the Red Dragon team finally all stood on the platform, waiting for Azazel or All Might to start. Azazel, this really is a difficult match to comment on. But I'm sure that more than one will think the same thing, commented the former governor, and that it really is, knowing the position that both kings are in, and more so seeing that this first official rating game of the chestnut as king is against the first rating game he was in when he just entered the Gremory nobility, against Razor. All Might, don't even think about it, I'm just catching up reading the comments, it really is a fight that many are looking forward to, commented the peace symbol. Watching the comments about this fight on the supernatural networks from another monitor, apparently the participant Rias was previously Razor's fiancée, then she became Hyoudu's. And now she is Razor's wife. What a plot twist! She exclaimed, trying to imitate her colleague present Mike. Azazel, and what does Great M say? Will it really be a fight that will be more than just for sportsmanship? We are about to see it, Dragon against Phoenix, a battle of 2 legendary beasts, commented the blonde locks. If the first meeting was of 2 very well-known rivalries, this second meeting would definitely be something more explosive. Unaware of the chestnut situation, many were waiting to see if the former fiancé of the Crimson Princess would do something about the relationship between the Phoenix and Gremory. And among the whole crowd, the group of young people who came for Loki could not believe that their mother had married Razor, after knowing everything that happened, from where things changed, where Mr. Surzex along with the others left before time, where their father took their places in that prison, although something does not fit. Like the different appearance that they know, the difference was that this one looks younger and without a beard, the opposite of what they know. Loki had changed a lot, but somehow the group still existed. Despite all the changes in this past, he didn't understand, nor Loki's whereabouts. They needed more answers. Returning to the tournament, it had already begun, and both kings rolled their dice, leaving a total of 5. As the maximum capacity. After giving the results of the dice, it was time for both teams to discuss who to send, but privately, they would have 3 minutes, and the first to fight is. On behalf of the Razor team, the following were sent to fight in this first encounter. Despite being a low number in the middle, even so, I could send a good number of pieces, but I would not risk sending large numbers, but rather evaluate a little of what the enemy forces are like, seeing it better. Most are young, only 3 older ones. So the blonde sent the following knight, Cirrus, pawns, and I, Lee, and on the part of the Red Dragon team, the brown-haired sent only 1 piece, a rook, to you. The pieces that would fight in this first fight were done, the pieces appeared on the field, randomly. The scene changed to that of a rocky place, full of stones from the smallest to the largest. The pieces in the fight were obviously made known, but seeing the chestnut tower, he used spandex-type clothes, as well as a mask with purple horns. Although his attributes were noticeable, many were surprised, only sending a piece that is equivalent to the score, a rookie mistake. The brown-haired boy was trying to send the green-haired boy, which he didn't know how to do, since the aforementioned saw that there were only women on the opposing team, something that he doesn't hit women with, so he had to resort to you, while he explains that it is out of sportsmanship to the green-haired boy. After the start bell rang, the three phoenix pieces launched themselves to try to hit the blonde heroine, but this being a tower piece was more resistant to blows. But that does not mean that she would receive blows. You dodged those she could, intercepted those she could, especially the sword cuts. She had experience in combat, and more after training with the brown-haired man, in a place where they were for almost a month, which was somewhat hard, but it showed its fruits. She could see more easily how her three opponents moved, if it were her before training. It would be quite difficult to fight against her without using her quirk right at the beginning. The difference in skill between before and now could be noticed. But as always, the point is to win, something that the blonde was already starting to notice the disadvantage of, when the two pawns promoted to rook as well, making the heroine start to retreat, so she took distance. She tried, since her opponents were trying to get closer. And since the point of this tournament is for the best to win, they would have to finish off their opponents quickly and advance to the next round. It was time to use their quirk. After several exchanges of attacks, the blonde began to grow in size, surprising everyone with such an ability. Since she was a human, will it be a sacred gear? The blonde grew to a great size, 30 meters, but not only in size, but also in strength, 30 times the plus of strength given by being a tower. With one of his hands he took one of the razor pieces, to throw it against one of his companions, causing both to crash against a rock, while the horse took out its wings to fight in the air against you. It was difficult. You wouldn't do much damage, but enough to get them out of the fight, so he repeated the same process over and over again. Not only did his strength increase, but also his speed, although this part isn't that much, but the improvement was noticeable from the blonde's point of view. Taking their opponents to throw them crashing against rocks again and again, which soon took the two pawns out of the game, since the damage was more than their resistance could withstand, leaving only the Cirrus Knight, but it still ended up being left out, minutes after its companion fell. For this to be the blonde heroine's first time in a tournament like this, something that only a few days ago she thought was quirks that caused so many supernatural things, she ended up competing in a tournament of this type. What I initially thought was a bad move by a rookie, turned out to be the opposite of what many thought, the chestnut only sending his rook instead of sending more than one piece. Victory for the rookie king, 5 points. With this first fight between pieces concluded, it was time to roll the dice. The dice were rolled again, although Razor was still deep in thought, facing the brown-haired boy. The feeling of a knot in his neck did not go away from that strange stinging sensation. The results of the two dice were combined, a number 8, and the pieces to send began to plan, but not before both kings exchanged glances. The pieces sent by the Red Dragon team are the following: Bakugo, Bova and Todoroki. It was all from the Red team, despite being able to send more, but it was enough, and from the Phoenix team they are the following: 3 pawns, Burant, Mira, Sharia, and a tower, Isabella. The fighters appeared on the battlefield, being broadcast and seen by all, a stage of a large lake that is like a large mirror of Mother Nature, in addition to pastures in the surroundings, a replica of a place in the surroundings of Tybe. The starting bell rang. The two teams of fighters prepared to launch themselves at each other. Only the Red Dragon team forgot one thing: Bakugo Katsuki explosive mine. Shiny! Exclaimed the explosive blonde, pushing with his hands towards the 4 pieces of razor. He was going all out and charged, leaving his 2 companions behind, while Bava was surprised by the blonde's attitude, and Todoroki gave himself a small face palm for forgetting what the blonde looked like, after several days of staying calm. The sound of large explosions echoed throughout the field, while Bova and Todoroki watched everything calmly. Anyway, the point is that the blonde was throwing explosions left and right, resounding one after another. Boom! Skip! The fight between Bakugo against the 4 razor pieces was won by the red team only, with 8 points, and the Phoenix getting 1 point, being that of Bakugo, who took out 2 pawns, to then be defeated by Isabella, the rook. The score being as follows: Team Hyoudou, with 13 points, and Team Razor with 1 point, leading the Chestnut team by far. Although this encounter, many outsiders see it as a serious fight, due to the position in which both kings are, while in another group of hooded people on the other hand of the crowd among the spectators. The doubts that this is an alternative line were more than clear. This is not the past of their timeline. The group of young people remembered stories from their father and mothers, that in the past, they had met themselves from another alternative line, not at a good time, worse than they had known them. Fighting against someone who temporarily united the two lines. This was definitely that line his parents talked about. Something in the process of the journey must have gone wrong, even if it was just such small calculations. It was what traveled to this line, instead of his own. Well, what's done is done. Exploring this line would be more interesting, in his opinion. Returning to the fight between Midoriya, Momo and Kyoka against Carmine, Marion and Maihi, knight, pawn and bishop respectively, had currently ended, given that the Red Dragon team had mostly pawns, which does not have a knight or bishop, only 2 rooks, a queen, and only 6 pawns left. After convincing the green-haired boy to fight against girls, this fight was a little difficult for Momo and Kyoka, who despite having a month of training in a single day, are the ones with the least combat experience on the team, but they really gave their best, being left out, but in the fight it was a draw with their opponents. Momo vs Marion, Kyoka vs Maihi, a draw, points for both teams, 2 points, leaving 15 and 3, 18 for the Red Dragon, by Midoriya, defeating the knight with a promotion to tower, in combination with the Detroit Smash at 34%. There are still pieces remaining, which logically would advance to the next roll of the dice, or so everyone thought, until Razor had a request to go directly to the fight between kings. But if he won, there would be 1 point missing to break the tie in score. But for the third son of the Phoenix, this was no longer a tournament, it is personal. He did not know if his friend would feel resentment towards him about Rias, but even so, firmly, in this fight he would demonstrate with his actions that he truly loves Rias Gremory. No, he really loves Rias. There were no rules to this, only that both kings agreed to these terms. It would be done, although of course, if the one who proposed this wins, even if he has fewer points, he would go on to the next round, this being the only side effect of fighting before one of them runs out of pieces. In the living room, a certain redhead who had woken up witnessed this through a television. She didn't know what expression to show. The feeling of being on a tightrope was present in her. She simply squeezed the sheets tightly, but without stopping watching the broadcast. Razor's parents and brother, and his sister Ravel, saw this in amazement. While in their minds they knew what the blonde had in mind, none of them doubt that his feelings towards Rias are false. What none of the older brothers wanted was the position of heir to the Phoenix house. The position of heir was for Razor, but he renounced that position. All to support the soon-to-be leader of the Gremory house, that's the least. While many outsiders did not like the idea of the Crimson Princess having as a partner someone other than the Sekiryuutei, in the years before getting married she had to fight against that type of discrimination. If after being frowned upon in that way she continued with Rias, they were really true. It wasn't just the redhead who saw this, but also the rest of the Citri team, or rather everyone who is in the infirmary after battles saw him, while Azazel told a little about the positions of both kings. The second encounter is a rematch. In the past, the young inexperienced Red Dragon fights against the Great Phoenix for the hand of the Crimson Princess, returns in a second encounter. Will the dragon prevail again, or will it be the Phoenix? Fight for the hand of the Crimson Princess. There was no need to think much about what Rias is. In Momo's mind a memory came to her, a small conversation she had with the brown-haired boy during the sports festival, after losing to Tokoyami. A slight conversation between a fight over a commitment, realizing until now that memory came to mind, uniting everything, concluding that saving everyone from that place cost him his marriage. Even though he has known the brown-haired man for a long time, he did not know how he will feel about this. The girl put her hand to her chest. In a sign of concern, the always cheerful and positive Hyoudou Issei, will he show his hidden sorrows in this fight, was what Yayorosa thought. It was difficult to imagine that her friend had any hidden sorrows in him. Issei-kun. The black-haired girl whispered in a worried tone, without stopping looking at the transmission, and next to her was Kyoka. But it took him a while to grasp what this confrontation meant, since both Azazel and All Might had put more emphasis on this. The good thing was that Grafia and the rest of the team were there accompanying the two girls, in addition to a request to Bova to keep Bakugo in his place, without letting him become like he was at the sports festival, like a bad loser. Grafia explained a little about the situation, and why the public cheered more for this fight than the previous one, where Yu, Nemuri, Todoroki, Midoriya and Kirishima were made clearer, and what luck that both had to fight. Issei vs. Razor. Both kings appeared on the fighting platform, a stage they both know, where it all began, the same fighting boss who fought the Phoenix, at his engagement party, a simple Colosseum type, with some large chess pieces like a rook scattered around the place. It was the same as. Both looked at each other, although Razor had multiple feelings, while the brown-haired one simply waited for his opponent to be on guard, something that neither of them did anything other than stand firm and look at each other. 20 minutes exchanging glances, without making any movement, which seemed strange to the spectators, while what I knew a little about them, it would surely be more of a chat than a fight, but that would then turn into a fight. "Razor, are you not going to move?" was what the blonde asked, after starting their fight. Until now, after 20 minutes, he spoke to the brown-haired man, but it seemed strange to him that he did not show any sign of anger or hatred towards him. "Issei, ha Sasuaro, this not until your insecurity goes away," said the brown-haired man, rubbing his head. He had noticed that Rise's intentions were not to fight, but to talk. It's as if he had 1,001 doubts. "But surely it's about Rias. If you have something to say it without a doubt," he said with disdain. The blonde phoenix was surprised by the comment. He expected something stronger. But the brown-haired boy showed disinterest. He expected at least a look of hatred. The blonde clenched his fists, letting out the first thing that came to his mind. "Razor, I really love Rias," he exclaimed, saying it to the brown-haired man. He wanted to make this clear. What Rias is to him, if you hate this, you can vent it in this fight. He said out loud. The tranquility that the brown-haired man showed was something that doesn't fit, as if he was making fun of him, even though he is saying this to make it clear. After saying this, the brunette began to walk towards the direction of the blonde, which again surprised him. Many saw that this would be a tough fight, but instead, they have been doing nothing for a little over 20 minutes, which many did not like. Getting closer to Razor, about a meter away, the brunette began to slowly raise his hand, expecting a punch, but instead, the brunette extended his fist. "Issei, prove it in a fight. I want your actions to tell the tale," said the brown-haired man, extending his fist. His words were enough for him, but he wanted to make sure. Razor was again surprised by this, but quickly recovered, understanding the fist signal. Bumping his own with his, he understood the brown-haired man's words that many can say, but only a few demonstrate it with action. After the clash of fists between the two, they quickly took their distance. The blonde was enveloped in large flames, and the brown-haired man entered his balance breaker, and then both began a clash of powers, creating a wave of light all over the place. Skip. The sound of blows wrapped in flames dominates the place, the sound of metal being hit, explosions here and there. Razor fell again and again. The difference in strength between the blonde and the brown-haired was notable. The bird that falls rises again to begin its flight, again and again. An aerial combat, the brown-haired boy sent him again and again, but the blonde boy got up, after hearing the brown-haired boy say something to him. "Issei, get up, show me that what you say is true," he said with a voice that was increasingly serious. But thanks to the helmet, his expression could not be seen, only being able to deduce from his tone of voice. It was the only thing the brown-haired boy said to the blonde. Every time he sent him crashing into the ground, he would get back up. Even though his magic was regeneration, there were certain damages that could not be regenerated, like sacred ones, damages that did not destroy him, technically physical attacks, that the damage was a lot. That his regeneration magic, little by little he could no longer keep up with the damages received. The blonde was coughing up a little blood, his breathing was labored, he could barely catch his breath, just listening to the same phrase from the brunette, and he got up again, each time more difficult, but he understood why the brunette wanted him to do it again and again. It was becoming increasingly difficult, the blonde's body beginning to weigh more and more. Even so, he continued to get up, the flames becoming less intense, like a campfire that is slowly going out, squeezing out all the potential of the flames to the maximum. The brown-haired man didn't say anything more than saying the same thing to the blonde, to get up and keep fighting, which the blonde did, but it was no longer an aerial fight, but one on the ground, nothing magical but bare knuckle. The blonde's flames were no longer coming out, but his blows, although they were no longer as strong, continued trying to hit the brown-haired man. The determination, his look, the intentions of the blonde, were clear. The brown-haired boy no longer had any doubts, although he hadn't had any from the beginning, but it was time to see what the blonde was capable of. It was time to finish, after 20 minutes of throwing the blonde to the ground, so that he would get up again. Razor got up again. After a blow to the stomach, he launched himself into the attack again. But his movements were already slow, even his strength was low. The brown-haired boy gave a direct blow to the blonde's stomach, drawing blood from his mouth. Despite being hit, the blonde's already powerless fist did not stop. With the little strength he had left, he hit the brown-haired boy's helmet, but only a light touch. It was without strength. After that light blow from the blonde, the dragon's armor began to shine, to dissipate into particles. The razor's fist left the brown-haired boy's cheek, leaving him hanging, a sign that he no longer has any strength. The hair in front of each one covered their gazes respectively. The brown-haired man removed his fist from the blonde's stomach, to place his palm on the blonde's shoulder, and dedicate a few words to him. "Issei, take care," was the only thing he said, in a whisper that only the blonde heard. The latter, upon hearing that the brown-haired boy said that, drew a slight smile of liberation, as if a weight had been left behind. "Razor, thank you," he thanked in a whisper, and then lost consciousness, thinking he would fall to the ground. But the brown-haired boy held him, preventing him from falling, giving the victory to the brown-haired boy. The Red Dragon team wins, moves on to the next round. A battle between kings, something deeper, but not many understood the meaning of this fight. But seeing that despite the absence of 7 years, he had become strong, the blonde was taken to the infirmary, to rest, after this fight. The Red Dragon team was the winner. Having access to the next round, the brown-haired man gave a heavy sigh, to look at the sky. Now without the simulation stage, he closed his eyes, staying like that for a brief moment, and then left the platform, since in a brief moment, the next ones to fight would be announced. Without further ado, he left the combat stage. With Kiyomo. The current professional tennis player gave a heavy sigh. She really felt that this fight was difficult, not because of the fight itself, but because of the tension between the brunette and the blonde, in her perspective. But it ended well, with no lives in danger. I could go see him now. Well, I tried, but it was no longer possible. Reason? Tickets were finished. No backdoor tickets, or anything like that. Something that for the chestnut had no choice but to wait. After all, she could find the chestnut, even though the stadium tournament can no longer be entered. At the end of the day she would go look for him, since this first day of the tournament would only be eliminatory rounds, so that at the end of the day, the participants would return to their respective homes to rest. For the next day, she could ask Rias a favor, to communicate with her brother, to arrange a meeting with the chestnut if possible. Back to the tournament. The encounter between the Red Dragon team and Phoenix was fleeting, but it was time to move on to the next encounter, but leaving with some good fights in that encounter, as demonstrated by the 3 encounters. The third team meeting is Cap 68, White Dragon vs Black Dog. The first match of this tournament, Gremory vs Citri, was a complete surprise with new abilities from the Citri team, 3 outfits with similarities, but giving different functions, and above all, an invocation by the bishop who occupies the position of Momo Hanakia, an invocation of a certain Bahamut, never seen before. Quite a spectacle that if it weren't for the fact that the dome barely held the expansion of the attack's power, the tournament would have to continue the next day. A dragon that has no record, since the Dark Elf apparently keeps several powerful spells under her arsenal. But above all, the Citri heiress for now, since she will soon become leader of the clan. More than magical attacks, from a distance, it was one at point-blank range, like a rain of sea serpents, turning the scoreboard around, emerging victorious, with the right to move on to the next round, a whole battle of new skills for the Citri team. There were only 2 team matches, and the fury and excitement was at its peak, just a little more, and it exceeded the limit. Well, it was something that was bound to happen. Third match, White Dragon team against Black Dog. Vala Lucifer vs Tobio Accuse. The 2 teams mentioned appeared respectively, getting on the platform, ready for the first part of this match, the fight of pieces. As much as Vala and Tobio were determined to win the prize of this tournament, but for Lucifer, not only would he not lose in this match, but he would fight with his rival, whether as his alter ego or not. He would fight against him no matter what. It was time to see how much each one has improved in these 7 years. The sound of the bell rang, signaling that they could begin. Each king took a die, to throw it, to sum the value capacity of the pieces, and the result was skip. A huge explosion of blue flames surrounded the place. But the flames did not burn the stage like the destructive element that the element is. The combat stage did not seem to suffer damage from the flames, nor traces of burns. There was only combat damage such as broken places like that style. The white team's Genbadum bishop was removed from the game by the Arsene Rook, leaving 2 from the black team against 1 from the white team, who was none other than Okumura Rin, a black-haired woman with long hair that reaches the middle of her back, wearing an academy uniform, using a katana-type sword, which apparently helps her control her flames. She wasn't a human, that's for sure, she was half demon, but the blue flames were familiar to Surzex, Ajuka and Serafal, starting to try to remember where they saw blue flames like the girls. But where? A fanatic of the White Dragon, who sought to show her that she was strong enough to be the nobility of one of the Emperor Dragons, was what would define the girl, since her origin is unknown to all, without exceptions, and that her parents said that it was not time to reveal her identity, but that it would be a surprise. Only the white team's pawn remained against the rook and knight, Acern and Managawa and Natsum respectively. Rin was promoted to knight. She has a great identity of demonic power from her father. Promotions as bishop and queen would only increase very little, since her demonic power requires good physical condition. She took Arsene out of the fight, leaving the match tied against Natsum. Both girls were taken out of the game, giving the white team a total of 8 points and the black team 4 points to Tobio's team. The first piece fight ended in a tie, but the white dragon team has a 4-point advantage. Tobio played good pieces, but that doesn't mean the score has to be high. The first encounter is over, the second is about to begin. Before sending the pieces to fight, you had to roll the dice to get the total value that each one could send, and the total sum was 9, value of queens. Will you send your respective queen? We are about to find out. And the pieces they sent were: White Dragon Team, Penthesilea Rook, Arthur Knight, Chun-Li Pawn, 5, 3 and 1, exactly 9 points, and on the part of the Black Dog Team were the following: Cookie Rook, Issei the Pawn, and Jonathan Morris, giving a total of 7 points. The peeling pieces appeared in the arena, which simulated a coliseum. In other words, it would be an open field battle, familiar to the descendant of the strongest Amazon queen in history, better for her, so her opponents would not be hiding, something that makes her angry, fighting without showing your forehead as a warrior. Arthur took out his sword Caliban. He knew his opponent's Cookie, an excellent hand-to-hand fighter. It doesn't matter if his opponent has a weapon or not, it doesn't matter to him. There is no difference of advantage. Jonathan Morris, a demon hunter, who together with Charlotte, are hunters of demons or evil beings. Skilled in the demon of white weapons, distant relative of the Belmonts. Issei Tuju, this last one is not something that the blonde knows very well, so he would pay attention to the girl to know how to deal with her. Neither team moved since the starting bell hadn't even sounded yet. But that didn't last long, each one already had a goal to win. They got into battle positions, all waiting for the signal. The sound of the high-pitched bell was heard. They could now begin to fight. The only one who launched an attack was Penthesilea, being a fighter who goes to the front line of battle, thanks to her pure strength and resistance, magical power that increases her physical powers to levels very close to that of an ultra-demon. But the tower piece gives an extra plus. The opposing team was the same. Cookie was the only one who charged forward, wrapping his metallic gloves with his sacred gear Byakusa to create electrical attacks, empowering them in his attacks. The fists of both rooks collided, one with the power like sunlight, and the other as powerful as lightning, while their companions looked on, knowing that their way of fighting was not to go directly, but to analyze their opponent. Penda/Cookie, now! 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 Both towers exclaimed, screaming at each blow, without moving from the place, while a blizzard was created by the strong blows, a blizzard that burns combined with electricity. It was no longer time to waste time watching for Arthur, so he launched himself at Issei. Like a polite gentleman, he wouldn't do much damage, But he wouldn't be confident either, since his opponent was a woman. There is always what is called the element of surprise. Cowardly Leo, which was previously a creature made by a group of sorcerers, after being destroyed by Tobio and his allies, years later it was rebuilt, no longer as a weapon against them. Now it was more like a relative of the girl. It is not only a simple creature to protect her. It has a function very similar to the Night Celestial/Dog of Canis Lycon, to wrap the user to transform it into a kind of humanoid. But this one, unlike the aforementioned, this one only provided some parts, either claws or edged soles, without entering a humanoid form. Issei on her own does not have a combat skill that can match. For things like this, she is helped by the magic taught by Lavinia. Her combat skill cannot be exploited unless she is equipped with Cowardly Leo, which after being rebuilt with the help of Azazel, could be said to be an artificial sacred gear in a certain way. While the dark-furred lion fights against Arthur, Issei will now be supporting the lion in his fight with magic, whether defensive or offensive. This being the second time the girl has participated in this tournament. Since 2 years ago, she has been able to show improvements with her performance in the previous tournament. Chun-Li, an expert in martial arts such as Kung Fu, based on strong kicks, was previously an officer from Hong Kong, China, a martial artist since she was very young. The girl follows in her late father's footsteps as a police officer and martial artist. Following her father's killers was where she met Valley, who had a mission to recover some stolen chess pieces by the leader of the Shadaloo organization, a certain Bison. After defeating the villain, the girl had no more purposes in the future, since for years she had followed that organization. After this event she met Valley. Well, not exactly. Since if it weren't for Valley, she wouldn't be alive. The martial artist's opponent was a young man named Jonathan Morris, a distant relative of the Belmonts. But since he is not from the main bloodline of the vampire hunting family, he does not have the ability to use the full potential of the vampire killer whip. But this does not limit them in the use of other weapons, being this an expert in swords. An intense fight for each of them, but for the Amazon Queen, the desire for a fight increased with each exchange of blows. Adrenaline flows through her body, intensifying her combat senses, causing the balance to tip in favor of the girl, making her opponent retreat. Issei stopped being in her supporting role, to get involved with her Cowardly Leo. In addition to promoting herself on horseback, the large lion became a black mass, to stick to the woman's body, giving her claws that could transform into blades, and claws on her feet for an increase in agility and strength. The girl's cuts were fast, but she lacked good techniques. For the Pendragon they were predictable attacks. The girl has power, but not the mastery to control it, so the blonde had the advantage. It was only a matter of time to find a good oversight to give the final blow. On the part of the martial artist against the demon hunter, bare fists against bladed weapons, logically I should say that the armed one would have the advantage, but in that case, it is the opposite. The demon hunter Morris has a hard time with someone expert in hand-to-hand combat, retreating little by little. It was an intense fight for the 3 pieces of the Black Dog team, who gradually retreated before the power of the White Dragon team, which apparently this year is stronger than last time. The fists of the towers of each team respectively collided one last time, to create a bright explosion of yellow light combined with lightning that blinded the place for a few moments. With Olga. While the fight between the white team against the black team is being carried out, in one of the medical rooms or infirmary that has been prepared for each team, to be more specific, in that of the Citri, where the aforementioned team was logically located, in addition to Olga, who occupies the role of Momo's bishop. Since the aforementioned is pregnant, as previously stated. Not only the Citri team and their king were there, but also some members of the Yakumo team, which includes Chloe and Jean. It was a large room, but not excessively so, since the number of beds was limited. After the fight between the Red Dragon team against Phoenix, Hyoudou Issei switched places with Yakumo Jean, without anyone outside the team knowing, to go see how Olga was doing, since it seems that she spent more magic than necessary, part of which was from the borrowed promotion. The Amber-eyed elf opened her eyes little by little, after receiving a phoenix tear, recovering her physical strength, but not much of her magical strength, as there were people who were unaware of the brown-haired man's alter ego, something that those who know about this understood. The chestnut was congratulating the Citri team for the great battle they gave, in addition to how they felt with the suits that the chestnut gave to Sona, Tsubaki and Yura as support, being that Rias has her armor derived from the Bosted gear, so they would be more balanced. But what a surprise that he has in his team for this tournament. Several extremely strong beings. And about Rias's armor, it would be a topic that I would possibly talk about after today, after the pre-eliminations. Even though it was the first time they used it, they were better than I expected in the opinions of the brown-haired man, being that when he used the armor suit for the first time, it was difficult for him to move. And it took a good time to be able to move freely. And about Olga's invoked attack, the brown-skinned woman explained that it was an invocation created by the first Discord, but that over time, along with her descendants, the Discord lost the power to invoke such an attack with each generation, which was put aside by the complexity of the spell and the amount of magical power it requires. Until now, with the help of the borrowed promotion, it was possible for the woman to make such an invocation as the first Discord did. For a single attack that was enough to knock out the strongest evil dragon of all, it was surprising. A single attack knocked out the evil dragon, something that the brown-haired man knows who it is, thanks to his ability in the eyes, to see the true appearance of beings, one of the skills he acquired as the Monkey King. But returning to Olga's invocation, this invocation, as the Dark Queen explained, its origin belongs to the first Discord, but it is currently unknown how she acquired such an invocation or how she invented it, but over time the origin was forgotten. Everyone in the room was talking about trivial things, while a few remained silent, as was the case with Rugal, while Saji was fed some apples cut by Hanakai. While on the TV in the room they were broadcasting the fight between Vala's team and Tobio's team, it seems that they are already in the final fights of the pieces, and as the scoreboard shows, the White Dragon team has the advantage, but even so, if Tobio wins the fight between kings, he could possibly win by one more point than Vala. Which would be interesting to see. The white-haired man had a few more pieces than his opponent, since Lavinia managed to defeat Suzaku in this most recent fight. Now they were in the last fight of the pieces, since Tobio sent his last pieces to the fight. After this fight ended, it would be the climax of this encounter. The White Dragon team only had the 3 wives of Vala left, along with Biko, Arthur, Chun-Li and Kami, a good amount of strong pieces, while the Tobio team, only Nanada Shigen remained. This fight was more than obvious, and for the bearer of the lichen, he knew, so he paused the last fight of the pieces. Since there was no more need to fight the pieces, only the kings. This last fight between pieces would have no sense, something that if this fight continues, it was not necessary. This was also agreed by Valley, he already wanted to fight, so looking at the score that Tobio would have would only be 1 point more than him, if the black-haired man were to win. But that 1 extra point was more than enough to be one of those who goes to the next round, something that the white-haired man also wants. He would not lose for anything, not even against his rival. Black versus white. A confrontation between a canine and a reptile, something that in simple words is between 2 very different species, and a somewhat strange fight just by listening, but there is more than what meets the eye, 2 very different creatures like the earth and the sky. Both kings would face each other again in a fight. After so long, it had been years since they fought for the last time, since when Lucifer was a brat with 8th grade syndrome, which did not prevent him from earning a loli in those times, as mentioned currently had grown, not much, but that he grew. Lucifer is enveloped by a white light, entering his balance breaker, and then accessing his most powerful form, Diablo's dragon Lucifer, the power of a Lucifer combined with that of the white emperor dragon, both powers at their maximum potential. A silver-colored armor with touches of pure black, more than a common armor, it was more organic in some parts, a shade very similar to the chestnut dragon Diablos. And on the part of the black-haired man, entering his advanced version of his balance breaker, the Perfectus Tenebri Lycaon et Fortis Densis Laylaps, he was enveloped by his sacred gear in the form of a mass of darkness. His human form began to change to that of a large humanoid beast, very similar to that of a wolf beast, black fur, claws, tails, and large fangs. Both beasts roared, launching themselves at each other, creating an explosion of light and darkness. As the sight dissipated, both kings separated. On Vala's part, the white dragon bearer fired a Satan compression divider, a shot of silvery white energy with a black aura. Tobio also has his ranged attacks, such as creating shadows that could turn into blades and large dogs. But more than this, he created a shadow cloak that absorbed some of Lucifer's attack. After these distance attacks, a close combat began again. Neither of them retreated, despite the blows. Multiple exchanges of blows and claws were given. The last blow of each one made both of them go backwards due to the force of each one's blow. Despite having defense involved, the blows were harder than ever. Currently Val is one of the most powerful among the top 15, but this is something that would not prevent Tobio from retreating. Vala may be pure power, but his techniques were still young. He has experience in combat, but his fighting style was very straight and direct. Unlike Tobio's, the fight was literally between two beasts. Every time they both took distance, they quickly approached again for a hand-to-hand combat. After meeting his rival again, Vala has begun to train more than ever, since he had been training for years. After marrying Lavinia, the role of a full-time husband was his role. It did not bother him, knowing that this is his duty. But after talking for a while with the brown-haired, the flame of rivalry was lit again, more than ever. It had been like 3 months since they spoke. Until today, he had not stopped training, once again surpassing his limits, that if he had had this level of power, he would have been able to do more against Rise of him. It is unknown what position he is in now, but one thing is certain, there was a very powerful pressure that caused breathing difficulties and a feeling of a heavy body. All that pressure was the power released from Vala. The fight was full of blows, without a pause between both kings. But every fight has to end, since there was a time limit. If when the time came there was no winner, it would be determined by the score. There were 10 minutes left for an hour, and Vala would be the winner and the one who would have the right to go to the next round. He used his ability to divide his opponent's power, to the point of no return, greatly weakening Tobio, until he was weak enough to deliver a blow that passed completely through the mass of darkness that surrounded Tobio. Delivering a full blow, crashing the black-haired man against the limits of the battlefield. He couldn't knock him unconscious, but it was enough to disarm him. Remaining on the ground, now without his balance breaker, the black-haired man was lying looking at the sky while taking a breath. It really had been a hard blow. His power was weak. In addition to a hard blow received, he would not continue fighting. If he continued fighting, the result would not change. Vala would win. For the black-haired man, he had no choice but to give the white flag. It is more fun to watch a fight than to fight, and so it was he surrendered. It was a battle full of blows, without giving a timeout, giving the victory to the White Dragon team, who would move on to the next round with the other teams already fought. All after announcing the winner of this fight, were taken to the infirmary to rest. This third pre-qualifying match was as intense as the previous ones. With each match it seemed easier to destroy the combat platform. Currently there are a total of 3 teams that will move on to the next stage of this tournament, which is missing 5 more matches for this first stage to conclude. And again it was time to introduce the next random encounter, and the roulette with the names of the remaining teams, and the 4th encounter will be between the Greek team, against the Nordic team having as king the goddess Athena, and on the other side one of the sons of Odin, Vidar. Wukong Jin. The chestnut walked back through the corridors to return to the Yakumo nobility. Between the corridors of this great stadium, he joined the path with that of the platform. Close stayed with Olga. He would meet with the team when the time came for the Yakumo team to fight. As he walked back, he came across a certain team that had its turn to fight. The king walked in front while her nobility was behind her. A woman in a long, pure white dress, sleeveless, with long, light-colored lilac hair, and a bust of considerable size. It was the goddess Athena, who stopped in front of the chestnut tree. A slight smile appeared on the woman's fine face. "It's been a long time. I thought you were just someone who looked like him. But you're really the same person," the woman commented with a slight smile, while greeting the brunette, something that intrigued him, since she spoke to him as if she knew him, but he didn't recognize the girl. Drawing a sigh from the lilac-haired girl, "You've known me as..." And before the girl could finish what she was going to say, she was asked to show up at the meeting. Since the tolerance time was almost over, "Sigh, I guess we'll talk later." Jean, she said goodbye politely to go to the meeting, leaving alone the brown-haired boy, who looked behind him, looking at the goddess Athena, but did not give it importance. To go back with the Yakumo team, he knows that she is the goddess Athena, but does not remember having met her as Jean, but only a few greetings as Hyoudou, no more, but the aforementioned seemed to know her other alter ego. Chapter 69, Wukong vs. Wukong. In the confrontation between the Greek team against the Nordic team, the winner was the Nordic team, Athena along with her nobility. They were quite strong, not for nothing they won the match of the pieces, winning the first part of the match. But the game turned around in the fight between kings. Even though the Nordic team has very powerful pieces, they had to win the match between kings, since the scoreboard did not have a score greater than 12 points of difference, and in the second part of this match, Vidar turned the score around. Not for nothing would he be the next king of Asgard when his father Odin reiterated himself. He had taken that position 7 years ago, when Odin left, but when he was brought back, the position was given back to the old man. The young son of Odin was not yet ready, he did not feel it yet. And in the fight between kings, he showed why he is the most suitable to be the next leader of Asgard, power and wisdom at its balance point, giving him the victory, with the right to move on to the next rounds with the teams that have achieved. And in this way the fourth match ended, with the fourth participant of the next round coming out, and since they had already fought, they could rest in the infirmary given to each team, which despite having an infirmary, also served as a place to rest. And the fourth match was over, and now it was time for the fifth match. They would again use the roulette wheels to determine who would fight in the fifth match, and the next two teams to fight would be Team Journey to the West versus Team Yakumo. These two teams would have to fight, unaware of the identity of the chestnut, what they knew about him as Sun Wukong. This was like an ironic fight, the fight of the Monkey King of this world against the one from the other world. If when the Monkey King traveled with the monk Xuanzang, he had fought with a copy of him, causing a slight loss of control in his power. But this time it was not like that time. This time both are true. This fight could see which of the two Monkey Kings would be the strongest, a unique fight. The team that appeared first on the platform was the Journey to the West team, while the Yakumo team apparently took a while to come out, since a certain blonde-skinned elf was missing, but it wouldn't take long, and so it was, the Yakumo team appeared. Now that both teams are on their individual platforms for each team, it is time for the first part of the match, the fight of the pieces. For the Yakumo team, they had trained a lot for this day, well, except for Ophis. But other than that, the rest had trained a lot, and a real fight would put their improved combat skills to the test. And as expected, the combat would be decided by the total points of the dice combined between the two teams, and the result of this first meeting of pieces of this fifth meeting is 9 points. The sum was announced. It was time for them to think about which pieces to send, and for the Yakumo team, it was to send the following ones. They are Alicia, Chloe, who are pawns, Bishop Rossweiss. Sending them 3 would be enough to make their improvements noticeable. The brown-haired boy was excited. Seeing the 4 king fights before him was exciting him. He was eager for his turn to fight. And on behalf of the West team, the Monkey King sent the following pieces. Pawn, Hong Hire, a young adult. Don't let his appearance fool you. He wears the clothes of the ancient martial arts type girl. In the past he has caused many problems to the original Sun Wukong during his trip to the West, son of the Ox King and the Wind Princess. Great physical and magical power. Neza, as a horse, a god, who was previously a mortal, an expert in the use of the spear and fire magic, in addition to the sacred treasures he has, such as the rings of fire, which he uses on his feet, to move quickly in the air. And the last piece to be sent was Hakuryu, White Dragon, in his human form, one of the current kings of the sea, to be more exact, the Eastern Sea. His power in combat and magic are really high, although after helping Xuanzang on his journey, he has not fought, but that did not stop him from training. 3 deity-class pieces, against 2 mortals and a demigoddess. The power of the 3 girls is unknown, well except for Rossweiss, who already has knowledge of what she is capable of in magical power. But without exaggerating, but possibly she would be at her levels, or on her heels. There was no need to send many pieces by the Monkey King, being that he does not have many pieces in the sense of pawn, since his strengths were in the remaining pieces, which are mostly considered gods of the Buddhist sky. The first encounter tilted the bets towards the side of the 3 pieces in fighting from the Journey to the West team, since the 3 beings are recognized for their stories and current achievements, while the 3 pieces of the Yakumo team, their abilities were completely unknown for the most part. The pieces appeared in the combat arena. Rossweiss wore her Valkyrie armor, already known to all. Alicia wore light armor and leather parts. Unlike her suit used in Eostia, this one covers more skin, the closest thing you can see would be the stockings, and she has her blonde hair tied in a ponytail with a red ribbon. And finally Chloe, the half-dark elf, wore more clothes compared to the ones worn in Eostia: tight pants, a tight shirt, with parts of leather and some parts of light armor. She had more than one weapon, unlike Alicia, who used a thin but resistant sword, and Rosweiss with her magic. Chloe, in addition to a sword, 2 daggers, and a folding bow along with about 5 arrows, would be the most armed of the 3. Apparently she has something prepared, like an ace up her sleeve. The first match is about to begin. I was just waiting for the sharp sound of the bell, which didn't take even a minute to make itself present. Will it be an individual combat, or all against all? They didn't know. That would depend on how each one would make their move, something that, since it wasn't an individual combat, the strategy could be a key trigger to win. A fight against a team that has Sun Wukong as king of this world, somewhat ironic, thinking who is the king of the Yakumo team, since one of his names is also Sun Wukong. Rosweiss, Alicia, and Chloe, after training for several months, already know quite well how their teammates fight, something that would be easier to adjust to a plan, as the albino would attack from a distance and support in covering the 2 short-distance attackers, such as Alicia and Chloe. And that would be the plan, but their fighting style would not be the only ones to use such a strategy, but also the opposing team, being that the current king of the Eastern Sea, Hakuryu, would be a ranged attacker, while Naza and Hong Hai would be short-range attackers. The fight began. Alicia and Chloe went out against their opponents. They were not promoted yet, being that the normal promotion would be the situation warrants it, and the borrowed one would be like some kind of last resort. Rosweiss created a wall of magic circles behind her, and a rather large one. Each circle was a different color, but others had the same color. Each color that was there represented an element, such as red representing fire, dark blue, water, royal blue ice, brown earth, green, air, etc. They saw the fight between Old and Crom Croach and his alter ego of Mr. Black. The aforementioned used the borrowed promotion. In training it was not difficult for them to keep him in combat, but after seeing that fight, a real one, it was more difficult to maintain it for a long time. Since it was necessary to maintain a certain level of concentration to maintain it, in training it could be done, but in an official fight, it is not so simple. The 3 pieces of the journey to the west team mimic the action, with Hakuryu playing the same role as the albino, and her 2 companions being attackers. Multiple water dragons were created, either to attack or defend. Magical shots of different elements collided with the water dragons, causing thunderous explosions or steam, depending on the combination of the element. In the middle of those clashes, ranged attacks from Rosweiss and Hakuryu. There were 4 people exchanging attacks with their weapons. Chloe exchanged attacks with her sword with Naza's spear, the hybrid dark elf. She used a style that no one knew, being taught by the brown-haired man, Gecko Kenpo, lunar sword style. The brown-haired man did not know all the techniques, at most 20%, which only covers the postures and certain movements. Since the true master of this style of sword was a woman, who with just waving her sword, could easily make 20 or more cuts, the name of the master, Taksuki Akane, in addition to the difference in weapons, being the one used by Chloe was European style, meaning double-edged. While to bring out the full potential of this style it was more of a single-edged, meaning katanas. Something that the girl had to adapt to this type of European sword, since the handling was different in terms of movement, which meant that the potential would not be very great with the style, but her agility gave her a plus. Using kicks when swords and spears clashed was Chloe's way of handling Naza, but the young god was still superior to the dark elf. It was the same result with Alice against Hong, since both pawns of the opposing team were experts in handling the spear. Neza and Hong Hai won the fight. The 2 girls used their promotion on horseback, gaining even more speed, while with Rosweiss, the albino showed to be superior in ranged attacks against Hakuryu, the advantage factor being the elements that were the best advantage against Hakuryu's water and ice. After Alicia and Chloe were promoted to horseback, the balance leaned in their favor, managing to put their opponents in trouble, with quick movements combined with their rapid attacks. Alicia was the one who showed the greatest advantage, her stance being of a thrust type, which had no edges on its sides, but rather on the tip. A sword designed to deliver these types of attacks for greater speed. Both girls showing power against those 2 gods, both opponents quickly took distance, to throw flames at the two girls, preventing them from getting close to them. It was 20 minutes that had passed since the battle began. The scales tipped from one side to the other, so that in the end it remained in equilibrium. That is, they were again as they started, without any advantage on either side. This was more for close-range combat, while in ranged attacks, in the case of Resurface against Hyoudou, the albino had an advantage due to multiple elements of magical attacks. The distance between those who were fighting at close range again came together. Both young men wrapped their spears with fire, while they began to levitate. In Naza's case, some golden rings on fire appeared on his feet, while his partner literally levitated. They could feel how the flames were emitting increasingly stronger in their spears. They did not need to say it. These actions for Chloe and Alicia were more than understandable as a message. It seems they will go with more, so they would not hold back either, playing the ace up their sleeve. Borrow promotion. A halo surrounded the heads of the two girls, but without sticking to them, as if it were floating around their heads. But the strangest thing was that it continued in its promotion as horses, and at no time had it ended up undone. Something that surprised the entire audience, and only a few recognized that ability, like Ajuka, and the Yakumo team, Red Dragon, and those who were in the VIP room. The latter, only a few, only those who are from the Hyoudou residence. The white halos began to emit a slight white energy around them, but you could feel a great power coming out of it. This was the same ability that Olga from the Citri team showed, which was really powerful. What will the two blondes do with that power gained? We were about to find out. Having even more arsenal of skills to use at his disposal, the time would possibly be shorter the more he used it. His opponents were on guard, since he had seen that skill once. In the Citri vs. Gremory match, a possible strong attack would come. They had to be alert. Chloe and Alicia looked at each other, knowing what to do, to look back at their opponents, without paying attention to the fact that around them there were again explosions created by magical attacks from the albino and the King of the Eastern Sea. And the ability they would use would be the following. Several explosions of smoke arose surrounding the two blondes, to then dissipate, showing several Chloe and Alicia? Apparently they summoned several clones, 10 of each of them. Without wasting time, the Alicias launched themselves against Naza, while the Chloes launched themselves against Hon High Air. For clones, it was a little weaker than the originals, but being a high number, it balanced it in that low part. Both young people could see that when facing numerous, the complexity was noticeable. While Sun Wukong saw this slightly surprised, as if he had had a déjà vu, since that ability was very similar to his. Returning to the Palia, the balance was in favor of the three pieces of the Yakumo team. This promotion not only gave new abilities to Alicia and Chloe, but also increased their physical condition, being faster and stronger attacks. It was a very noticeable change in power, and it was much compared to those before using this strange ability. The fight continued, and when it appeared that the Yakumo team was winning this fight, would it be possible for the two girls to win before they reached their limit? Since both girls were inexperienced in the art of magic, using this promotion for their magical attacks would be unviable. Since both were mainline combatants, in the field of magic, they would not pay attention, but on the contrary, they would, being physical attacks. For the albino it is the opposite case. The woman was more into magical attacks, rather than mastering a weapon. While two are physical attackers, Resurface would be a distance attacker. In both habits there were good attacks, would put their opponents in trouble. Skip. The first fight had ended, coming out as the only piece standing, belonging to the team Journey to the West, Hyoudou. Alicia and Chloe fell after defeating Naza, being defeated by Hon High Air, after noticing that both girls showed symptoms of slowness in them, which did not waste the opening. Resurface was the last to fall. After defeating the guy who defeated Alicia and Chloe, she focused a lot on defending and attacking at close range, which defeated the guy, but lowering her defense at distance, giving a free attack to the opposing team's bishop. Yakumo team, with 5 points, while the Travel to the West team, this one had 5 points as well. In score it was a tie, but in what was shown in combat, the Monkey King team had a slight dominance apparently. It was a meeting full of explosions, and quite explosive. The public eagerly awaited the next meeting of the pieces, while the pieces removed from the game were taken to their respective rest rooms to heal, and the pieces that would fight would be the next, after revealing the result of the sum of the data. Second meeting. The next pieces to fight on the part of the Yakumo team were the following: pawns, Lulu, Maya and Kunu, and the only knight on the team, Griselda, would be the 4 pieces that would fight in the second encounter. And on the part of the team traveling to the west, Ox King Tower, and Taishan Bishop, only the married couple, parents of Hong Hai, being a couple, would have better knowledge of their partner respectively, to form a strategy, in addition to great synchronization in combat. Would it be possible for the Rook and Bishop to defeat their 3 opponents? Knowing that they may also have that rare ability of that halo, the pair had to be cautious when using such an activity, defeating them before using such an ability. The second encounter of the pieces would begin right now. Would they have the same result as in the previous fight? Showing power, but still losing to the opposing team? It remained to be seen. Meanwhile, in the Red Dragon team's break room. In the large resting room, there were all the pieces of the aforementioned equipment, while there was no trace of his king, something that whoever was in this meeting knew. Apparently he forgot to send a clone or create a temporary one. Well, it's not like he noticed. Being absent is normal, after all. Everyone present watched the broadcast. The explosive blonde Bakugo had also calmed down from his anger at being defeated by some girls. Even if they are demons, even so, it was another of the many hard blows to his ego. Maybe this fight can lower a little the tension produced in the battle against Razor. Everything was calm, until the door of the room rang. Everyone thought they asked for something to eat and drink. Nemuri was the one who opened the door, something strange, since no one had asked for anything to eat or drink. The brunette opened the door, bumping into a red-haired woman next to a blonde man at the entrance/exit. It was Rias and Razor. Apparently the latter had healed from the blows received in his fight against the brunette. The brunette was surprised to see her here, knowing beforehand that Rias was engaged to the brunette years ago, thanks to the fact that her Venezuelan mother had told her about this, without going into details. Is Issei here? That's what the redhead asked Nemuri, but at the same time she managed to see a little of the interior, but not completely, and it seems they are watching the transmission between the journey to the West team and Yakumo. Skip. The combat between pieces had concluded. The score was as follows: for the team traveling to the West, this had a total of 16, and the Yakumo team has 25, which is equivalent to all the opponent's pieces. The Monkey King's team was out of pieces. Yulong, one of the Dragon Kings were their best pieces, was defeated by the mysterious queen of the Yakumo team, Yami, Ophis. On the scoreboard, there was a difference of 9 points, less than 12 points, enough to turn around as the winning team that would have the right to move on to the next round. And as expected, the combat of the pieces had ended. The encounter between the king had arrived. Without making the public wait, both kings appeared in the middle of the field. Apparently both were ready to begin. Jean was turning his knuckles and other parts of his body that he could, accompanied by a little warm-up on his feet. The fighting field still had not turned into another type of scenario, while Sun Wukong continued smoking his pipe, showing an air of tranquility before the fight began. The beginning of this fight did not take long. After introducing the kings respectively, everyone already knows them too. Sun Wukong, the mythical monkey king of the journey to the west by Xuanzang, the victorious winner over Buddha, and known as one of the most powerful yokais, if not to say that he is in every sense. And on the other hand, Yakumo Jin, unknown to many, a hero who came out of nowhere, known as someone very powerful, a high-class demon by title. Many of the leaders say that he is on par with the Sekiryuutei Hyoudou Issei, in the opinions of several leaders. The combat between the two kings began. The scene changed, taking a different one. The place was filled with water. The scene took on that of an open sea, with only 2 pillars in the entire sea. Each pillar of land stood the respective kings. The expression of both kings changed. The old Sun Wukong dropped his pipe to the ground, while he opened his mouth slightly in shock, an expression of irony of life. A similar expression was drawn on the face of the chestnut. Of all the fields that could be touched for the fight of both, it had to be with large quantities of water. Jean/Wukong, you have to be kidding, both kings said to no one in particular. Something they don't know is that the Monkey King can't fight freely. Being underwater, the speed became somewhat slow, in such a way, in the same way his strength would drop. Note, I'm not saying it, the novel about the journey to the west says it, kid:v. Well, it would be simple if they didn't go down into the water, since both had the means to avoid resorting to an underwater fight. although a fight anywhere other than under the sea would have been better, but what's more, it will be an aerial fight. Both were waiting for the opponent to attack, keeping alert on their target. The brown-haired man would be the one to give the initial attack. Young people nowadays are always so impatient, were the thoughts of the old son Wukong. What happened? The chestnut tree gave the first attack. He had made a great leap, to reach the pillar where his opponent was standing, to give an ascending axe kick. But the Monkey King intercepted the attack, using his magic staff to cover himself, resulting in the chestnut tree's attack hitting the staff. But showing that due to the force of the impact, the pillar trembled slightly. Wukong, you have good strength, despite not using any of the objects that you used in the fight against the son of Lucifer, commented the old Monkey King to the brown-haired man. Thanks to that fight, he had the idea of how capable this mysterious young man was. We had to respect the old ones. And not showing all his strength from the beginning is disrespectful. Quickly applying force with his staff, he pushed the chestnut, leaving him in the air and falling. With a second quick movement, he pointed his staff at the chestnut, and immediately, the staff lengthened until it reached the chestnut, hitting him squarely in the chest, sending him further away, until he fell into the water. Everyone knows that a basic attack like this would not be able to knock out the chestnut, or any other with a certain level of strength would not be, which was true. From the same place in the water where the chestnut fell, he had emerged, now with a different outfit. Now he was wearing his distinctive combat suit. That suit was very familiar to the spectators. It looked very similar to the suits that Sona, Tsubaki and Yura used in their fights, coming out of the water, rising and staying in the air, but now with her suit, which some parts looked like black flames of fabric waving slightly, until the suit seemed to stabilize. The brown-haired boy had his eyes closed. After a while he opened them, revealing that his eyes had changed color, from a honey color to red with golden irises, and at the same time he opened his eyes, a white aurora surrounded his head. It had been a while since he last put on the armor suit, and it really was, but he had always been curious about how strong the son Wukong of this world would be, and it seems he will be able to find out. But won't his age be a disadvantageous factor? He was able to strike a combat pose, without using Ri. The Monkey King, seeing that he had taken on the same appearance as during the battle against Rizavim half a year ago, would also become serious. The return of Rizavim, the revelation of his false death 7 years ago, really no one expected. In a time of peace, even the strongest becomes weak. The resurgence of Rizavim only made everyone realize that peace does not last forever, and that it will always be attacked, and thanks to that attempt to start a war again, they have become stronger. Son Wukong, known as someone immortal, erased his name in the Book of Life, drank the elixir of eternal life, along with the peach of youth. If he did all this, why does he look like an old man, simple, only acting like someone according to his age, hiding his true form? That over time he has forgotten that he was in another form. Until now, half a year ago, the young man in front of him reminded him of his youth, when he followed in the footsteps of a certain monk, during his journey to India. The sensation of seeing himself in a mirror was present. He removed his red robe, but began to grow in size. At the same time he removed his sunglasses. His hair slowly turned a lighter brown color, as if something old were recovering its shine like new. His physical complexion also changed. From being a hunchbacked old man to that of an adult at approximately 35, his clothing had adopted his new appearance. The old and original son Wukong had entered his true appearance, something never seen before, that even his grandson Biko was surprised to see him. He always believed he was an old man, but, apparently not. Despite being old, he looks imposing. The Monkey King began to crack his bones. It resonated, after so much time using the appearance of an old man, that he had almost forgotten his true appearance. It was nice to be an old man, enjoying life quietly, but to fight, you had to be in your best shape. In this, Wukong, young man, in a certain way you remind me a lot of my youth, he commented, referring to the brown-haired man, while he gave a few turns with his cane. Starting below him white clouds formed. To rise, I hope you are ready, because you are about to fight with the toughest old man in history, he commented with emotion, while smiling. The Monkey King had launched himself at Jean, to give him a precise blow with his red staff, passing horizontally, but the brown-haired boy did a somersault in the air backwards, dodging the attack of the blunt object. If I remember correctly, you also have a gun, don't you? I asked the brown-haired man, surprised. Jin, you mean this one? He asked, while taking out a small gray needle from his ear. Then the object began to grow in size, showing a fairly simple appearance, silver-gray in color. Wukong, so it's true, he commented calmly. What is known about you closely resembles my descriptions, he said while closing his eyes, in a thoughtful expression, and then opening them. All the skills shown resembles that of a son Wukong. Jin, more than you think, he commented sarcastically, while he settled into fighting with Rui. I've always wanted to know how strong you are, he said defiantly to the Monkey King, while feeling the excitement of fighting. The fight against Razor was more of a reflection, and this fight would help him clear those thoughts. The blonde phoenix really loves Rias, and the best he could do is help the blonde, give them the only opinion that matters to the phoenix, his, and the answer was clear in their encounter. Both Monkey Kings launched into a clash of rays, while a disturbance could be felt in the air of the stage by the clash of forces, while at the same time, in the stands, certain groups of hooded people watched this encounter with great interest. To be more precise, the group of 5 hooded people. Sun Wukong versus Sun Wukong, a rare encounter, but at the same time mythical, remembering that for the Monkey King it is not the first time that he faces himself in this sense, being that in the past, something like this has already happened, but one of them seeing the brochure of this tournament. Each day was a round of eliminations, which successively, until 2 remained, which was already missing little for the pre-eliminations to end, like the first day of the tournament. After this the 5 of them would go to the Yakumo territory. Back to the fight, the Monkey King of this world was quite skilled in combat. At this time, they had created a few clones to fight. The brown-haired man kept up with the Monkey King, although it was fun, but it had already been given how strong the Sun Wukong of this world is. He is not as strong as him. But if he compares him with beings from his world, he would be at a high level. Both dispersed the clones, to once again clash in strength. This second time it was not a tie, but the chestnut won in strength, sending the Monkey King back. Wukong, you really are quite strong, young man, praised the Monkey King to the brown-haired boy, who returned a smile, as a gesture of gratitude. But as if we were in a tournament, he said now seriously, while his body was wrapped in flames, may the best man win, he said with a defiant smile. Jin, I say the same, Sun Wukong, he also said with a challenging smile, while traces of electricity surrounded him, imitating the Monkey King in a certain way, but with notable differences. Jin/Wukong, HAAAH. Both kings launched themselves on pikes towards each other, while the fire and electricity became more intense, so that in the end, both collided, creating an expression of light that illuminated the entire place. Skip. The fight between Yakumo Jin and Sun Wukong had ended. The simulation stage had become a platform again. Both fighters were at a certain distance from each other, while they remained pale, until one of them fell to the ground, not unconscious, but sighing. Wukong, it's hard not to admit that you're already old, and that the young people of tomorrow are strong, he commented while returning to his old form. Young Yakumo, I admit my defeat, said the Monkey King, sitting on the ground. This statement was heard by all, giving victory to the Yakumo team, and the king of this team walked to where the Monkey King was, giving him his hand to help him get up, which the old man accepted the gesture. Jin, I hope I can fight you again, he commented with amusement, while shaking hands with the old man, who smiled at this. Wukong, you really remind me a lot of me in my younger years, I comment ironically, but shaking his hand with Jin's, I still take it as a great fight. Only time will tell us when it will be. The 5th team to qualify for the next round tomorrow had been announced, the Yakumo team. There were still 3 more teams missing to complete the 8 teams that would fight in the next round, and to end the first day of the tournament. It was a very intense aerial combat, which had to be broadcast in slow motion to allow the spectators to see the fight. You could see that it was pure physical condition, and very little use of magic or senjutsu, but there was no time to lose. The next teams would fight, so the roulette wheel began to spin again, after clearing the arena. The end of the first day of the tournament was approaching, fights full of excitement. There was everything, and I had to let everyone rest, to recover for the next fight, just like the public's air tank. And the next 2 teams to fight are. Chapter 70, End of the first day of the tournament, An unexpected visit. The first day of the tournament had ended. The 8 teams that moved on to the next round had already gathered, and their kings are next. Sona Citri, Hyoudou Issei, Vala Lucifer, Vidar Odinson, Wukong Jin, Syra Bale, Dihauser Belial, Dilio Gejaldo. They were the king of the teams that moved on to the next elimination round that would take place tomorrow. Today was over, so logically, everyone went back to rest, as did the public that attended the great stadium. The 2 teams that left the place after finishing were the Red Dragon team and Wukong, without the possibility of the reporters getting to talk to the Sekiryuutei, returning to the Wukong territory. Wukong territory, Wukong mansion. Kanpai! Exclaimed everyone present in the hall of the great mansion. Everyone was celebrating for moving on to the next round. There were all the residents of the Hyoudou house for the most part, and the guests from the world of heroes, added to Azazel and the nuns. There were some people missing, such as Sona and Tsubaki, who went to celebrate with the rest of the nobility, and Benlana and Grafia. These 2 went to visit Rias, the brunette being her mother. Surely the fight between the brunette and Razor was something hard to see for her, surely. Obviously minors were not allowed to drink alcohol, so there were only sodas and juices in the place, except for Azazel, who brought a couple of bottles for himself and Mitsuki, just for the 2 of them. Nemuri had told the brown-haired boy that Rias Gremory had gone to look for him, along with Razor, but that she told the duo that she was not there and that she did not know where she went, something that the brown-haired boy knew would have a talk, but he thought that it would not be a good time, but in a few centuries. So he did not pay much attention to it, and continued celebrating with everyone. Everyone was wearing casual clothes. Well, this part is more for those who participate in the tournament, since they stopped wearing their clothes designed for combat, or hero costumes. Those new to this told their first experiences, about how they had felt for the first time. Another thing was the wish that the chestnut tree would ask for. They didn't know what he would ask for, something that he said was a secret, leaving more intrigue to the curious. While Tiamat thought that it would be to find her sister with that wish, but for the chestnut tree, this wish could bring several people back. There were several. And they had all died. I don't think it would be too much to ask, but for now it would be a secret, and focus on winning the tournament. They talked about casual topics while enjoying food, or so they thought, since some explosions were present. It was not inside the mansion, nor was it Bakugo's. They all went to look through the window, managing to see that in some parts of the city black smoke was emerging, a sign of battles. There were several places in the city in the territory, so several would split up to go to different points, which were 3, 2 that did not seem to be very intense, but the third was smoking. Not everyone would go. Ross Weiss would go with a group to one point, Ophis would go with another group to another point, and the chestnut would go to the remaining point, while the guests from the world of heroes, they would not go, being invited. In the words of the chestnut and the others, they would take care of this. Moments before, outside the Wukong territory, there were 6 hooded figures at the entrance to the Wukong territory, 5 of which looked like adults and 1 who was the size of a child. The hooded figures removed their hoods, revealing the first, a short black-haired man, with bandages covering his right eye. He had a face that was carefree about life, black eyes. He had a little beard on his chin, but not in an exaggerated way, just a little. His name is Sakurai Ryo, current Jade Emperor, with 70% of the power inherited from the previous and original. The second hooded man turned out to be a woman with slightly reddish-brown hair, honey eyes, round glasses. Name, Takatsuki Akane, Sakurai's wife, Queen of Jade, who has the remaining 30% of the power of the original Jade Emperor, and which Ryo is missing to complete 100%, and the current master of the Moon Sword style. Descendant of the creator of this style. The brown-haired woman was carrying a small child, and she removed his hood, revealing a small child very similar to Ryo, who had bandages on his right eye like his father, named Sakurai Ryosuke, son of Ryo and Akane. The fourth hooded man revealed himself to be an old man who appears to be in his 50s, with gray hair, a little beard, but not exaggerated, an old man that everyone knows as a powerful fighter despite his age, creator of a powerful martial style, and above all, grandfather of Wukong Jin, and his name is Wukong Dushin. The strongest human that has ever existed. The fifth rubberized, upon removing his hood, let fall a long purple hair that reached almost to the end of his back. He had an expression of wanting to beat a certain person in particular, bearer of one of the two keys that are currently known, the Pandora key, granddaughter of an old friend and rival of Dushin, Asahina Yuki, Pandora. The last hooded figure to reveal himself was a blond man. He was Xiaochen, and as always, he started with a selfie, making several of those present shed a drop of sweat. Returning to what they came to the Yakumo territory for, they were supposed to enter as normal people, or so they thought, since if they remembered correctly, Xiaochen was given special permission to enter and leave the territory, something that this guy does not have. The blonde does not have it. She did not know where she had thrown herself, or when. Without being able to enter the territory normally, since the territory of high-class demons, unlike the open territories like normal cities of the underworld, to enter the territory of a high-class demon, permits were required, permits that take time to be processed, something that among them a certain purple-haired girl did not have that much patience for. So the best way was only one way, to enter by destroying the main entrance of the territory. A single kick was enough for Asahina, and that's what the girl did. With a single kick, she sent the large door flying. The woman had outstanding accounts with the owner of this territory. Such action was not overlooked by the security of the place, so several guards appeared to stop the intruders, so the group was separated into groups, Asahina on her own, as well as Dushin, Ryo, Akane, Ryosuke and Xiaochen are the last group. There was no need to kill them, it was not necessary. It was simply necessary to leave the guards out of the combat, since dialogue was something that did not work, since the purple-haired girl's action was not friendly at all. Present. The chestnut had arrived at one of 3 places where a fight was taking place, being able to notice how civilian demons were running or evacuated from the perimeter, while some guards were out of combat on the ground unconscious. Looking around, he could notice 3 silhouettes among the black smoke, being alert to what they would do. When Xiaochen told me how you've been, it was hard for me to believe it, until I saw it with my own eyes, my friend, said a male voice among the 3 silhouettes in the black smoke, a familiar voice to the brown-haired boy. He wasn't sure, but that man's voice reminded him of an old friend. The sound of a sword swinging sounded, clearing the black smoke, revealing who the 3 silhouettes were, being able to notice who they were, causing the brown-haired boy to open his eyes in shock. In front of him was his friends. Issei, Ryo, Akane? He pronounced their names in shock. In front of him were his old friends. He was speechless when he saw them. He could recognize them. They looked older, but they were recognizable. Ryo, how long, Jean? The black-haired boy greeted, raising his hand in greeting, with his typical expression of disdain, as he walked closer to the brown-haired boy. I'm sorry for the damage, but no one was hurt, or so I want to think, he said, the last part thinking about Dushin and Asahina. Akane, it's good to see you again. Yakumo-san greeted the master of the lunar sword, in her normal state, brown hair, while one hand held a katana, and the other a little boy very similar to Ryo. Zyxin, you would have entered undetected if it weren't for her recklessness, the blonde mentioned, referring to a certain purple-haired girl, who is surely hitting the guards left and right. The brown-haired boy remained static at what his eyes saw. The nostalgic feeling was very present in him, while he continued looking at his friends, but he was quickly pulled out of his thoughts by a scream. Damn you, idiot! Who exclaimed with force and fury was the voice of a woman. The brown-haired man quickly put himself on guard towards the direction where that voice came from, quickly wrapping himself in his armor suit. Something told him that he would really need it, and boy, did he need it. Receiving a kick with his forearm from a purple-haired girl who had removed her hood, showing her full body. But that was not what surprised the brown-haired boy, but the person who was in front of him, Asahina Yuki. Issei Yuki? He said, impressed to see her. Yuki, so you still remember me, damn it! And to think that I worried about you for 8 years! She exclaimed furiously, exerting more force on her feet, causing the ground to begin to crack. The brown-haired man didn't understand what the woman meant. 8 years. It's true that a lot of time has passed since he was in this world, but he had never thought about how long it had been in his own, and it seems he already had his answer. Before any of them could say anything else, or the spectators present could digest anything, the purple-haired girl was sent flying by a certain loli who had signs of a battle. She had a slightly angry expression. Ophis, we haven't finished our battle yet, said the lowly while with her power she rebuilt her suit. While she let out her power, apparently she got angry. Ophis and some other pieces were the ones that intercepted Ashina, and apparently they lost by beating, and Ophis is the only one that was not left unconscious. The purple-haired girl stood up and launched herself at Ophis, which Ophis did the same, but before both of them could clash, someone got between them. Both girls recognized who it was the brown-haired boy, in his Monkey King state, but something was noticeably different. His build was a little more robust, as if it were armor. The brown-haired boy stopped Asahina's kick with each hand and Ophis's claws with the other. It was simple thanks to being in his armor suit's strength mode. Issei, no fight, he said seriously, while he continued to hold the attacks of the two girls. Then applying a little force to push, he separated the two girls, while not leaving aside that there will be a possible fight between them. A silence fell over the room as Ryo, Akane, and Xiaochen watched intently. Had the battle ended? Or would it continue? A man's laughter rang out across the room. This time, it wasn't Ryo's, but someone else's. It was laughter that sounded. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Laughter rang out all over the place. It seemed unexpected guests kept appearing. Who could it be this time? While the unexpected guests knew who this laughter belonged to, just like the brown-haired man, this way of laughing, there was only one person, and that is. I see you haven't changed in all these years, little one, but it's good to know you've been healthy. The voice spoke again, causing the brown-haired man to open his eyes again in shock. He recognized this voice more than anything. While he began to look behind him, he turned around, bumping into an old man in an old gray GI. The brown-haired man, seeing the old man with disheveled hair, began to articulate a few words. Abulo. Grandpa. These were the words that came out of his mouth, while his shocked face changed to one of excitement, as he began to run towards the direction where the old Dushin was. Issei, Grandpa! He exclaimed with emotion, while he continued running, giving the old man a hug. The old man's expression was obviously not far behind when he saw his grandson, giving him a strong hug, an expression that was not far behind that of the brown-haired man. Perhaps it was more than his. Dushin, how have you been, my little one? I really missed you, said the old man excitedly, seeing his grandson. Regardless of his surroundings, if you go to a faraway place again, shouldn't you tell your old man where you are going? Have you eaten well? You haven't changed at all in these 8 years, kaka. While those present, such as Ryo, Akane and Xiaochen, saw this as a good meeting between grandson and grandfather, while with Ophis, the lowly took a while to understand how her brown-haired girl acts that way, beginning to show a slight expression of surprise since the brown-haired girl had called the old man grandfather. That meant only one thing, and that was that the old man was that Yakumo Dushin who gave the name Jin to the brown-haired man years ago. While with Asahina, the purple-haired girl saw this with a vein in her temple as she felt how her pending account had taken it without importance. She clenched her fists in anger. She walked slowly towards the Yakumo duo, who still did not notice the woman. Pay a faff. A strong blow to the chestnut's back head resonated with the impact. The chestnut's head was violently thrown forward, hitting the Dowson's face. His grandson's head remained just as hard. While the chestnut had returned to reality with a poker face, not knowing what happened a few moments ago with that blow, the old Dowson with his hand covered the forehead of his face where he was hit with the chestnut's head. Yuki, pair of idiots, especially you, said the woman, referring to the brown-haired man, who still had a poker face. The woman began to chant to the brown-haired man, while it was seen by everyone present, which was also seen by guards, making everyone sweat. While with that group, another group arrived at the place, being the group that found Yuki. They were unconscious except for the present Ophis. This newly arrived group was the one that found Dushin, made up of Rosweiss, Kuroka, Leifi, Claudia and Alicia. They seemed a bit tired. Everything was so fast fighting against that old stranger. They were very fast movements, accurate and strong blows. With just a few movements he could beat them all. That way of moving in combat seemed too familiar to them, not to say that they saw it daily. Could it be that? Arriving at the place where the chestnut tree was, they came across a scene that was the opposite of what they had in mind. Instead of a fight between the chestnut tree and the intruders, it was him and an old man being lectured by an adult-looking woman, with an explosive expression, more than anything, for the chestnut tree. The woman lecturing the chestnut was Asahina Yuki, in her Pandora state, with the outfit equipped, a light armor at first glance, a black striped suit with a neckline, tight-fitting lavender and cyan pieces covering her arms and shoulders, a small green tie with black collars and stockings with straps held by garter straps. The 5 girls, seeing this, could only think of one question, but they identified one of those present, who was Xiaochen. "What's going on here?" Skip. After the small incident in the city, the damage repaired, now with the intruders, in the Yakumo mansion, inside a large room, with everyone present at the party, explaining and introducing each of the newcomers. And all of this turned out to be very close acquaintances of the chestnut tree, friends and a relative, and being able to know who each one is. Remembering what Xiaochen said before returning to his world, about the visit that would happen very soon, and wow, it was too soon, but it's good to see them again. So taking advantage of this great reunion, they made more food for the party, as well as drinks, desserts, etc. Long time no see to the brunette Akane. Seeing that she is as before, without white hair, it is noticeable that the brunette had lost several events, such as controlling the power and blood of the Jade Emperor in her. It was something good, without the need to run avoiding that the aforementioned tries to cut off his head. And on the same topic with the brunette with glasses, it was Chloe, asking the woman some things about the lunar sword style, and about how the brunette taught her some of the basic movements, something that the woman knew that the aforementioned knew a little about her sword style. Something that made the woman happy, since the blonde heretic elf showed interest in such sword style. And about Dushin, now knowing that he is the grandfather of the chestnut by all those present, and of being the creator of the martial style Dushinryu, and who raised the chestnut before being what he is now in this world, he seems to be a nice old man, leaving aside that facet that was in the first meeting. About Asahina, they didn't know much about what relationship she has with the brown-haired man, but one thing is certain. She wants to hit the brown-haired man, because of the pending accounts she has, without knowing what they are, a lethal fighter in every sense, since a little of the woman's passage was told to those present. The story could not continue since it was interrupted and did not continue any further. But in the eyes of some of those present, the sensation of a certain chemistry between the purple-haired woman and the brown-haired man could be felt by the woman's sixth sense. Although at first glance the woman seems to be mean to him, something seemed that she is not. These acquaintances from the Axtano turned out to be great beings, emerged from when they are still humans. During the same age as the UA students, they study to be heroes, while at that age they already fought in a tournament that ended fighting against beings capable of devouring deities the world. No. Reality is much bigger and more unpredictable than it really is. And several girls looked at Yuki with a bad face, the same ones that the aforementioned left out of the fight, as was the case of Kuroka, Lulu and Maya, but they would let it go since it was a misunderstanding that the purple-haired girl caused. Telling about their world, that there were many changes after Ragnarok, and after the chestnut tree disappeared, and that the world entered a long period of peace, but that discrimination between users of borrowed and non-borrowed power appeared, something inevitable. But that Rio and the rest of the new Nox organization did what they could to reduce this kind of thing. And saying that they watched today's tournament, and that both of the chestnut teams did well, that it's thanks to Xiaochen that he told about his double identity, and telling about what the chestnut has done in this world, and about his supposed granddaughter. The old man did not wait long, as he immediately began to play horsey, letting the little girl ride on his back, and he would soon introduce the parents of the chestnut tree of this world to the old man. Little Akane, whose name is pronounced the same as the master of the lunar sword, but it has a different meaning, and it was that it meant red because of the little girl's hair, while the master of the lunar sword's hair means beautiful like a flower. Even Asahina's anger was no match for the little girl's innocence, who instead of being scared, her angry expression made the little girl laugh and become curious. And about the next fights, which will be held tomorrow, these 6 guests would be in a room to watch, which they gladly accepted, since the dynamics of this type of tournament were very different from the GOH tournament. And one last thing to explain was the presentation of Rio and Akane's son, Sakurai Ryosuke, who apparently is around 6 or 7 years old, who has the same eye bandaged as his father, who apparently has the same ocular ability, but is more for fighting, unlike the one with the brown one. While in Ryo's mind, the presence that the brown-haired man gave off made him familiar with having felt in his world, but it was impossible, since the brown-haired man had never returned to his world at any time, so it was very strange to feel the presence of the brown-haired man in his world without him appearing. It could not be Shin either. Since to feel his presence, someone would need to use it as borrowed power, and the only two contractors are present here, which was not an answer to what he felt in his world, leaving an unanswered intrigue. But it was a good idea to task Xiaoqin's apprentice, Peach, with finding the source of that presence. The group would be staying here for a while, as there isn't much to do in their world anyway, so they had to have some fun too, a bit like old times. About what happened today, they would tell Venelana, Grafia, Sona and Tabaki when they return, so they would enjoy this party, as it seemed that Azazel had fallen asleep on Mitsuki's lap after drinking too much, while Bakugo's blonde MILF mother continued drinking wine. As he left a drunken Azazel sleeping on his lap, while being watched by the chestnut, who used his cell phone to take a picture, he would laugh about this later, as would Vala. This opportunity to mock the crow would be 1 in a million, which is a rarity in the whole world. And right in the middle of the party, a magic circle appeared, where Rosweiss recognized it as her grandmother's, who appeared to greet her granddaughter. Gondel was already older. Not for nothing is she a grandmother, but she looked younger than her age, a good, well-maintained body, and with this we know that Rosweiss inherited a large part of her grandmother's genes, just like her mother. Dushin, hey little one, introduce me to that beautiful lady, the old man asked the brown-haired man in a low voice, apparently the old man who never married or had a partner. Spring finally arrived for him, late, but it's better than nothing. A feeling of attraction at first sight, something he never felt, or thought he would ever feel, but with the appearance of this woman. Issei, who? You mean Gondel-san? Dushin, so it's called Gondelem. Chapter 71, the tournament continues, the eliminations begin. The second day of the tournament is being held. With what happened yesterday in the Yakumo territory, the 6 special guests were in the same VIP room, along with the other guests and girls. While Ryosuke and Akane played with some toys in the living room, being looked after by their respective mothers, and the rest watched the tournament that would soon begin, introducing the 8 teams that would fight in the playoffs. Dushin the old man started a conversation with Rosweiss' grandmother, who talked about their respective grandsons and granddaughters, exchanging some events that those 2 young people experienced as children, a simple conversation between grandfather and grandmother. The Jade Emperor viewed this tournament with great interest. In how it was carried out, it was very different from the God of Highschool tournaments that he, his now wife, and the chestnut-haired boy participated in when they were high school students. It was very different, but in a way with the new GxH of today, being broadcast all over the world, just like this tournament, but this one seemed to be taking it to a higher level than GxH. With Kyle Mabe. The Beast Tamer had not been successful in getting tickets for the tournament, something that no one was selling extra tickets for, but that did not stop her from getting a ticket, being given by Rias, who when yesterday's tournament ended, the blonde did not waste time in contacting the redhead, but without giving a reason for her sudden interest. But she was grateful to Rias. Despite not having been in contact with the supernatural for years, she still gave it a pass, even though when she spoke to Rias, the voice of the aforementioned could be felt as if a weight had been lifted, in addition to producing a sensation of having matured more. Currently the girl was among the public watching how the tournament was going to take place soon, since today she was supposed to interview those who would go on to the next stage of the tournament. It was what it said in the tournament brochure. With this she could get closer faster, that's it. Or go right now to find out which is the participants' room, if that area were not closed. With the 2 vampires. The vampire of the Camilla faction was with her friend watching the tournament with King Teeps in a separate room. Both vampires showed an expression full of emotion on their fine faces, while they waited for the entrance of a certain king. Both Rias and her nobility were not the only ones to search for the chestnut tree, each with different intentions, but with the same result. He was not found, and hoping that with the interviews with the teams that would move on to the next stage they could find a more private way to talk about certain matters. Luckily it was shown that in these 7 years, there was no big change whatsoever. a piece was shown and has not changed from his image when he was in the academy. Well, it is not that in these 7 years the appearances of everyone have changed much, those who are human may be, but for the supernatural, the change is small. A slight increase in appearance with a little maturity. But seeing the brown-haired boy in one piece made him sigh despite knowing the news. Information is one thing and seeing it with his own eyes is another. He looked exactly the same as when he had left, but the feeling of seeing him already Yakumo gave them a strange sensation, as if something wasn't right, as if something didn't add up. Only they felt that something was not right, but without understanding that feeling, they did not pay attention to it, to continue watching how Azazel and that man called Tashinori presented the teams that would fight in this elimination round. With the teams Sona, Issei, Valley, Vidar, Jean, Serorg, Dihauser, Dulio were the 8 kings of their respective team who went to fight in this elimination round. The excitement was not far behind compared to what was shown yesterday. They wanted to see impressive fights like yesterday, and that is only the second day after it started. And the flame of excitement was not extinguished. And returning to the presentations, for the one previously known as the Breast Dragon, thanks to his new programs, is now known as Sekiryuutei. Those who were previously fans of the Issei Dragon, now grown as teenagers, became fans of the new program. That particular group wore the program's shirts while supporting the aforementioned participant and his team. After finishing introducing the participants and their teams, everyone was returned to their respective rooms to wait for who they would face, and about the teams that lost in the first stage, because now they are spectators in this tournament. Security on the second day had been increased, so that no one could enter the participants section. No one except the leading organizers of this tournament had permission. With Athena, the semi-light purple-haired girl, she walked with her father Zeus and brother Apollo to the room where they would watch the tournament, while a smile appeared on the goddess's face, an expression that did not go unnoticed by her father and brother. Something he asked his sister-daughter, something that the aforementioned could simply answer to both of them, that she had met again with an old acquaintance that she had not seen in years. That was the reason for her smile today, that despite having lost, it was not enough to erase that smile. She didn't say anything beyond that, since no one else apart from her knew who he was, even though some of the spectators present had already met him. But Athena had met him many years ago, long before. The first match of the second day would soon begin, and in the meantime, they would go through some commercial breaks, to return announcing the first match of this second qualifying round. After a few brief commercial breaks, it was time to announce the 2 teams that would fight, using the same random dynamics as yesterday, 2 roulette wheels, each containing 4 names of the teams that would fight. The 2 roulette wheels began to spin, then stopped, finally revealing the 2 teams that would fight, and it was Team Citri versus the Bale team. The younger Citri had the same luck of starting with the first match of the day, and now she will fight against the team of her rival friend's cousin. It seems that Roulette is in a tremendous mood today too. The Bale team would be very different than fighting against Rias and her team, who, although they do not have heavyweights like Mr. Black aka Crom Croach or Vasco, but that does not mean that it will be a tough fight like yesterday. The 2 teams moved to their respective platforms to begin the peace combat section. For Sona, the surprise factor of the suits that she, Tsubaki and Yura are wearing would make the enemy team aware of this, and regarding Olga's ability, they would go against the rook, queen and bishop pieces mainly, as shown yesterday. So they would be careful against them. With that in mind, the battle between the Citri team and the Bale team began, while the dice fell to add up the value for the first peace battle. With Team Hyoudou, Red Dragon. The team rested peacefully in the room they were given, with everything they needed to watch the fight comfortably, drinks, food, etc., etc. We focused on a certain green-haired man who was in his thoughts, trying to figure out what that dream he had last night was. He didn't understand it. It didn't seem like a dream. It felt very real, just like with his past dreams with Shin. It wasn't a simple dream, but a fight between a guy and All for One, and he saw everything while his whole body was wrapped in some kind of flames or black spots, leaving only the upper half of his face free. He tried to understand this dream. Could it be something related to One for All? That's what he wanted to know. I hadn't mentioned this to All Might yet, since I wanted it to be private. Will it be some kind of effect like when he saw silhouettes during the UA tournament when he fought Shinzo? Will it be something like that? I didn't know, but it was certain that it was related to one for all and all for one. Deep in his thoughts he didn't see how Katsuki looked at him seriously, while like Midoriya, the explosive blonde was in his thoughts. In such a short time, that useless man had become strong, and that was due to the help of the brown-haired boy. He clenched his hands in anger. Before he was number one in everything, and the rest were simply his shadow. But now, everything had changed. For more than one he opened their vision beyond the horizon. It is something good, yes, but for Bakugo it was something bad. He felt like he was sent from heaven straight to the ground. He was not the one who would be number one. Not even close. That Deku had surpassed him, and he knew it. He had been able to defeat one of those pieces or whatever it's called, and no, this angered him. But he felt like the green-haired man was hiding more things. What could it be? He didn't know, but that wasn't the case. He would rise to heaven from where he fell. This simply shows how weak he still is. And what's missing to become number one again like before? He will do it. He will surpass any being that exists. There are beings stronger than All Might for Bakugo. His existence among them is null. He hated losing, and in the fights of this tournament, he would improve while demonstrating that he is not in the mood for games. For the kids aspiring to be heroes, they could get quite a bit of combat experience in this, seeing how the fights are. Really, if they put a villain in front of those people, any of them would have taken care of him in one hit. And in Midnight's words, this will help them improve in real combat, since all the participants, if the chestnut explained it wrong, have been in a war a long time ago, and for the UA students, it would help them grow faster to face the villains that emerge day by day. Returning to the tournament broadcast, it was the match between Sona and Serorg. Everyone fixed their eyes on the television. Meanwhile elsewhere, there was a group of 3 hooded men in a place outside the tournament, secretly so that no one could see them. One of them took out a pocket watch to see. It seemed that they were waiting for someone to appear. It didn't take long for a portal to open in front of the group of hooded figures, and 2 young men came out of it, one with semi-long red hair with a lock of hair sticking out on his forehead, and blue eyes. It's like seeing, in a way, a male version of Rias from her academy days. The other young man was one with black hair tied in a tail that reached the middle of his back, violet eyes, like the redhead who resembles a male version of Rias. This second one had a resemblance to Akino, a hypothetical male version. The 3 hooded figures who were there took off their hoods, showing their faces, a girl very similar to Asia, and 2 young people who looked like Iria and Zenobia respectively. Blonde, X, Nizan, Kunizan, how nice that you arrived. We have many things to. The blonde's words were stopped in their tracks by the redhead identified as X. X, we have something important to tell you first, Eri said the redhead calmly, then giving a signal with his eyes to the black-haired man called Ku, and now the blonde identifies herself as Eri. Black-haired man, what happens is that both Loki and I are in the past, said the black-haired man to the trio of young people who arrived before them, but they already knew this fact. But what the black-haired man said surprised them from another reality. He said this ending with his revelation. What? The 3 young men exclaimed at this revelation from their older brother, although they and the others were equally surprised when they learned about this. X, yeah, we probably had the same expression when we figured it out, said the male version of Rias with slight amusement. The 2 young newcomers began to count. All of them along with Loki were in the past, there was no doubt about that. But due to some error during the magic circle of time, which during his father's attack, was something that modified the coordinates. The line in this time of his parents are intact, but they could not say the same in this line, which thanks or misfortune of Loki, was modified, since assuming that not even he himself knows that it is another reality in the past. This simple, but at the same time incredible fact, bringing relief to the 3 young people. No wonder the walled simulator looks very different from the one they know. Now it made sense. Many people they know in this past look very different from how they knew when they were younger. Everything turns out to be the past of another reality. Multiple realities is something that both Azazel and Ajuka of his time have said, and not only them, but it is a topic that they do not talk much about this, so this knowledge is little for these young people. Now it was the turn of the 3 young people to tell what they found out, telling them about their mothers, who never married their father, and not only some of those who did, and another is the existence of other beings that never existed in theirs. Something that for the newly arrived duo, they understood, even if it is not their time or reality. The presence of Loki would be something that they had to take care of, take him back to his time, and have him judged by justice. Only the two of them were able to arrive, since it was difficult to travel to the past, and even more so to another reality. More support was needed, but they had separated from their father during the course of getting here. The good thing would be to find Loki so that when their father arrives, he can finish once and for all and get the cure for one of his mother's/wives. For now, these 5 young people had to find Loki's whereabouts, something that the 3 of them had not been successful in, despite having arrived 2 days ago, with no trace of him or his UL. But knowing Loki, he would attack where he could wipe out all the factions, and the only place where there is such a thing is that tournament. They would stand in the crowd to see if this event would be attacked by the Loki of their time, otherwise it would be quite difficult to find him. Back with the tournament. And the winner to have the right to move on to the next round is Serorg. I exclaim Azazel into the microphone as the winner of this match, declaring the Bale team the winner, leaving Sona and her team out, and as the Bale winner, and the first team to be put on the list for the next round. It was truly an intense fight, managing to defeat several of Sona's strategies, knowing in advance that the suit that Citri wears and some of its pieces was able to stand up to Rias's crimson armor. Winning by 10 points more than Sona, thanks to the battle between kings. Although Sona was strong with that suit, Serorg noticed something, which he took as an advantage, and it was that this suit increases physical power, and very little in magical power, and Sona is more of a magical power than a physical power. And Citri has not yet mastered it. It is not for the Bale to take this as an advantage, but his objective or opponent in fighting in this tournament was either Cao Cao, nor Sona, nor Vala, but Hyoudou Issei and Wukong Jin. He would not lose for anything, he would fight against them both, and he would win. He was 1 week away from marrying Keisha, 1 week away, and with what he won he would ask for the perfect gift for his future wife, and current fiancée. That would be his wish, the perfect wedding gift for her. This was his second fight won, which is missing 2 more fights for the winner to come to light, and that will be Serorg Bale. With the Bale team occupying one of the 4 spots that would advance to the next round, now with 3 spots left, it was time to announce the next match, and the excitement was not long in coming. And they were heard. The virtual roulette with the names of the remaining teams appeared. Already with 2 team names out, it began to spin, until the 2 roulettes stopped, showing the 2 teams that would face each other, and it is the Odinson team against the Hyoudou team. The second match was about to begin. This would be the first time that Vita fights against the Sekiryuutei unlike another timeline. Chapter 72, One for All, Out of Control. In the first match of this second stage, one of the 4 teams that would advance to the next round was the Bale team, filling one of the 4 places, beating the Citri team to obtain the right to the next round, leaving the Sona team and its nobility out. The second match at this stage was already announced, and it was the Red Dragon team against the Odinson team. The 2 teams went up to the arena to decide the number of combat based on the value of the pieces, since the number of pieces in each team were very close. It would be a quick fight if it was decided to send multiple pieces at the same time. The Red Dragon team had 10 pieces. It was supposed to be 7, but during the previous round, at the last moment, 3 more pieces were integrated, 2 pawns and a rook, and on the part of the team led by Vidar, this had a total of 8 pieces, which was more than enough to beat the Greek team. There was a difference of 2 pieces between the 2 teams, and the members of the Nordic team were known, while in the case of the Red Dragon, there was no knowledge of its members or their abilities. It was null, just with what was seen in the previous round. Will they be strong enough to defeat the mythical beings that make up the Nordic team? The balance was 40 that yes and the remaining no. Now that both teams are on their respective platforms, waiting for the start signal, this fight both Vala and Serorg would pay close attention, but from Lucifer's point of view, the pieces that Chestnut has on that team, they would have a very tough battle. The only one who could face it would be Bina and Bova, while the rest, hopefully all of them together, would defeat the maximum 2 of the opposing team. But for him it was more important to see the fight between the kings, since the result of the combat of the pieces was obvious. During the fight with that all for one, everyone who made up that team was there, except for Bova and Bina, and if they couldn't beat that villain, There was no need to talk about these opponents that they would have to fight. With this team, with luck it would happen, but knowing Hyoudo's luck, it remained to be seen. The match began with the Plus Ultra of All Might, which was apparently catchy enough to get many of the spectators to shout along with it. Thus the fight began. Both kings rolled their dice to make the sum. On the part of Vidar, one of the sons of Father Odin, the blonde showed a slight smile, which combined with his appearance of a knight. He was excited to be able to fight against the Red Emperor Dragon. He wanted to know how strong he had become in these 7 years. An era of peace reigned after the war against Cliffith, something that peace weakened many. Believing it to be definitive, they suffered the consequences, and with the appearance of the mysterious Wukong Jin, it was a factor that again made many return to training to become even stronger, in a little over half a year. They had greatly increased their strength, giving a possible result of a multiplier of 7 onwards. That was the number of how strong they had become, the average. It was time to see if the Sekiryuutei is at the level of this. Skip. The fights of the pieces was just as it was from Vala's point of view. Most of the pieces of the dragon team were defeated, leaving only Bina and Bova. Well, only Bina, since Bova had reached his limit after defeating several pieces of the opposing team. All the fights were normal, except for one, the fight that Izuku was in. Something strange had happened to him. In the middle of the fight, his body began to be wrapped in a black flame that came out of his hands until it filled his entire body. Nobody knew what was happening, while they watched the green-haired man lose control of that black mass. While he tried to fight to control it, this event made his opponents also stop to see it to a certain extent. Everyone saw this, until they finally stopped the green-haired boy, being the same brown-haired boy, who entered the arena to leave the green-haired boy out. He had no other way to calm him down. A quick hit on the back of his head was enough to calm him down, and that strange black mass disappeared. The green-haired boy was taken to the restroom while he was checked from head to toe by doctors, while his little sister also went to the first moment to see the doctors give results. After this, the fight would end, but the points of this fight would be given for life, being the intervention of the king. The result of each encounter did not change with the boys of the UA. Fighting against semi-gods was enough for them, even for professional heroes like Nemuri and Yu, seeing that their fight against the Phoenix team was nothing. Even though only very few of them fought. A huge difference for the heroes, with Bova and Bina being the only ones who stand up to them. Tanny's son managed to win several matches, but he had reached his limit. The same with Bina, an alter ego of Grafia created for this tournament. Despite being one of the strongest female demons, there was a limit too. Worse, managing to defeat the vast majority of Vidar's pieces, until she began to show signs of fatigue. She could continue, but it was enough, being stopped by the same chestnut, and continuing against Vidar. If Grafia continued, it would be her team that would have a higher score than the opposing team. A difference of 13 points for the Red Dragon team against the Nordic, being the second mention carrying the merchant. There were still pieces to continue fighting. The chestnut was satisfied with the performance of the team. This was the limit of the boys of the UA, seeing the possible winners to fight in the next round. If they were not taken out of the fight in this round, it would be the next one. They had fought very well, and a great rest had been earned, and as king he would fight with everything. With Grafia being the only piece of the team, despite knowing that the Lucifuge is really strong, that the Red Dragon team had to lose, whether in this round or the next, demanding a lot from newcomers to this world would be too much. For now this would be the best they can give. The combat between pieces was victorious for the Nordic team, arriving at the second part of this team meeting, and it is the battle between their kings. Without making them wait, the two kings appeared on the platform, under the ovation of the spectators towards the Red Dragon. And among the public, there were two groups of hooded figures, watching this version of their father fight, knowing beforehand that this was not their time, nor reality. Even though one of those groups had to look for Loki, he was not there, while knowing that this was the place where the leaders of most of the factions met. It was a matter of time before he appeared during the course of this event. And the remaining group, they simply wanted to see their parents' past, and they traveled to the past in secret. But it was not the past of their timeline. But no way, their father had said that there were many lines, and that he himself managed to know one of them. But returning to the fight, the two kings were looking at each other, waiting for the starting bell to ring. The son of Odin firmly took a position to draw his sword, while waiting for the signal to begin. Vidar, it will be an honor to fight you, Sekiryuutei Hyoudou Issei. Don't hold back, he said politely to the brown-haired man, who nodded with a smile to get into a fighting stance, then went into his balance breaker. Excuse me, if I remember correctly, you have an even more powerful form, don't you? Why don't you use it? He asked with doubt, since that was the base, and knowing that it had more variants. Issei, well, when Ajuka took away the pieces, many of the variants were gone, so I improved what I could in this form without needing to use the Dabalos, he said in response to Vidar's question. The Norse god understood what was said, so he wouldn't ask any more questions. He would start fighting without limiting himself. A fair fight, may the strongest win. Vidar, may the strongest win, Hyoudou, he said politely. Issei, same mind. Let the fight begin. The sound of the ring rang loudly. Both kings were thrown towards each other. The brown-haired man connected a punch on the Norse god's sword as a shield, to counterattack with an ascending kick, but the brown-haired man dodged it by stepping back. Seeing how the brown-haired man made his way to the edge, dodging a kick from Vidar, the aforementioned didn't wait. He gave a great impulse to shorten the distance between him and the Sekiryuutei to start cutting with his sword, while the brown-haired man dodged or repelled some with his fists. That armor proved to be very resistant. And there were no signs of scratches, as if the cuts he managed to give on his hands weren't great damage. This action was repeated several times, while the chestnut tree continued to retreat, and the god closed the distance, until the chestnut tree could only use the propellants to rise, since it was very close to the limits of the platform. To then fall behind Vidar, to give him a powerful increased blow. Vidar in speed was not far behind, reacting quickly, turning around, accumulating magic power in the tip of his sword, his attack being faster than the chestnut's fist. The red dragon could do nothing but cover himself with his hands in the form of an X to receive the attack fully. The powerful tip of the Vidar's sword struck the chestnut-haired man's X-shaped arms squarely, creating an explosion of light upon contact, blinding many of the spectators, but that light quickly dissipated, showing both kings were at a distance. The chestnut-haired man managed to stand, but seeing the ground there were traces of struggle to avoid being thrown out by Vidar's attack. Smoke was coming out of the chestnut's arms where the attack hit the Norse god's attack, while there were traces of black scratches, but Vidar knows that this was nothing. All they were doing was a physical fight, without any magical power. And not only the Norse god knows about this, but the Norse god asked the chestnut that this fight be more than just an exchange of physical strength. He accepted, making Vidar happy. While he began to make his sword be wrapped in power, he waited for what the chestnut would come out with, what kind of power he would bring out. The brown-haired man stopped being in a combat pose, to show himself standing. While he passed a hand to the emerald orb on the chest of his armor, he began to recite a chant. The most powerful Empress, who has given me her blessing as the most powerful Empress, grant me the ultimate crimson cloak. She who reigns over all, but no one reigns over you, I call upon your power of domination for this battle. This was what the chant recited, while a green and red circle appeared under the chestnut, while green cracks appeared all over his armor, while green particles of light began to appear all around him. I dedicate this battle to the most powerful queen, awaken in me. Red Queen! A crimson explosion occurred when the chestnut finished saying his chant. The explosion occurred in the same place where the chestnut was. When the light of the explosion disappeared, a new appearance, while on the ground around him, there were pieces of the armor he was using a few moments ago, which little by little lost the red glow, until they went out and turned gray, to slowly turn into dust. The chestnut's new armor was crimson in color, but shiny, as if it were chrome metal, and it was closer to his body, as if it were a kind of scale, allowing us to see a more curved and human shape, compared to the previous version, which was a bit robust. Still maintaining features of the previous armor, but closer to the body, this being, along with the chrome crimson, the biggest changes. Vala was surprised to see this, coming to mind. When he accompanied the chestnut along with Surzex and company to a patrol, he remembered that the chestnut had told him that he lost many of his forms when he took out the pieces, but that he gained a new one, which an old carrier had given him. Could this be what the chestnut had told him back then? This form is the balance between his Juggernaut and the Dabalos dragon. The explosive power of the Juggernaut, combined with the unlimited power of the Dabalos, the perfect point between those two states. He did not achieve it alone, but this form was created by one of the strongest wielders. Drake, and to think that when Elsha was my carrier I knew you before being a Hyoudou, commented the red dragon in the mind of the brown-haired boy. This form was created by Elsha, giving it as a gift to an old friend, and to think that I never believed him when he told me, he said again in the mind of his carrier. Issei, I wouldn't use this armor if I wasn't going to win, he said gracefully while a pair of wings created by red energy began to emerge from his sword. Then he flapped them and then transformed into a bristle of energy to shoot out towards Vidar. The aforementioned could not keep up with the speed for a moment, but seeing how the brown-haired man reappeared in front of him, and then his hand quickly wrapped itself in green energy to form a dragon's claw, he managed to dodge it, causing that attack to hit the ground squarely, where that claw was embedded. But then in an instant created a crater in the place. But the attack did not end there, as a green tail wrapped around Vidar, quickly throwing him into the air. While he was in the air, he could see the tail coming out of the chestnut's back and then disappearing into green particles, and then the chestnut had turned around, looking at the Norse god in the air. The brown-haired man brought his hands together, pointing towards the Norse god. His hands began to form the head of a dragon, made of the same emerald green energy. The head of that dragon quickly opened, beginning to accumulate red energy in its mouth, to quickly shoot it in a huge torrent of energy towards Vidar. Issei/Trihexa, Crimson Shot! Exclaimed the duo to immediately the red power in the wedding of the head of the energy dragon shot out in a red torrent surrounded by a green aura towards Vidar. Vidar barely managed to dodge that torrent of power, being given to his left arm. The torrent of energy passed through the entire barrier surrounding the battlefield as if nothing, shooting into the sky, causing a loud explosion in the sky, accompanied by a powerful roar. This was the second time that everyone witnessed an attack of such magnitude, the first being the one caused by Olga with her invocation of Bahamut, this one being much more powerful, considering the Sekiryuutei. Vidar, so this is the power of the Sekiryuutei, he said, impressed while using magic to calm the pain of his affected arm. That whole place was burned, while he saw that explosion after 7 years. The Norse god quickly looked back at his opponent, but his vision was obstructed by many green energy dragons with red eyes. He looked all around him, and saw that he was surrounded by all of them, while behind him was the brown-haired one. Issei, it's not good to get distracted during a fight, Vidar-sama, said the brown-haired boy, making the aforementioned turn around. But I can't lose if I use this armor. She wouldn't like it if I lost with her gift, he said while his right hand surrounded by a green aura. The brown-haired boy snapped his finger, and everything around him lit up, while outside of them, everyone saw a green sphere made of green energy dragons, which began to shine brightly and then explode, sending what was left of the field flying to prevent the attacks from reaching the spectators. A great gust of wind swept away all the spectators, but without putting their lives in danger. After the explosion dissipated, the Sekiryuutei stood in the center of the platform, while helping a wounded Vidar to stand up. The aforementioned had received that last attack full force, leaving him injured and part of his clothing destroyed. The Norse god could not take it anymore, so he gave a white towel, giving the chestnut as the victor of this fight. But even so, the Red Dragon team won the King's 12 points. The Norse team was still superior by 1 more point than the Red Dragon team, leaving the Nordic team as the winner to move on to the next round. But all of this was really a great fight. But the scores gave the rights, and the Nordic team came out the winner, thanks for the part of the pieces. Even though the Red Dragon team didn't win, they gave their all, which was a good thing, considering that it was the Sekiryuutei's first tournament as king. In front of everyone, he did a good job, and he would improve along the way. He hadn't started badly, but he did have experience in leading. Team Bale, and now Team Nordic, the second team to fight in the next round, had appeared, leaving 2 free spots left to fill, leaving the White Dragon team, Yakumo, Belial and Angels, 2 matches remaining to fight. But since the platform was damaged, it would take a little while to repair it, so some commercial breaks. After the commercial breaks, the platform was as good as new, and it was time to continue with the next match. Time would not stop, so let's go. The roulette was spun, leaving only 2 teams on each roulette, and the 2 teams to fight will be White Dragon Team vs Sky Team. With Midoriya. After losing consciousness, the green-haired boy found himself in the middle of nowhere, dark, but he clearly saw his body, thinking that it was again the same place where he had interactions with Shin, a being very similar to his friend the brown-haired boy. But he was wrong. Instead of someone very similar to the brown-haired man appearing, someone different appeared, a bald man, with some goals placed on his head, who was wearing a black jacket, showing that apart from that, he was not wearing anything. But he did not ask to speak, because before doing so, he was again enveloped by that strange black mass. He could simply hear how that man began to tell him. He recognized that man, and it is one of the previous portals of the Cap 73, One for All, Valley vs. Stilio. Midoriya was in front of one of the previous portals of One for All. He knew it. He had had a dream where it showed several of the portals before him, and All Might. He didn't know what carrier number it was, but there was one before him, long before. That power you have is no longer something you can continue to use irresponsibly, breaking every bone like it was your daily bread, brat. That's what the man without hair was saying. More than saying, it was like a general giving a lesson to a sergeant. That is, the man was shouting at the green-haired man, who had all those kinds of black spots covering him, leaving only the top of his head free, without being able to speak, only hand signals. You are beginning to manifest many more abilities than you can imagine, and you are not using all of our faith placed in One for All well. This time the man's speech was calmer. Midoriya couldn't respond, but it seems that the man doesn't care at all, while the green-haired man tried to respond through signs. Whether you answer or not is not a problem. I just came to give you a brief lesson on how to use my quirk. This revelation made the green-haired boy's eyes open in shock. This seemed as real as in the small chats with Shin, who, despite the fact that currently he has only used what that being very similar to the brown-haired boy calls borrowed power, twice. One was in the camp, and then against All for One. The rest was talks after fighting against One for Al's nemesis, where Shin has been helping him on how to move better, without the need to make unnecessary movements. This was real, just like the silhouette scene when he fought Shinzo. If it was like Shin, this could be due to a connection between him and One for All. After this information was given by the previous bearer of One for All, the subject began to disappear like ashes, something that the aforementioned noticed, so he would say what he had to say faster. My time is running out, so I'll be brief, kid. The power you used a while ago in that strange tournament is my quirk. One for All is more than just strength. What All Might has shown is only a part of all the power passed down from generation to generation. The man explained, while half of his body had disappeared in the form of ashes, and he continued explaining. During the fight, you thought about catching something from a distance with great force, didn't you? And my quirk was the appropriate one to reach that without the need for you to reach it physically. The man said, understanding his hand, where the same black spots emerged on it, forming black whips, not just one, but several in a single hand. And the name of my quirk is Black Whip. The successors after me have not needed to use this quirk. You are the first. You are quite lucky, you know. It is a great quirk, and combined with the other powers, it is much stronger than in my time. The man said, while half of his upper torso was facing upwards. The man, without wasting any more time, shook his hand with Midoriya's, watching as the dark matter in the man's hand passed to him, while the man began to smile slightly. That anger you felt fighting against them is normal. Anger has always been a source of strength since ancient times. You have discovered a quirk that is part of One for All, and you still have 6 more quirks to discover. The man said with grace, while the green-haired man could only show the impression through his eyes. He had discovered something new. This really was a very big revelation. Control anger with your heart, and master its total use. Good luck, boy, and carry the will of One for all of us. Remember that we will always be with you. The man said this last comment to disappear completely, sending Midoriya back to reality. The little time he spent here, he had spent several hours in reality. White Dragon Team vs. Sky Team. The battle against Peace had been a victory for the Sky Team, led by Dulio, a difference of 10 points, giving the victory to the Angel Team, but that does not mean that the White Dragon Team left them easy. Although Vale was among the strongest, like Dulio, the Joker of the Overlord of Heaven, the power of the bearer of the White Dragon was superior to the reincarnated angel, but he was superior in strategy, knowing beforehand how Lucifer always attacked head-on, using this factor for his play. While avoiding being within the limits of Lucifer's attacks, Dulio used his sacred gear to create small spheres that contain attacks of different elements, any type of element that exists in nature. It's like a sea full of bombs that prevents Vala from using much of his speed to get close to his opponent, without first using an energy blast to clear the battle area. It sounds simple to move from all those spheres that the angel created, but it was the opposite. With a mere contact with one of them, the rest of them would explode consecutively, one after another without stopping. It would be easy to divide the power of each sphere for Vala, like using half a dimension, but he knows that if he divides, Dulio would create more. After seeing the fight between Issei and Vidar, the white-haired boy was thinking about how to get a more organic armor, as well as lighter and less large, as if they were dragon scales, being part of his skin. The brown-haired boy had called him Red Queen. Could it be that form that he told him about in the world of heroes? It was very possible. The attacks that the chestnut used were all created by that green energy that came out of his gems throughout his armor, energy that can take a physical form. It was a high domain to be able to maintain a condensed energy so as not to explode. Although many already mastered that, it was incredible to come from someone who lacks magical mastery. Well, not so much anymore, but being a creation of weapons very similar to those used by angels and fallen for their light element spears. And as his natural rival, this is a competition to see who would be the strongest. He knows how far the chestnut has come, that instead of knowing where to stand, he would arrive. No, he would overcome that distance difference. Valii Lucifer, he would continue to level up. It is true that in these 7 years he has not trained as much as before the war against the beast of the apocalypse, since with the departure of the brown-haired man in those 7 years, the white-haired man was able to understand that training and strengthening has infinite limits. But the time that you can spend with the people that matter to you. You will never know that if one of these days there is not a morning next to those people. Spending more time as a couple, Valley had understood something that is more important than becoming strong and fighting. Rather than making him weak, it gave him more reason to become strong, even if his growth has become slow in the years that he spent time with his partners, rather than training. Overdrive. A glow covered Lucifer along with his armor, then dissipated, showing in his state of Juggernaut overdrive, a state below the Dabalos Lucifer. He wouldn't lie, these 7 years of not training constantly as it was before, he had slowed down a lot, and that piece was a cause of not being able to access the Dabalos without much effort. But it was something that he would recover later, since when he used it against Tobio, something in Vala tried to prevent him from using it freely, something he didn't want to risk against Dulio, knowing that he is much stronger than Tobio. And if those same symptoms happen again when Lucifer enters the Dabalos, he didn't want to risk it. It was safer to use the overdrive. He would be the winner of this tournament, no matter what. Dulio, seeing this action, did not stay behind. Valley is strong, and the angel knows it, but his way of attacking, in many times you can predict his next attack. Not for nothing is he a master in tactics, and the best strategy to defeat Vala was made. Flagello di colori del arcobaleno, speranza di briscola. A kind of sub-balance breaker of the zenith tempest, that the power released from this sub-balance breaker allows Dulio to obtain 2 extra pairs of wings, completing the 12 pairs, in addition to a single angel halo. It became 4 on his head, being able to equal or surpass the archangels in power, but this, it is not known if it is true or not, since there has never been a fight to determine it, being a mere speculation. This sub-balance breaker allows him to create countless numbers of large spheres that trap his opponent, where each sphere represented an element of nature, where the attack within that sphere was the element that Dulio gave him. Vala's ability to divide power is currently divided 4 times in half in a single second, and to counter that number of divisors, Dulio had to create more spheres to increase the multiplier greater than the divided ones. Each sphere is a natural independent power created by Dulio's sacred gear, and if it is kept at a distance from Valley, it will not be possible to divide its power. It would only be possible to divide its elemental spheres. To defeat Valor's division, Dulio would have to create more spheres to create an explosion greater than what Valor can divide in a single second, enough to take him out of combat. Lucifer used his power to open a path between the spheres to reach his opponent. While dividing the spheres and using a power shot to destroy those spheres, his wings and claws finally cut other spheres, while not slowing down, while Dulio repeated his action again and again, while staying away from Vala's perimeter. without stopping creating spheres. Elemental spheres being destroyed by Valley, and new ones emerged, taking the place of the destroyed ones. Explosions arose one after another, without stopping in this fight, until Vala finally reached Dulio. With his claws he took the blonde, crashing him to the ground. The aforementioned had let himself be caught on purpose, something that Vala did not notice. Dulio had Vala where he wanted, on the ground, and without paying attention to the sky, the blonde maintained a slight smile, despite noticing that he was at a disadvantage. "Albion, Vala! This is a distraction!" exclaimed Vala's dragon wings to the aforementioned. The dragon could notice how the sky cleared the black clouds, showing thousands, millions of elemental spheres, something that Vala looked up, seeing millions of spheres above him. Trying to divide all that power, but the blonde started a counterattack, avoiding concentrating on dividing all that power as much as he can, starting a fight, an exchange of blows between the two of them, while the spheres fell quickly on Valley and Dulio, who continued fighting against Valley, preventing Lucifer from concentrating on dividing. The millions of spheres fell completely. Vala divided a large part, but Dulio created more than what he had lost, one simultaneous explosion after another, making each explosion in a row become more powerful. Vala divided, and Dulio with his explosive spheres compensated for more than what Vala would have divided. The power field protecting the spectators was broken by the powerful explosion. A huge blizzard stalked the unprotected spectators, but in time the secondary barrier was activated. A great wave of power reached the sky. Fire, water, lightning, earth, ice, all kinds of elements of nature began to fall in small traces of power, until the light of the battlefield dissipated, showing the two kings on the ground face to face. Everyone was waiting to see who would rise to be the winner, or would it be a tie, as if the previous situation had not happened, since no one was hurt. Everyone was waiting to see who would be the winner. Slowly they could notice how both opponents began to move, in an attempt to get up. After being in the middle of a strong explosion at close range, Valley had returned to his balance breaker state, but much of the armor was broken, while Dulio's clothes were the same as Vala's armor, in addition to signs of burns on both of them. Dulio stood up a little more than Vala, but he quickly surpassed him. But even so, either of them remained standing. It was a fight to see who would get up first. That great explosion had finished off all their resistance. Vala was the one who took the most damage. There was the power of light in her, being Vala part demon. It was more damage to him than to Dulio. After a few minutes, both stood up to hit the other, hitting them in the face respectively, remaining in that position for a short while, until one of them fell to the ground, turning out to be the winner. To move on to the next round is the team. Letter Triumph of Heaven! Azazel exclaimed into the microphone, and after this exclamation, applause erupted from the audience. The third team had emerged, leaving only one spot for the next teams to compete in the semi-final of the next round. The White Dragon team gave a great fight, one more fight, and the qualifiers were over, and today's fights. But there would be a special event, where all the participating teams would answer in a kind of interview, although there is the option for the teams not to enter that event, but it is always fun to answer the questions. The third team had emerged. Now only one fight was missing to finish the eliminations, and complete the 4 teams. There was no need for the roulette. There were only 2 teams left, Belial's and Yakumo. The king of the rating game against one of the 2 rookies of this tournament, while the arena is rebuilt to begin today's final match. How strong will the Yakumo team be against the king of the rating game? We are about to find out. Unknown location. How long until the attack? Asked a being whose face could not be distinguished because it was in the shadows. His tone of voice could be heard as he was impatient. Very soon, we will attack when the spell is ready to use on them, commented another male voice. This one seemed calm, as if he already knew that everything would go as planned. Why don't we continue watching the tournament? Maybe it will give you an idea of who you will possibly fight against while we wait for Kokobeel to have that brat under control. Behind them was the aforementioned looking at a capsule, which opened, releasing a large amount of magical power, and inside the capsule, a black-haired woman came out, with a metallic mask on her head. In addition to metallic parts of armor, the helmet, and the armor parts, had lines of red magical flow, as if they were some kind of device that injected something into the black-haired woman every so often. the black-haired girl's face could not be seen because of the helmet, but Kokobile, upon seeing her, simply put a smile on his face, and then began to laugh, while he began to say something about the girl, a descendant of the legendary wizard, Merlin. Then the eyes of the black-haired girl's helmet began to shine intensely red. Yashaya. Capital Lilith, the city in the underworld where the great raiding game Red Cup was taking place these last few days. Today was the day of the grand finale, where two teams would face each other to reveal the winner of this competition. But everything happened the opposite. The attack of an unexpected being made the whole capital in chaos. In the center of it, where the great stadium was previously located, where the great raiding game tournament was taking place, Jade Emperor and his Empress, Pandora and Sun Wukong, had been defeated by that being. A dark red sphere, inside it were 4 black stars, while the sphere was like a kind of parasite attached to that being, opting for a great increase in power. Light green skin, large muscle masses, long red hair falling down his back, a white out-of-control look. That being was fighting against a group of young people who came out of nowhere, a blonde man in a red motorcycle-style suit and jeans, a pale white with dragon wings, and a pale white with Valkyrie armor. A redhead had some kind of red armor on, but it was destroyed. A red armor very similar to the white-haired man of the same age, only that one was white. A chestnut tree had a kind of spear, but its end was a kind of machine gun. Power of destruction came out of the weapon. Wukong Jin was actually Hyoudou Issei. The world had witnessed his revelation before the attack of a Norse god from the future. After defeating that god of the future, their present being, now out of nowhere, began his attack, which seemed to be directed at Jin. Green mats of energy were flying everywhere, causing huge explosions. With the help of Sakurai Ryo, Takatsuki Okane, Asahina Yuki and Yakumo Dushin, they had not been able to defeat this being. All of them being defeated and thrown to the ground. An area filled with destruction and rubble, where there were few people witnessing everything. While most were still being evacuated while others continued to face this green being. Both physical strength and energy were extremely high. He was unstoppable. He was preparing his last attack, creating a sphere in each hand, to join them into one, pointing it towards the group of young people who were fighting against them, and who were helping the brown-haired man. Before that attack could be launched, a crack opened from the sky of the underworld, and a beam of energy shot out of it, hitting the being head-on, sending it crashing into some rubble. That shot of light was energy that enveloped someone, who stopped in front of those mysterious young people and the brown-haired man and his friends. He wore a strange outfit, a black jacket with some gold-colored plates or horns, shoulder pads and a collar of the aforementioned color, open to reveal his abdomen and chest. A grayish-white, slightly darkened pair of pants held up by a turquoise-blue ribbon and blue anklets. Finally, some black wristbands and shoes of the same color. White hair with some dark brown streaks, a hairstyle that defied gravity, being a familiar touch of someone present. Musculature without exaggeration, but you could notice that it marked him. His height was approximately 2 meters, being 1.85 meters. Yashawaya! The newly appeared being exclaimed excitedly, entering into a martial art power. A smile appeared on him. Seeing how where that being had crashed, it came out of the rubble, releasing a great energy that this subject could feel. Let's finish before our time runs out. Eh! The subject exclaimed, expelling a white air that turned golden, and his hair stood on end, turning golden, as did his aura. A great aura surrounded the subject of golden color, golden hair and emerald eyes. That golden aura transmitted great power, in addition to a great size. The young people present could feel the energy of the subject, that clothing. They only got an answer as to who he is. Their respective parents had merged to face. Chapter 74, a second OFA, the finals begin. There were 4 teams that would fight in the semi-final. The last team to enter was the Yakumo, who fought against the Babel team, of Belial Diehauser, who is known as the number 1 in the classification games, and being his first time entering this tournament, since this did not affect the original ranking. Knowing that this tournament had entered several strong teams, one of them being that Yakumo. It really is strong as it has shown since its appearance, although its pieces are also strong, but most of them do not have combat experience as advanced as the pieces of the king of the raiding game. Although the queen, one of the bishops, the rook and the knight were the ones with the most notable experience, but the queen, that power shown by that black-haired woman, was immense, never seen before. From 1 to 3 attacks was what she did without moving from her place. The combat of the pieces between the two teams resulted in a higher score for the Babel team, although the Yakumo team could turn around in the confrontation between kings, something that Belial took into account a lot of all the kings of the tournament, analyzing each one during their encounters, being able to form strategies. Yakumo was truly a physical attacker in every sense of the word, something that Belial could notice due to the difference in physical strength between him and Jin, added to the great resistance to magic that the rookie has. Skip. After completing the 4 teams that would fight in the semi-final, the interviews began shortly after the fights of that day ended, although a few teams did not show up for the interview, which were Gremory, Hyoudou and Phoenix, knowing in advance the questions they would ask. This would be better as a private talk. Although the Hyoudou team was mostly because of what happened with Izuku, since something very strange had happened during the older green-haired man's fight. Something that the group, instead of showing up to the interviews, went to where Midoriya was, while the others would be returning to the mansion in the Yakumo territory to watch the interviews. Since tomorrow would be the semi-finals and the final, who would be the winner? The bets were between Jin and Dulio, who had the same probability of winning according to the bets, in addition to the votes on the tournament page. Midoriya Izuku. The green-haired boy, after waking up, today's fights were already over. The moment he woke up, the interviews were being carried out, and he was meeting up with his friends, classmates and team, along with his sister and All Might. As expected, they asked what had happened, something that the aforementioned answered that he did not know, obviously lying, something that has to do with the one for all. He had to talk about this with his mentor. Maybe the symbol of peace knows something more about the other quirks. The doctors discharged him. There was no need to return for a second checkup, since there were no symptoms of any abnormality in the older green-haired man. So after this news, the green-haired boy met up with his companions to go back to the Yakumo territory. He had to talk to his mentor All Might about what he dreamed, or so you could call it a dream because it was very real. Yakumo Mansion. Upon arriving, the Hyoudou team along with All Might could see that all the girls were there, except for Sona and Tsubaki, since they were in the interview, and instead of them, Ravel and Leify's parents were in the large room. And it should be said that no member of the Yakumo team was present either, as they were also present at the interview, so only the spectators were present. Mostly, the older Pendragons played with Akane, while the Phoenix parents sat drinking some tea, while waiting for the chestnut to arrive. Something that the aforementioned politely greeted, and at the same time being greeted by Akane jumping towards his head. Izuku summoned All Might and Izumi to speak privately. He would have also called Azazel, but the aforementioned was not there, nor was Bakugo's mother, so he would let the ex-governor know later. They would stay to watch the broadcast of the interview, while their in-laws asked them questions, under the gaze of Ryo, Akane, Yuki, Shaochun and the old Dushin. Apparently being reincarnated made him appreciate the social side more, since his parents like Issei had taught him more values. It wasn't bad, on the contrary, now he could see how he acted as a father, before Yuki's eyes, who simply gave a snort to eat his hamburgers. The Pandora wearer's annoyance was not entirely towards the brown-haired boy, not at all, but also towards the girls. It was jealousy. Asahina felt jealousy, but because of her pride and her limited experience of this feeling, the girl did not know how to express it. After all, her life had been nothing but fights. It was normal, despite having already spent 16 years, almost 17 of pure peace. The girl was still without understanding this feeling, expressing it in the only way she knows how, cursing and hitting the brown-haired boy. And finally, it should be said that the explosive blonde asked about his mother. Something that in response he got was that the older blonde was with Azazel, something that left Bakugo with a blank thought. With Midoriya. In a room, where the green-haired duo was, with the peace symbol, Izuku had told him about the dream he had, or rather, the contact with the previous bearers of One for All, regardless of the fact that his sister was here with him. Something that at the time of telling this to his mentor, the aforementioned asked if it was okay to say this in the presence of someone outside, or in this occasion, outside of the One for All. About Izumi would be what would come now, since Izuku told about how his sister, like him, had been born without a quirk, but before returning to Japan, she had awakened her quirk out of nowhere, something strange, since they too did not have a quirk, even the doctors themselves had said so. What Izuku was saying didn't seem strange at all to All Might, but what he said next was that his sister's quirk was the same as his, and in other words, she could use the full cowl, just like Izuku. This left the symbol of peace perplexed. His student's sister had the same quirk. It was just a coincidence, something that the symbol of peace did not see as a possibility, but the similarities were so great that it was not at all a simple coincidence. Since from what he knows about Izumi's quirk, it was technically the same as his brother's, that is, one for all. Something to make All Might believe them, the aforementioned made a little use of her quirk, and indeed, the girl had one for all. Well, the strength part, they didn't know if they would have other quirks that had fused with one for all. But it was difficult to know how the girl has the one for all anyway, since the only way to have it was for its current bearer to inherit it voluntarily, something that Izuku had never done. But it is more than certain that Izumi also has the one for all, and the secret of this quirk was made known to the aforementioned, who was surprised by the story behind this quirk, in addition to the fact that not only she knows it, but also the brown-haired girl, Azazel, along with some teachers from the UA, some from the law, and an old friend from the United States. Tashinori didn't know about Izumi's case. He would ask Azazel, since the aforementioned might know something or come to a hypothetical conclusion. After all, it was thanks to Azazel that they were able to return the quirk to Ragdoll. The secret of one for all was a secret. No one outside of those who told Izumi that they really know the origin of this quirk knew about this, something that the aforementioned for everyone in the world, do not say, by the gods of all factions, something that the girl swore she would not say anything about. Now remembering a little of what his nemesis had said, All for One had said that the brat had something that belonged to her. Now it made a little sense. Somehow, he knew that Izuku had one for all, but that in the same way, Izumi has it too. But returning to the contact that Izuku had with one of the previous users of one for all, the mass of black energy that had enveloped him was one of the quirks that make up one for all, Black Whip, which in other words, were extensions of black masses to reach their target from a certain distance. Something that surprised the symbol of peace, being that in the past, he had also had contact with previous users, but he never got to use or discover it, being that his way of using one for all was to pay homage to his mentor. And it seems that Izuku could do what he couldn't, nor most of the previous carriers. All Might had a feeling that Midoriya Izuku would do what none of the previous users of one for all have been able to completely. Two users of one for all at the same time, something surprising, something that is impossible. There should only be one user, not two or more, never. It was something impossible. But what was impossible was in front of the symbol of peace, two young people who have one for all. Mysteries surround the two Midoriyas, while doubts about a second one for all arose non-stop. Izuku was the real one, but where did the one Izumi has come from? No, better said, how is it that there is a second one with the same quirk? If it weren't that they are in another world, living with beings that are not entirely human, Izumi's case would be less credible. But since they arrived in another world a few days ago, Izumi's case doesn't sound so far-fetched. Next day, last day of the tournament. The semi-finals were taking place. The first match was the Angels team against the Nordic team, Dilio versus Vidar, two teams that have the same chances of winning. The teams that were no longer participating in the tournament after losing were now each in an individual room for their team, watching the tournament being held. Semi-final and final would take place on this same day, being the last day of the tournament, and of this great event. The first meeting of the semi-finals were between two teams, which many of the spectators had that one of them would be the winner, especially Dilio, who of the 3 tournaments that have been carried out, he has participated in 2, and has been the winner. And Vidar being also one of those who have won this tournament, 2 outstanding teams that will face each other to reach the last match to determine the winner. There wasn't much to think about, since if the Nordic team faces the Angels, logically the 2 remaining teams would face each other, being the Yakumo team against the Purple Empire team, Jean versus Serorg. It would be the second match of the semi-finals, to move on to the finals. The Purple Empire team, pure power, just like its king, pure strength, combined with strategy, which is already recognized as one of the best in fighting, had a difficult time with the rookie, who has had several pieces with exceptional abilities of great power, that is to say, the surprise factor. The fight between the Nordic team and the Angels was taking place, being the fight between kings, the last moments to reveal one of the two teams that will fight in the final stage. And the victor had come to light, the fight between kings, a tough fight for both, and the winner is. Chapter 75 Finals. The plan begins. The trump card team emerged victorious against the Nordic team, a great battle being shown by both teams, but at the last moment being surpassed by Dulio, leader of the team that represents the Angels. One of two teams had left, and now, there was only one fight left for the semi-finals to end, and the only two teams left was Team Yakumo and Purple Empire, Wukong Jin versus Serorg Bale. The tournament rookie against the Bale who achieved and made his way to what he is today on his own. Everyone expected an incredible fight between these two teams, that their moment to face each other was about to begin. And only one of them could go on to the next round. There was no second place, no third, and so on. There was only one place, one winner, one team above the others, the one that would have the prize. Dulio's team was one of those with the greatest probability of emerging victorious, having won 2 out of 3 tournaments, and the remaining probability was for the winning team that would be about to show up between the second confrontation. After about 20 minutes of the first two teams fighting, it was now time for the remaining two teams to start fighting. The excitement didn't stop, it continued to grow as they watched the next fights. While the Angels team would go to rest and prepare against the team that would emerge victorious from the current fight, it is to recover all the strength as possible, since he already had an idea of who from the Yakumo team was someone difficult to defeat. The battle between these two teams to determine who would be the one to go to the end was being carried out. The pieces that were difficult to defeat for the Yakumo team were their queen, one of the bishops, rook and knight, being Yami, Ophis, Rosweiss, Kuroka and Griselda. But the rest of the pieces were not easy for the Bale team pieces either, since every time their opponents used that ability that made that halo appear around their heads, there was a great increase in physical power for those who are close combat, and magical power for those who attack from a distance. Although the only one who could not use such skill was the other bishop, Leifi, who when there was time to use that skill, simply could not. Despite having trained in the same way as far as her body could, she could not access that skill, being a factor that made her lose, for wanting to try to use such a promotion in the middle of a fight. Skip. The combat of the pieces ended. The scores of both teams were very close, with the difference in points of a single figure, and as you know, after finishing the combat part of the pieces, the combat of the kings continues. Both are already known for making more physical attacks than anything, although since this tournament began, neither of them have been seen making a magic-type attack. Serorg Bale is known as one of the strongest demons physically speaking, who has built his way to what he is now with his own fists. Any obstacle that is in front of him are no match for his fists. Admired by many, hated by few, his story, like his past, is recognized. Rather than being a mockery, it is a great motivation to move forward, someone who ended up being more worthy of bearing the surname Bale, unlike his father. Despite having the surname Bale, he has nothing to do with the aforementioned family. He is on good terms, he could get along with those from that family, but it is a reminder of his past, someone from the Bale family who was born without that power that identifies them. Show that someone who does not have that distinctive power, becoming strong in his own way, contracting his own path. One of the great lessons that his mother has taught him: there will always be a path to take, whether it already exists, or you make it yourself with your own hands. His mother watched this tournament in a room with the best view of the fight. She would give everything in this tournament. After all, Serorg's wedding was close, planned days after the tournament ended, thinking of using the tournament prize as a good wedding gift. A wedding between the Bale and his queen, something that had been kept secret, since Serorg had planned to ask for his queen's hand after the tournament ended, seemed like a romantic moment, although he doesn't know much about it, but thanks to his mother's advice, that moment seemed the best. And on the other hand, the Bale's opponent was Wukong Jin, someone who, unlike Serorg, was someone who was barely known. Approximately half a year ago he appeared in Kyoto with the help of Isaka's daughter. He helped with the resurgence of Rise of him. Really, not much was known about him, beyond his relationships with several women. The limit of his strength is also unknown. From what has been shown, his fight against the god of thunder Thor, against Sun Wukong, and against Belial, is really saying a lot, since Sun Wukong is one of the best fighters, as are Belial and Thor, extremely powerful beings. That her fight against Thor was the only time she has been seen using a magic attack, being a lightning type, a lightning attack that was apparently stronger than Thor's. Nobody knows if Thor was confident or not, but that is a topic that many debate until now. If it is really true, Yakumo would enter the top stronger. But until that is not certain, Yakumo will not enter the top. But that does not rule out that he is someone of great strength. Two beings of pure physical power were about to face each other. It was a heavyweight fight, even though the Bale measures 1.94 meters, and the brown-haired 1.80 meters. In addition to muscles, Serorg was more than the brown-haired man. The confrontation between both of them was an expert in hand-to-hand combat. The last match of the semi-final was about to begin. In both of them a challenging expression could be noticed. For the brown-haired boy, this would be the rematch against Serorg. Being in the past, he had fought against the Bale, and in those times, he had lost in a certain way. And now that there is an opportunity against the Bale again, a feeling of revenge arose in the brown-haired boy. It is not that he is a bad loser, but the desire to show that he is the strongest lay within him. The bell rang, a fine chime that could be heard by both opponents, and just upon hearing the sound of the metal ringing, both of them launched themselves at them. Their fists collided, creating a shock wave between them. Even in the middle of the clash, both began to put more force. It seemed that neither of them gave in. Just applying force in this clash would not be the only thing. Serorg with his other free arm gathered strength to give a second blow to the brown-haired boy, who intercepted the fist with a kick, then took distance, giving the victory of the clash to the Bale. Both of them thundered their fists, realizing that it would be a great battle. The fist with which Serorg collided with the brown-haired boy, he could feel a little numbness, but it was not a big deal. But it seemed that at the moment of the clash, his opponent used a little more force than him. Again both of them launched themselves until they were close, starting an exchange of punches. At high speed hundreds of punches went to one side or the other. None of their punches hit the other. They were intercepted by the other's fist, until that exchange of blows ended with both of them punching each other in the face. Such a scene continued for a few seconds. But a quick action by the brown-haired man kicked horizontally towards the head on the right side of the Bale, who reacted in time, covering the kick with his right arm. Such force of the kick made the Bale move a little to the left, a few centimeters, but managing to intercept the kick. The Bale's right forearm smoked from the impact of force, starting a counterattack by Serorg, increasing his physical power further through Tuki, a type of Kai that increased all physical qualities in combat based on. It is the representation of the life force of a being. To have control of such an ability over your body, you have to undergo hard training both physically and mentally, taking both parts to the limits, passing them to higher levels. A white aura covered the Bale. At high speed he released multiple blows towards the brown-haired man, who covered his arms in an X shape to protect himself from the attacks. And with the last blow of that rain of blows, it was with more force, causing the brown-haired man to slide backwards several meters, but without leaving his arms in an X shape. The brown-haired boy shook his forearms. Those blows were really strong and hard. Now it was his turn to counterattack. The halo appeared surrounding his head, while his honey-colored eyes turned red and his wings took on the shape of a golden cross. He put himself in a combat position, then quickly shot out towards the Bale, who also did not stay behind. Imitating the same action, his fist and kick collided, creating an expansion of aura. Serorg's was white and the brown-haired one was transparent, but it could be noticed as a kind of heat smoke. Skip. Regulus Ray Leather Rex Imperial Purpur versus the Dragon's Mantle. Two very different, but at the same time similar armors. Each one is the representation of mythical and powerful beasts, as well as different myths. Regulus, the mythical lion of Greek myths, the cloak, forged by a Greek blacksmith. Hephaestus herself, the ultimate representation of an Oriental dragon, strong and wise, mythical beings of Oriental legends, the representation of harmony and destruction. And at this moment, their respective bearers, the battle had risen to a new level. Each blow they made, the platform broke into cracks. Golden lion armor with purple flames, against a black garment with golden edges and a tiger cloth. No one took a step back. If one managed to receive a blow, he returned it. It was a combat of exchange of fists. The brown-haired man did not use Rui, a hard battle, but that did not prevent a smile from appearing on their faces. It had been almost an hour since both of them began to fight. There had to be an end to this encounter, so it was. This combat between kings had become the longest, and for such a thing, so Azazel gave the notice that one of them had to come out the winner within 3 minutes, otherwise, it would be decided by their points obtained in the meeting of the pieces or by public voting. In the past, in the purple imperial state of Regulus, for Serorg it was not possible to last long in such a powerful state, something that after these 7 years of training, the time limit had increased, being able to maintain the state for longer. This had to end. Serorg was engulfed in purple flames to launch himself against the chestnut, Strongwill, burning like the sun. A flaming dive attack would end it all. For the chestnut, his strong attacks are kicks. If his opponent used fire, he only had one attack for that, an ice kick, which in the past he only used once, an attack created to face Ishikawa's Sho, Park Ipyo, bearer of the fox god, a being whose attacks are based on fire more than anything. Wrapping a blue aura around his right foot, he prepared to attack. A purple flame key against an ice kick, techniques that at first glance seem basic, but in reality cover many techniques to master it. These attacks would determine who is the winner. The two attacks collided. Fire against ice, water and steam were created at the moment of impact. An explosion of heat smoke covered the entire broken stage, before it took long to disperse. When the steam disappeared, the ground was covered in a puddle of water. You could see how the chestnut's kick had hit Serorg's chin squarely. The tip of his foot had connected fully with the blow, his knee bent. Serorg had also connected his fist on the brown-haired boy's left shoulder. Both of them stayed like that for a few moments, while the spectators waited to see who would fall. Part of the Bale's armor began to crack, then removed from its wearer, turning into its human form. A young man with golden hair lay on the ground. He was conscious, apparently maintaining the imperial purple had reached its limit, as had his king. The Bale was standing, his arms were hanging. Apparently he had been unconscious, but without falling to the ground. This scene reminded the brown-haired man of the time they faced each other in a raiding game. It was the same scene, an unconscious Serorg who remained standing. And as the Bale was unconscious, the winner was the chestnut. The Yakumo team went on to the finals against the trump card team, the Angels team. Serorg was taken to the infirmary after announcing his victory. While the brown-haired boy sighed deeply to bump fists, the fight against the Angels was approaching, well, more than anything against Dulio. 7 years ago, when Dulio lego to fight against him and the other members of the Gremory clan and Citri to measure strength. Let's say that since Issei wasn't strong enough against Michael's Joker, well, one of 3. But now as a Gene, it was time for a second round, and this time he would win, not out of resentment, but fighting spirit, and just as his winning streak would increase, although well, his losing streak had also increased by a number. A 1-hour wait would be made before the end of the match began. Spectators could use the time to rest a little from the excitement, go to the bathroom or go for food, plus the stage would have to be repaired and cleaned after this fight. The end is approaching, the last match was about to begin. To find out which of the two teams will be the winner, the 1-hour break will be used to prepare everything necessary for the final combat. Skip. The intermission time was over, the final battle, awaited by all, began. The respective teams went up to the platform to begin the battle of the pieces. The trump card team was ready to fight, as was the Yakumo team. The screams of excitement could be heard, as everyone enjoyed this final fight, but something unexpected happened. Above all the stadium, a magic circle covered the whole place, sealing everyone inside the stadium. This was unexpected, as well as sudden. Who had done that? While panic began to arise among the public, and the leaders became alert to search for the cause, since they could feel how the air became dense, in addition to the fact that none of them had created that magic circle. As if named, the one behind this appeared before everyone, in the middle of the air above the combat platform, a knight man with golden eyes, long blue and silver hair, with 2 yellow earrings, wearing a simple white tunic, which reaches the top of his neck. This subject everyone could identify, it was Loki. Greetings, inferior beings. It is time for you to be exterminated like the scum you are, he said arrogantly, looking at everyone present. Even the leaders to create you must destroy. Chapter 76. The Go team is complete. Loki? The one who appeared interrupting the end of the tournament was the god of deception. Was it really him? Something in him was not the same. In the eyes of the god Odin and Thor, in appearance he was Loki. But something in him was different. A kind of air about him was not the same. How had he escaped? He didn't know. The cell he was in prevented any movement, although he is not the god of deception for nothing. With the mere presence of the aforementioned, many were put on guard, which immediately hundreds of guards appeared. But something unexpected happened. All of them could not fly, something that caused the god of deception a small smile. He looked above him, watching the large magic circle take effect, then looked back at the leaders. There was still one thing left to see before making his move. The large group of guards, both demons, angels and fallen, appeared in midair. From one moment to the next, they simply fell, as if their wings stopped working. This did not go unnoticed by everyone. A feeling that their body was becoming weak was felt. Perhaps it is a feeling. Loki raised his index finger of his right hand, beginning to create a sphere of light, which little by little was becoming larger. Ignoring Odin's calls, he continued with his action, leaving his gaze to the leaders. Now he looked towards the crowd. They were trying to leave, but due to the scandal of the crowd, they could not clear the exit, ending up covering themselves. The sphere of magical power had stopped growing. Now having a diameter of 30 centimeters, it was launched towards a crowd of spectators. It was at that moment that the leaders intervened, beginning to intercept the sphere, but their eyes widened in shock, noticing that they could not do anything with magic. But a silhouette stood in the way of the sphere, sending it back towards Loki, who received it fully, but with a barrier that did not suffer any scratch. The one who sent the sphere of power back was the brown-haired Jin, who used his cloud to stay in the air, and with Rui as if it were a bat, returned Loki's attack. After the smoke around Loki cleared, his expression had become serious, since what he had foreseen had happened, a result to his displeasure. Apparently that guy called Jin was not affected by his magic circle. You might be wondering, what's so special about that magic circle for Loki? Simple, since he arrived in this era. Any being from this time was his piece, and the prisoner of rise of him is no exception. The son of Lucifer was destined to die. His soul was the key to awaken Trihexa, but with the intervention of Loki, that event was a clone. In these 7 years, he has not been hiding for nothing, but had been collecting data from all those who were a threat to his plans, collecting data from all of them. It was to create this magic circle, which makes anyone within its perimeter, both their sacred gear, if they have any, become obsolete. This took a long time to achieve, but with knowledge of EXE world, he was able to achieve it. As if that were not enough, they sealed the powers respectively, in addition to their natural abilities. In other words, every supernatural being had human weaknesses. An example were the guards who fell. Their wings became useless while they are within the perimeter of this magic circle. And the fact that the leaders could not use their powers to intervene with Loki's magic sphere was due to the magic circle. Everything was going as planned by the Norse god. Even though there were inconveniences like the chestnut, he had no information about him. With the little he had, it was insufficient, being the only one not affected. Or so he thinks. But he himself knows that there are several that are immune to this magic due to the lack of information about them, such as the dragon gods, Shiva among a few. But the list is very few, and he did not count on the return of the Sekiryuutei. But now it was the least, since it does not seem as strong as the one in his time. Now with no one present mostly having access to their powers, the main thing would be to get rid of those who are immune to this magic, before it becomes a threat, something that has been their mistake in past defeats. Loki stared at the brown-haired man. Being the greatest threat to his plans, he recognized his strength. As far as could be seen, he snapped with his right hand, to appear in multiple magic circles of teleportation. Multiple humanoid insects appeared with 4 arms, equipped with a silver-colored exoskeleton. But there were 3 subjects that were different from that army. 2 of them were recognized. The first was Kokabil, the second, one of the strongest warriors of Asgard, the warrior who disappeared after the breakup of his engagement with Rosweiss, Hagen, the warrior who went mad in an unknown way. And finally, no one recognized, a girl with armor on, a helmet with a red visor, just like the rest of the cracks in her armor. No one expected to see Kokabil, but like Loki, something about him was different. part of his wings were now metallic, in addition to an eye that looked artificial. When did the fallen escape? It was unknown, Cocytus being an inaccessible place for many, but not for leaders, being one of the sub-floors towards the true hell. Without access to their powers, they were in trouble, while the screams of the civilians were not long in coming. It was a large number of those humanoid insects, while in the public, a group of hooded people continued watching this with great seriousness, and the other group waited for the moment to attack. After all, they came here chasing Loki. And on the other hand, the chestnut had descended to the ground, but without taking his eyes off the enemies. Starting a fight at this moment would be unfavorable, since there were still civilians. It would not be a good idea, so it would be better to see what comes next. The chestnut still didn't know that among the leaders, no one could use their powers. It already seemed strange to him that no one had done anything more than him in moments like this. And just at that moment Xerxes, Ajuka, Odin, Michael and Thor arrived where the chestnut was with the normal paths. While the others went to evacuate the people and find out about the loss of their powers, they knew that a battle was about to begin, telling about not being able to use their powers, something that worried the brown-haired man, since he was able to use them, but for unknown reasons. The leaders present, knowing that the chestnut tree could use its powers, something that Ajuka began to think about hypotheses. It was clear that it was due to the magic circle over this whole place, but first they had to get the civilians out of this place. Something that the rest of the leaders and teams were doing, and until they break that circle, the only thing they can do is get the civilians out humanely, or fiercely enough, from the perimeter. Magic circles began to remove the civilians from the place, an action that made Loki change his expression of satisfaction, since it seems that someone present also has no information about him or her. The one who did this was none other than Ophis, appearing through a crack along with Ryo, Akane, Yuki, Dushin and Shiva, sending the leaders to meet with the others. Ryo, I'll give you a hand, the black-haired man commented without changing his expression of disdain, while Akane, her chestnut hair turned white and her pupils turned golden. Shiachin is taking care of the safety of the others. Yuki, finally some action, commented the pulp-haired girl, but with a grimace of annoyance. Loki had appeared at a bad time, while she was enjoying her favorite food. An old memory passed through the mind of the old team that participated in the Go tournament, those three young people, compared to now they had become older. Akane, don't you bring me some souvenir? Asked the now white-haired girl, but with a serious expression, something that could not be avoided when entering this form, a comment that brought a smile to her husband and the brown-haired boy. The girl unsheathed one of the swords she carries with her. Ryo, I just hope they don't drop a nuclear missile like that time, the Jade Emperor commented with grace as he remembered that moment. It is not a good memory, but it was something that the three of them experienced. Ryo removed his bandages that covered one of his eyes, revealing a scar on it. While fire emitted from that eye, a great feeling of pressure was released from it. Yuki had a tiara appear around her head with white decorative fabrics, as if she were a bride. A purple flame emerged in her right eye. At the same place a notable bloodline came out, being the first stage of Pandora. Finally, the brown-haired boy, who made his halo appear, accompanied by his golden fire eyes, with his Rui weapon. This situation really reminded a bit of the Go tournament finals. The old Dushin simply warmed up, cracking his neck and feet, as a simple warm-up, while a somewhat predatory smile appeared. Shiva, who had remained silent, could feel how these five subjects were not common. Known as the god of destruction, the feeling of being next to these five was something rare, falling a drop of sweat, something never happened, something that if the strongest god, known as number one in the ranking of the strongest, these five subjects can really come to fear. But the Hindu god remembered what was coming, and that was to help in the meantime, something he would never do to be in neutral, but he would make an exception, since what was happening would be a long-term problem. Loki was surprised those subjects were not affected by his magic, something that would be a problem. If this continues to grow, his entire plan would be lost, something he would not allow. Not for nothing he helps Rizavim to obtain a part of the power of the Trihexa before being sealed again, this last being a fact. Using the body of Lucifer's son as a vessel to stabilize that power, something that would ultimately take away the power to use in his favor. And it's good that he planned this, since these guys would be a nuisance if they weren't eliminated. With this power in his hands, he would be able to achieve it. something that did not hesitate to activate, but before doing so, Kokubile launched himself against the brown-haired man, the hatred of having lost in the past against him. This hatred simply intensified when years ago he was corrupted by an unknown event. Something that the same chestnut remembers, but at that time, Kokubile looked more human than now, and that's saying a lot. But he intercepted the aforementioned attack, giving a downward axe kick, hitting the fallen man on the ground, to return to his position. But Kokubile had burst quickly, without any wound from the attack whatsoever, something that the armored girl had healed all that damage. That healing ability was more powerful than the healing magic of Leifi, Wave of Asia, and possibly the Phoenix Tears. Entering his Monkey King state, that circle was a nuisance. Before finishing off the bad guys, he has to remove his best weapon, loading a large amount of lightning in his hand. The brown-haired man is ready to break that magic seal on top of this great Colosseum. Chapter 77, An Unknown Premonition. The chestnut roared, summoning a lightning bolt that hit the magic circle created by Loki. A loud bang resonated around the stadium, being enveloped by a white light reaper by the magic attack. Ryo, Akane, Yuki, Dushin, Shaochen and Ophis looked at this without flinching, although only covering a little of the light with their hands, and on Loki's part, the god of deception created a barrier to protect himself. Kokubile, for her part, the mysterious girl in armor, created a barrier against this attack from the brown-haired boy, a magical barrier of a color between lilac and pink, while the girl's black hair that came out of the helmet turned white, and its tips turned light pink. The great impact of the lightning took out a large part of Loki's army of mechanical beings. Worse for the aforementioned, when he noticed it, he did not make a face of annoyance, but the opposite. It is true that destroying his created seal was something unforeseen that would happen, but it could be created again. But that did not take away the fact that there were beings who were a problem for his plans, who were all gathered before him. It all happened in a flash of light, which lasted no more than 30 seconds. It must be said that the barriers created barely resisted receiving some impacts from the strong lightning of the chestnut attack. When the light dissipated, everything was as it had been before any movement, but the difference was that the number of Loki's army was halved, with traces or rather pieces of those beings on the ground. The same fragments on the ground of those beings began to vibrate, to be wrapped in black energy, to join together, until taking the same humanoid form, showing a strong regenerative ability. Returning everything to normal, as if that attack had never happened, a snap from Loki was heard. Immediately the metallic creatures began to come out against their targets. While Kokubile also launched himself towards the brown-haired man with great fury in his expression. This would be the second time that the fallen man would fight against the brown-haired man, the first being years ago in the past, although at that time, his appearance was more human. In addition to before being corrupted by hatred and other things, the hatred of a defeat lay in him. Losing the holy war was the beginning, and losing to what he believed to be a human, only increased that emotion of hatred in him. Note, according to some sources, whether reliable or not, Kokubile was corrupted in events before DxD or /dog, I'm not saying it, both Reddit says rumors and truths about these. If there is any complaint about the canon, don't let it be with me but with those who started with this source, because you know how some people are. So only complaints please, thank you. While the mysterious armored one was preparing to heal and increase the power of her allies, it is not for nothing that she is the daughter of the missing descendant of the legendary sorcerer Merlin. With the others, the civilians were taken out of the capital city, before the sudden appearance of the god of deception. For Odin, the first thing was to quickly check the cell where his son was, and to his surprise, Loki was in his maximum security cell. It was not an illusion, but the real Loki. Knowing this, the head of the Nordic faction began to question this Loki who appeared, but one thing was certain, that was also Loki. Something that Thor also questioned, but this had to be made known to the other leaders present, something that made them put on the same expression as Odin and Thor. There were two Lokis. The civilians were taken away, the place was only occupied by the leaders, the participants, and some guests and those from the world of heroes. They were all there, except for some, like the participant Hyoudou, something that those who knew about this did not care about. And you might ask, why don't they gather to fight? Because before the presence of Great Red and Trihexa, they didn't let them pass. They appeared when Surzex began to give orders and carry out the attack. it should be said that the two dragon gods were present in their human form. Note: I have already explained why in this world instead of using D was used. If you don't remember, reread chapter 33, to avoid problems, like a fight between a Chilean and an Argentinian, so exaggerated, v. Apparently both dragons saw that it was not necessary, especially Trihexa, who knows well the chestnut's combat power, great destruction when he does not measure his strength, and if there are more people near the place, it would simply be a hindrance, although in addition to not being necessary, with those present in that fight there were plenty. And so it was, as in the distance one could see how a great lightning attack shattered the magic circle as if it were a rock breaking fragile glass, making it clear that the fight had begun. After the light ceased, it didn't take long for me to feel the release of magical attacks, as well as noticing explosions of attacks. Everyone at this moment was waiting for this fight from a distance, while the god of destruction, Shiva, was thoughtful, until a greeting brought him out of his thoughts. He recognized the voice. It was none other than Indra, who stood next to Shiva to watch the fight. The two Hindu deities began to talk while I watched the fight from afar. The conversation was directly between Shiva and Indra, with the god Shiva starting with the key question. Did you know about these? It was the question of the god of destruction to his archenemy, which Indra simply gave a slight smile. After all, Loki's offer was very difficult to refuse. After all, it was to start the first step of the war against Shiva. The confrontation of these two gods was supposed to be in approximately 23 years. But with his ability of premonition, he knew that Loki would not do much after all. He saw his defeat in his visions of the future, so he simply accepted Loki's proposal. It is true that when Loki came to him it was unexpected, but Indra was not as stupid as Loki thought. Loki, the god of deception, thought that the god Indra would be one of his pieces. In reality it was the opposite. It was simply a little entertainment for Indra. Indra's small smile confirmed for the god of destruction and rebirth Shiva. Indra knew about this, but seeing how calm he saw this, he made it known that the result was already seen by the aforementioned. Of course this little conversation was heard by those nearby, something that Indra did not stop, saying that everything would end well, and that there was nothing to worry about, but he was not supposed to show up, but only this time he would collaborate with Shiva again, and it is that after Loki's defeat. There is a period of time that could not be seen. It was less than an hour, but he could not see it with his premonition, and this was what he appeared to discuss with Shiva, being that the aforementioned also has the ability to see the future. To see if it was just a mistake, but only this once, he would consult Shiva about this unusual vision, something that Shiva did not let pass, closing his eyes to use his ability. And what Indra said was true, and that is that after Loki's defeat, there was a dark void, which could not be seen. Having no idea about that small period of inability to see, one could not see much, more than to be prepared for what is coming after finishing this fight against Loki and his army, something that also warned those present, what is going to happen after finishing against Loki, something that no one understood. But seeing that the two Hindu gods were serious, it must be something important. Apparently it's over, Trihexa said calmly, as he opened the palm of his right hand, to see how dark energy came out of the place where they were fighting against Loki, accumulating all that energy coming from there in the palm of his hand. All that energy in the palm of her hand vanished, returning to where it was from the beginning. All that energy belonged to Trihexa, regardless of how she obtained it. It was the reason for appearing in this world. And immediately he gave a message that he could go see how it ended, and in the same way he began to float to go there. While in the two groups of hooded figures, the first had remained silent all this time after being brought by Ophis to the distance, before such a powerful presence of those two unknown beings, that it could be heard that it was Trihexa, and Big Red in their human forms. If they didn't know that this wasn't the past of their reality they would be impressed, but knowing that, it wasn't that much of an impact, since this Trihexa, had a dragon's aura, and the one they knew from their parents was a chimera. They were supposed to stop Loki, but with the impediment of those two dragon gods, they had to remain calm. But it seems that everything ended well. Now they just needed to take him back. They had to reveal themselves to be able to do it, since it seems that they already know that there are two Lokis. There would be no repercussion if they revealed themselves, since that would not change their future. Otherwise, They would not leave that Loki in their hands to take back to his original time and reality. And with the second group, this was more than just being spectators of this tournament, but noticing the sudden appearance of Loki, they were going to act to help. But because of the two dragon gods, they stayed at bay, but knowing that it is their father from an alternate timeline. From the beginning, it was not necessary for the group of young people to act. In the destroyed stadium, the battle against Loki had ended, with the god of deception kneeling on the ground, while smoke was seen coming out of his body, a white look, showing his unconsciousness. Akane, Yuki, Ryo, Xiaochen, Jin, Dushin, Ophis and Issei were present. In Jade Empress mode, Pandora, Jade Emperor, Monkey God mode and Balance Breaker respectively. Especially noting the red armor Balance Breaker, which left everyone in shock at his presence, except for those who know of his double identity. But some women were shocked to see an unconscious black-haired woman fall, being carried by the red armor in both of his arms. The fall was unconscious. Several people recognized that unconscious black-haired girl. Since she was supposed to have died at the hands of Rias Gremory in the past, she had returned to life. The aforementioned was recognized as Rainier. Chapter 78. One problem goes, another comes. The battle against Loki had ended, 7 subjects against a huge army with regeneration. All the leaders and several participants were able to return to the place where there was once a combat stadium. Ryo, Akane, Dushin, Yuki, Xiaochen, Ophis and the Sekiryuutei Hyoudou Issei, the latter lay in the middle of the place, with his armor on. The Yakumo participant could not be seen anywhere, but that was not what mattered. Odin quickly chained Loki with an imprisonment spell, while the humanoid metallic creatures disappeared into ashes, leaving the only ones involved in this attack alive, Kokobil, Hagen, Loki and Rainier. The latter was unconscious in the arms of the Sekiryuutei. This mentioned fall, Rias and the others were able to recognize it, remaining speechless. Both Kokobil and Hagen were arrested by their respective factions, while the brown-haired man still had not undone his armor. The armor quickly flashed and then disappeared, showing Yakumo, surprising everyone who didn't know about his double identity. Many thought that the person behind the armor was Hyoudou, but it turned out he wasn't. Walking with the fallen in his arms, he came to Azazel, to ask to take the fallen to healing. For Azazel, it surprised him a little at first. Seeing the situation at the moment, there was much to clean from this attack. There are no traces left of those humanoid beings, only those involved that they recognize. While the great mystery is this Loki, it was a real one, but the Loki that they know is in prison, so where did this Loki come from? There were not only questions about Loki, but also about Yakumo Jin, especially Rias, Akino, Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia and Irina. But it seems that the matter of this Loki did not end. Since a magic circle appeared, many could recognize it. It was that of the Sekiryuutei, but the brown-haired man was not the one who did this. A large red dragon came out of the magic circle, accompanied by a roar, rather than the typical roar of a common dragon. This was more of a roar of a phrase, no, a word. A pai. That was what the red dragon said, which will have reminded more than one of someone, even the chestnut present. A flame surrounded Loki to appear in the palm of that red dragon. Confusion began to arise for everyone, but the answers were answered when a group of hooded people appeared to stand next to that red dragon, taking off their hoods, showing very familiar faces with some features. A blonde girl just like Asia, a blue-haired boy with a green lock, as if he were a male version of Zenobia, an orange-brown-haired boy, a male version of Irina, a black-haired boy with a long ponytail, as if he were a male version of Akino. And finally, a crimson-haired girl with blue eyes, a male version of Rias. Impacting each of the aforementioned, the redhead gave the floor. We are children of Hyoudou Issei, and this Loki belongs to our timeline, and this dragon you see is our father. I reveal the crimson hair to everyone present. There was no harm in revealing myself. After all, this is not the world they belong to, much less their timeline. So whatever changes I make, their future will not change. This revelation surprised everyone, but also Rias, Akino, Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia and Irina. Those young people in front of them were their children, or well, that's what I could say. Such a revelation almost caused them to faint, but being held by their respective husbands. The great red dragon began to take shape, revealing an older brown-haired man with features of a full adult. He began to explain, knowing that there would be no consequences for his time, and that if all the leaders present were like those of his time, they would not let them leave without giving an answer. It is true that he is Hyoudou Issei, but not from this reality, but from a distant one, no longer being linked to the Hyoudou Issei of this world, leaving the mystery of this Loki resolved. So this is a Loki from another world, one very similar to his own. The existence of the world was something they knew existed, but they never knew there were worlds like theirs outside, thinking that each world out there is different and unrepeatable. Apparently it is not. The existence of other realities is clear, but with small variations to be different. Hyoudou Issei explained that this Loki should be brought to trial in his world for his crimes, despite having caused great changes, and that his world should judge him. Both father and sons know that their wives/mothers have married someone different respectively. Perhaps it is the difference that exists in this reality, without knowing that this reality originally, Hyoudou Issei, does not exist. These versions of their wives from this reality, this Issei, have nothing more to say, simply wish the best. Seeing those women from this reality, they were still young compared to their wives. It is only a matter of time to know which path to take. Time travel can be confusing, especially if you travel to a timeline that has nothing to do with your own, and here comes such an event happening. Believe or not this adult Issei, he was not someone who made an illusion. They are real. They were difficult in deciding whether to let Loki be taken to be judged in time where he belongs, but they all knew that judging this Loki was not in their hands, but where he belongs in his time. At the same time with the visitors from the world of heroes, they were more than confused, but most of those who are young came to mind a certain movie that deals with time travel, where the son meets his parents from when they were young. In short, they were more than confused about what was currently happening, although that adult Issei, in some way, bore a resemblance to the photos of the Issei they knew that were hanging in the Hyoudou residence. All this business of these parents and children traveling in time went away as quickly as it appeared. The leaders did not oppose taking Loki back to where he belongs. After all, they are not the right ones to give him a trial despite what was created. The group went through a time portal, leaving this time, unable to repair the changes that Loki made. Nothing could be done. Apologies were of no use either. What will happen from now on was no longer their business. It was in the hands of the people of this world and this line. A surprise attack and then the appearance of time travelers, one thing after another. Those were the thoughts of the visitors from the world of heroes. Not even all for one was so sudden, if they were already surprised by the existence of inhuman beings, in addition to the existence of other worlds. Now they come out with travelers and time travel. What else is missing? Another fight to change the day. A group of hooded men left, even though the latter remained, where they had witnessed a big fight, which at first for them was to see what their parents were like in the past, which in the end ended up leading them to an alternate timeline witnessing other perspectives on what they would be like if their parents had not married. Although some of their mothers apparently did end up marrying their fathers and others did not. At the same time that the adult Issei and his children left with the prisoner Loki, not far from where the fight occurred, another portal opened. From it came out a man of great stature and muscles, with light greenish skin, long red hair, the upper part of his torso naked, only wearing white pants, tied around his waist with blue cloth. And finally a pair of yellow boots. Something else that stood out about this mysterious subject was that on his chest he wore a blood-red sphere with 4 black stars inside the sphere. This object was embedded in his chest, and the look of this subject was wild. His eyes were illuminated white, without being able to see his pupils and iris. This guy looked in the direction where the brown-haired man was. Without wasting time, a dark aura surrounded him and he flew off in that direction, arriving quickly, catching everyone off guard. He appeared in front of the brown-haired man, taking his head with one of his hands and slamming him into the ground. Chapter 79, Limit Removal X15000. A mysterious subject appeared out of nowhere, taking the chestnut tree's head with one of his arms, crashing it against the ground, followed by dragging it at the same moment it was crashed, taking it a good distance, and then throwing it with great force towards some rubble. When Loki went back to where he belongs, his time, everyone believed that things were over, but this was taken by surprise by this unknown subject. Greenish skin, white pants, hair between red and orange, very muscular, he went straight towards the brown-haired man. After the brown-haired man crashed into some rubble, he came out of it rubbing his head a little. while looking at who was the one who attacked him. The brown-haired man began to counterattack when he noticed how this being went after him again, an exchange of blows, until they clashed hands, starting a competition of strength between the two. Although this didn't last long for the brown-haired boy, as he felt a hard blow to his stomach, a knee attack from the being, who joined his hands together and began to shoot a kind of energy from his hands. Hundreds were shot at the brown-haired boy, who took out Rui to receive all the energy attacks. But they went in to help, but many of them were mated by this being. Its physical strength was extremely high, nothing that those present had seen. Rio, Akin, and Yuki went to fight the being, while those present were evacuated again, while others joined to stop this being. Everyone fighting him moved aside, and the brown-haired man immediately kicked the guy with his axe, covering him with his hands in an X shape. The impact of the collision caused the ground where the guy was standing to sink. The brown-haired man immediately moved aside so Akane could make her attack with a katana. Quickly and fluidly, she dealt multiple cuts to the guy. A single cut gave more than hundreds of cuts in a single instant, before distancing herself. Yuki and the brunette joined forces to launch a joint attack. The purple-haired girl kneed the guy in the jaw, while the brunette entered his speed mode, delivering multiple blows all over his body, then finishing with Yuki's ability. Seal. This ability consists, as its name says, of sealing a large part of the powers of the targets for a period of time, although focusing on just one is more effective than focusing on multiple, although if the target is strong enough, the effects may last less. Applying it to the subject, so that Rio gives the final attack, starting with manipulating the gravity around the subject, making it heavier, seeing it with the subject having knelt on one leg due to the weight around him, ending with a devastating blow from the current Jade Emperor. While at first glance it may seem like a basic blow, what matters is the colossal damage it causes, concentrating the damage in a single point, this time the subject's chest, lifting the subject from one knee on the ground into the air again. But he was able to recover from the blow quickly, remaining suspended in the air, showing a furious expression as if he were a beast. He began to shoot hundreds of spheres of power towards everyone he was fighting, each one intercepting the spheres, either hitting them to divert their direction, cutting them, or dodging them. It was just a distraction. While everyone focused on the energy attacks, the guy appeared behind each one, hitting them with a blow that sent everyone flying, a pretty strong blow. Without stopping, he charges energy spheres to shoot at each of them, the brown-haired boy, Yuki, Akane and Rio, hitting them squarely. For the first time after 16 years, they had once again faced a subject of great power. Each sphere was hit squarely, causing a great explosion. The subject was enveloped in a kind of greenish energy, and then shot out in the direction where the chestnut was, so that the cloud created by the explosion violently dissipated, making it noticeable that the subject was hitting the chestnut non-stop, but the chestnut entered its speed mode again, starting to follow the speed of this subject, initiating an exchange of blows. Arriving to help Rio, Akane along with Yuki to defeat this guy, to then send everyone flying again with a large wave of energy released by the guy, finally beginning to see the difference in strength that this guy has little by little. Starting with the Jade Emperor, he grabbed him by the head to deliver a powerful knee strike, but without letting go, with his free hand he created a sphere of energy, hitting the black-haired Emperor squarely, who was thrown back by this guy's last attack. Being caught in the air by his wife, behind her the subject appeared, joining his two arms, creating again a sphere of green energy, but this one looks more powerful, hitting the duo, who fell defeated. The subject received a kick from the purple-haired girl in the face, but he recovered quickly, to see that the brunette was quickly going towards him, giving him another kick, managing to defend himself with his right forearm, returning the blow to the brunette, who turned back. Issei extended his hand, followed by the sky quickly filling with a large gray cloud. Raiden roars! A powerful lightning bolt fell upon the subject, a precise energy blow, and then he continued to repeat the same attack on the subject multiple times. After about 15 repetitions, the brown-haired man quickly continued attacking. Kusunoki Hachi no Sekiryo, Nabong Nido Ryu, Limiter Removal x 2500. By poking a pressure point with his finger on his head, he began to multiply his physical strength by 2500 times, going at full speed to kick him with all his strength. Soryo Kick, Twin Dragon Kick. The attack was given full on to the subject. That was what it seemed, but just before the impact of the blow, the subject managed to counterattack with another of his energy attacks, causing a large explosion, which someone was thrown out of, noticing that it was the brown-haired man. In midair, the subject appeared above the chestnut, now carrying an enormous green sphere, hitting the chestnut full in the chest, undoing the suit he was wearing, and then crashing against the ground, creating a large rattle with the impact. The Emperor and Cain fell, as did the Monkey King, and then the Pandora user fell, grabbing the neck of the aforementioned. The subject was about to deliver the coup de grace, but was prevented when the brown-haired man, now without his combat suit on, began to deliver blows to every point of the subject's body. Noticing how his body began to explode from the inside, seeing that the pressure point attack worked, making him notice that the energy that lies within him does not flow normally, becoming trapped and finally exploding as a way to free himself. Hurting himself with the same energy source that is in his body, the brown-haired man took the purple-haired girl to move away, looking with wounds with traces of blood coming out. After so much time after the fight against Satan, once again someone extremely strong had appeared. Putting back on his battle suit, jabbing at a pressure point on his heart, removed the limiters on his body, going beyond what his current body could endure, bringing with it great pain, which is impossible to describe. Kusunoki Hachi no Sekiryuutei, Nabong Nido Ryu, no pain. His pupils dilated. At the same time he clenched his teeth to the point of bleeding to endure the immense pain. But it's not over yet, just this wouldn't be enough, so. Kusunoki Hachi no Sekiryuutei, Nabong Nido Ryu, limiter removal x 150,000. Starting to feel more pain in his body with the overload of strength, although the multiplier was not as high as what it was against Satan, there was still an ace up his sleeve, the boosted gear. Making his sacred gear appear, without wasting time he began to increase his power. Regardless of Drake's warnings, the brown-haired man was determined to use such combinations. Drake, I bill you. Stop, you will die if you keep increasing your power, exclaimed the Crimson Dragon, even though he knows well how dangerous this guy ended up being, even though he knows clearly that if this guy doesn't die, everyone will die. Boost! 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 Boost. 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 The chestnut began to spit blood, and electric dragons surrounded him, while the boosted gear increases sounded. Letting out a roar, in a fleeting instant, the brown-haired man's eyes flashed from silver to red again. The electric dragon turned golden. In addition to increasing its size, without asking for more time, it shot out towards its subject, who began to launch energy shots without stopping to hold it back. Dodging most of them, receiving a few, at a shocking speed he managed to get close to the subject, giving a powerful electric kick from the dragon, as if it were an inclined cut, accompanied by a cry of pain from the subject. An explosion of light enveloped the brown-haired man and the subject, while a great roar of a dragon sounded, until the light disappeared. When the light disappeared, it showed a chestnut-haired man with his gaze lowered, arms hanging limply, standing with barely any strength left, while blood flowed from his wounds and from his mouth. Removing the limiters from his body, to multiply it to another technique and his boosted gear, the body created from the flesh of Great Red along with the powers of Ophis had surpassed his limits of resistance, even beyond what he can bear physically and mentally. Barely managing to stand conscious, in front of him, the subject was no better than the brown-haired man. Right arm, a portion of his body, right leg, right side of his waist were missing, and instead blood was running from those parts, in addition to a lifeless white look. This last resort attack did great damage to the subject, but he did not count on the fact that the blood-colored sphere on his chest began to shine brightly, releasing a kind of energy that went to the places where the subject had lost parts of his body. The energy began to take the form of the missing parts of his body. He was regenerating at such a high speed that in a single instant, the being came back to life. Curse! The brown-haired boy said, already tired, his vision beginning to blur, while he felt his whole body explode. A white armor quickly took the brown-haired boy out of there. It was Vala, who appeared to get the brown-haired boy out of there. Others would take over the fight while the brown-haired boy and his friends recovered. But they didn't last long since the subject was as good as new, opting for a more defensive strategy, until a large silver-colored cane fell on the subject, who tried to take it off the top, but the more force he used, the more difficult it was up to certain points. Everyone recognized the Ri Jiangu staff, thinking that the brown-haired man had recovered so quickly, but it was not so. The brown-haired man was still injured, even though his wounds were closed with several bottles of phoenix tears, but the wear and tear it caused to his body was not something that could be removed with something like that. Rio, who became conscious, explained the consequences of such combinations, implying that it was a miracle that he was breathing. But the Emperor was also intrigued as to who controlled Rui, only one person coming to mind. I think I'll have to look for the boys later. It's not easy to beat someone who uses ki. A voice commented where everyone was recovering to fight again alongside those who were fighting, showing himself to everyone. The brown-haired man had said those words, who noticed that there were two, the one who was injured and unconscious, and this one who appeared with everything and the state of Monkey King. Leaving more confusion than answers, but this one seemed slightly older, but said that this guy used ki? He's a ki user from another distant world. I never thought you'd run into one in this time. I'll help you buy some time while those two do that weird dance. I comment on this chestnut that appeared out of nowhere, entering its speed mode to go in a lightning shot towards the subject. While attracting Ri to its hand, it should be said that this staff belongs to the chestnut who was injured. It wasn't the chestnut's clone that Rio thought, it's the same chestnut apparently. But something looks different in his powers. He didn't continue thinking when he noticed how this chestnut was giving the subject a hard battle. It could be noticed that he was faster than the speed mode already shown. Seeing how he used Ri struck with the tip on each point of the subject's body, he really knew how to lead against that subject, thrust after thrust on each point of the subject's body, accompanied by stealth and dodging both physical attacks and energy attacks, which he called ki. The origin of this chestnut tree is simple. He came to look for his children, and upon arriving he came across this, although on the way he came across two other subjects who gave him more details, giving him an idea of what timeline of the past he is in. And precisely that of his past self from another time who would meet his other self from the past. If it sounds confusing, but if it is not confusing, it is not time travel. And if the chestnut tree of this time dies, there would be no one to fight against Artemisia when it appears, and that would cause chaos. And the two guys who appeared would make things go back to normal, just that this chestnut tree buys them time to do a dance. And that made this chestnut tree from the future, parents of the young people who came from the future to see their parents from the past, and instead of appearing in the correct timeline, they appeared in this one. Of course, the aforementioned young people who were present recognized that this was the father of their future/present, and that he apparently came to look for them. After about 20 minutes of time gained, the one who could defeat this guy appeared. A large flash appeared in the sky while a silhouette wrapped in a white aura appeared between the brown-haired man and the guy, giving him a kick that sent him away. Gravity-defying brown hair with silver streaks, white pants, black boots with blue ribbons tied around them, a blue ribbon covering her waist, a black vest that left her breasts exposed, adorned with yellow details such as shoulder pads and a collar that is part of the vest. Leave the rest to me. This man spoke with a voice that seemed as if two people were speaking in unison, something that the older brown-haired man understood, that this referred to dance, and without further ado he gave way to this individual to end the fight. If Patera is power, the subject commented, clenching his fists, accompanied by the emergence of a golden aura that enveloped his body. So fusion is technical. Ha! He gave a great shout causing his golden aura to increase, now his hair turning golden, and his eyes with an emerald cross pupil, to come out against the subject. Chapter 80, A Future Fusion. That man transformed into a warrior with a golden aura, and his hair turned the same color as his aura. The man attacked the greenish-skinned man with great force. A downward kick sent the greenish-skinned man crashing into the ground in a great impact of force, causing multiple cracks to appear in the earth, revealing a place of rocky debris. The man with golden hair created a blue sphere in each hand, then joined his arms with the hands of which the two spheres became one. He was pointing towards where the greenish-skinned subject stared. HHH! The golden man exclaimed, from which the sphere of bluish energy began to release a shower of flashes of energy raised towards his opponent. A great shower of blue energies impacted the subject and its surroundings, creating a great explosion and destruction in the place, releasing a great blizzard of power. Everyone watching from a distance, while he attends to everyone, the chestnut tree from the future was looking, leaning on the Rui, while he looked at his present-day self, even though he is from the past, even though he is from another line. The difference in the mastery of ki, was notable between two very distant worlds, which is almost impossible to cross, only under very specific conditions. It was to be expected that the greenish guy would get beaten up, even he would have the same result if it was the first time facing someone like that, but that was not the case. He already knows someone with the same mastery of chi, Even at one time this brown-haired man has faced someone with this mastery of chi. Not only he was watching, but everyone present, demon leaders, angels, fallen, Asgard, Olympus, Hindu, vampires, some participants, 3 dragon gods and visitors from the other world. Shiva and Indra saw this with amazement. This is the vision that they could not see, that fragment of vision that could not be seen through their clairvoyance. 2 beings fighting, each blow, each impact represented a resounding tremor. Suddenly a communication circle appeared in the right ear of the brown-haired man from the future. The voice on the other side was that of a woman, a voice that was familiar to some of those present. "I already found the Issei boys, I'll meet you now," said the female voice on the other side of the communication circle that this brown-haired man had, and then cut off the communication. As quickly as a call arrives and ends, a teleportation magic circle appeared behind the older chestnut. The symbol on it everyone recognized. It was the symbol of the Gremory family. From the circle appeared 5 young women, of which they recognized again, son of Zenobia, Irina, Rias, Aquino and the daughter of Asia. Could they have returned from their time here again? But they were not alone, but a woman accompanied them. Long crimson hair, blue eyes, wearing a dress very similar to how Venezuelan dresses. This woman had a great similarity to Rias Gremory, although this woman looks older and more mature, radiating the beauty of an older woman and not a young one. The boys were identified as X son of Rias, Karinai son of Aquino, Zen son of Zenobia, Shin son of Irina, and finally, Eri daughter of Asia, were identified since the previous ones had been introduced before leaving with Loki in custody. The woman was immediately identified as Rias Gremory, the great resemblance with a touch of maturity of a completely older woman. Apparently this Issei who bears a great similarity to the current appearance of this timeline, as if she were another Venezuelan. Back to the fight. Blows after blow, kick after kick, this man showed a huge advantage towards him, an exchange of physical attacks between the two. The power they released cracked the ground, showing traces of fire coming out of it, which could be said to be one of the many representations that a human has of hell, defined as lands of burning sea. Although the blood-colored sphere on his chest gave him regenerative power, his fighting style was that of a beast, movements that for this man as his opponent were easy to predict. Suddenly, the fusion attacked with his right palm, hitting the green guy's chest, causing him to be propelled by the attack, to then resume the fight, wrapping himself in green chi to once again launch himself against the man, something that he also imitated. The shock of both collided, causing a great explosion. Back with the spectators. They continued watching the fight, while others attended to the wounded, especially Issei, present, who was the one with the most injuries, removing the limit of his body, multiplying his strength with acupuncture, and finally using the boosted gear to do the same and increase the resistance of his entire body. Even though more than half of the increases he made with the boosted gear were towards increasing his body's resistance against the consequences of increasing his strength, if it weren't for that, he would soon fall to the ground with his body inside torn to pieces. Even though on this occasion the fact that he breathes is still a miracle, even though he remains unconscious, even his mind was all cloudy, without knowing the same reality or the same dream. The elder Rias stood next to her husband, while watching the fight. Like her husband, she knows what timeline it is. After all, very soon her past self will meet her current self. Since this line is one of the two where she doesn't marry the brown-haired boy, there was a 50-50th chance of which of the two lines it is, although at this point, if this is a Loki from another time as his children told him, he was more certain that it would be the timeline where his past self would meet the Rias of this time. Back to the fight. The fusion delivered a palm strike to the subject's chest, followed by a punch an inch away, causing the green subject to spit blood, causing his feet to unconsciously step back from the damage of the 2 blows. Now we just need to see how to remove that sphere from his chest, since it is the source of his loss of control and regeneration. The best way was to hit it squarely. If the present chestnut had hit the sphere squarely, it would have ended, but that was not the case, only hitting the subject. It was better to finish before reaching the time limit, and what better finisher attack than with an attack from the same world where the other half of this fusion comes from and the subject against whom to fight, a signature chi, ki, energy attack. Starting to bring your hands together, creating a sphere of chi energy, moving your hands back to the side. Came ha! Moving his hands forward, pointing the sphere at the subject, an explosive burst of chi, ki energy went straight towards the subject. A large concentrate of energy hit the subject along with the subject. After launching the energy attack, the fusion wasted no time chasing the sphere that had come off the subject, watching as the subject fell to the ground after finishing this attack. Just in time, the subject returned to his base state, and immediately a light covered his entire being, seeing how the silhouette of light suddenly began to divide into two beings, ending the fusion. Seeing that those who witnessed the fight recognized one of the beings that divided the subject, it was another brown-haired one, but more adult in appearance, compared to the one they know, present. And as for the other subject, he was a man with platinum hair, neither long nor short, of slightly muscular build. Wearing a black trench coat, he kept the sphere in a magical space. While this new chestnut went to where the body of the green man was lying, he had to take him back to where he belongs. The chestnut took out a scroll where he saw where this man had to be taken, that according to what was recorded on the scroll, this guy is the leader of a group called Silver Warriors, and this is their leader Bojack, which apparently belongs to the moment before his arrival on Earth in the year 767, where a certain Son Gohan would kill him, ending the information with the last thing writing his death. And what does the chestnut have to do with this? Well, it is only a duty that was requested of him by a deity of time that guards all the timelines of the dragon, being someone who does not belong to any of the dragon's lines, that is to say, an outsider was better help. Now having Bojack locked in a sphere, it was time to return and take him to where he should appear and die according to the records, although the brown-haired man and the other subject wondered how he was able to get to this time in this reality. After all, there is a great barrier that divides the multiple planes. It was the first time that a time travel can take you to the past of another plane. Going to be face to face with the other adult brown-haired man, both gave a handshake, to look at his present self still unconscious. Yep, this is definitely his past self, although he didn't remember this guy beating him up, since he remembered it was Loki, although seeing how certain things turned out, he has an idea of why he thinks Loki gave him a tough fight and hurt him. Just as the fight ended, several more people appeared, most of them his wives from the past, although everyone present was confused to notice 3 brown-haired men, the one they knew, and 2 adults. Something that the questions did not take long to come, having an idea that time had something to do with it, and the guy in a black trench coat with whom the adult brown-haired man made a kind of fusion walked away, since it has nothing to do with it. In addition to the fact that he was preparing to erase their memories of everything related, and that happened right at the moment that Bojack appeared, he can't, but someone who is here can, so he would ask that person for help. Many questions were asked to the 2 adult chestnuts, something that he did not know how to answer, although it was nostalgic for him to see his fellow heroes when they were young, but he simply said that no one would remember what happened, being an event outside of time, it could divert some events. This was what this adult brown-haired man was saying, while the other one was with Rias and her children talking with Rias about the present along with the present versions of several girls who were not married to the brown-haired man. Just as the brown-haired man said, the only time travelers who would remember would be those who took Loki, while no one would remember these 2 who appeared. Everything began to turn into a white glow, which covered all reality, erasing any traces of what happened in the fight against Bojack. No one will remember the 2 adult brown-haired men. Only the other reality, which Loki came from. Everyone will believe that all the damage caused by the fight was Loki's, as well as the wounded. No one, absolutely no one will remember anything beyond what happened with the Alki from another world. And in this way, the problem ended, and just like the last day of the Red Dragon Cup tournament, leaving the fight between Dulio's team and Wukong Jin unfinished. But for now the priority will be to fix all the damage caused by Loki's appearance, making it clear that there is more than one world with similarities to theirs. A future that is full of any possibilities, and erasing the memory of everyone without exception was the least that could prevent another line from being created, and keeping it on its course as such. Chapter 81. What is your wish? Yesterday was the last day of the Red Dragon Cup tournament, although the winner could not be announced due to an attack that interrupted the final match between the 2 final teams after tough battles. It was revealed in the news that Loki was responsible, along with Kokobil along with the Berserker Hagen. The term Berserker is the opposite of the Valkyries. Thanks to the leaders, the media did not find out about the origin of this Loki, making people think that it is the one they always know, leaving time travel hidden. Nobody, absolutely nobody, remembered what happened after the attack created by Loki. With a slight change in everyone's memories, the wounded from the battle against Loki, making it clear that this Loki achieved great power. After everything was finished, the injured were immediately taken to hospitals, while others had to rebuild the damage, which is technically what they did yesterday. Present. Yesterday was a chaotic day, but in the end that fire was put out, figuratively speaking, even for Serorg, who had planned to ask for her hand in marriage during the ceremony at the end of the tournament. It was cancelled, given that the Bale was hospitalized after the fights against Loki. What happened to Bojack and the two adult chestnuts was technically erased from the minds of any being that was within this world, replacing that any injury was because of Loki. All the wounded had bandages and some casts on their bodies, but all conscious, except one, the brown-haired, who during his fight after finishing against Loki, it was revealed that both Hyoudou Issei and Wukong Jin are the same person. This information was also covered by the demon leaders. But currently the leaders of several factions and most of the participants already know about the double identity. The brown-haired boy, who was currently still not waking up, had bandages all over his body. His breathing was normal, but according to Drake, the power-enhancing techniques used went beyond what his mind and body could bear. The good thing was that most of the increases from the boosted gear were to increase the body's resistance against damage from such combinations of techniques. That he wouldn't know when he would wake up, but that he would have to be patient. The mental and physical demands were exhausting on the brown-haired man, who was in a private room with the best security. Kokabeel was taken back to Cocytus, the Berserker Hagen was taken to Asgard for trial, and with the last Rainier, he was still recovering, as reportedly the armor he was wearing was to control and maximize his powers as a descendant of the wizard Merlin. This revelation was shocking, although for Azazel it is not, after all he knew about this. He just hadn't told it because of the requests of the Father of the Fallen, who is a fallen one, making it clear that Merlin's offspring is on his mother's side. They did not inform the chestnut tree's parents about what had happened, since they would go crazy knowing that there was danger again, especially the mother, for something they would hide at all costs. The first and second day after the tournament was practically the injured recovering, and on the third day, all the injured had already recovered, leaving only the chestnut, who despite the physical injuries showed a good recovery, still had not woken up. From the third day onwards the results of the rest began to show. Little by little the majority began to recover completely, although the chestnut was still missing, whose wounds had already recovered, but he again still had not woken up, causing great concern to the girls, who took turns in groups to go see him at different visiting times available each day. On the fourth day, everyone was discharged, and they immediately began to create a training regimen for themselves. After the beating that Loki, from another line, gave them, they learned that in these years without training they had become somewhat weak compared to their best moments of powers. They had left most of the work to the chestnut tree and his friends, seeing that this shouldn't continue like this. This time it was the second time that the chestnut tree did the hard work for them, not to say the third if we count that it was the same chestnut tree who took over from them 7 years ago in the prison dimension. A debt that could not be paid, either fame nor riches could compare to the value of a life. Nothing could be given as thanks, so on the fourth day the leaders met to discuss who would be the winner of the tournament, whether it was the team of the Trump Card Angels or the team of 8 Clouds. Note: 8 Clouds are literally the 2 kanji letters that make up the surname Yukumo. Although maybe or not if giving him the honor of asking for the wish would be enough or not, but he had fought with everything since they all knew him, although it would also be somewhat unfair to the Angels team. Something to talk about with Dulio is in the hands of Archangel Michael with his Joker about whether he is willing to accept that the winner is the Yakumo team, in addition to waiting for the chestnut to wake up. Fourth day. This day was something special. To be clear, it was for Serorg, who asked for his queen's hand in marriage in the middle of a large crowd in a busy city, an idea from his mother, who had taken it from one of the many novels she watches. After all, having free time since he woke up from his coma, he had done many productive things. Of which idea she was proud of herself for such a romantic result, which Keisha did not wait to respond, giving her now fiancé the answer he expected, which her now mother-in-law immediately ordered to make a room for her future grandson or granddaughter, in addition to a living room, so that the couple is busy in just making life. As soon as the engagement was announced, the woman had already imagined several years of plans and fun with her future grandson or granddaughter. Mind of Issei. Walking in the middle of the darkness, without any direction, with a darkened gaze, as if in some kind of trance, each footstep echoed throughout the place. The sound was as if you were walking on water. Without any notion of time, which in this place was non-existent, he walked for 10 minutes, 15, 30, he didn't know, he just kept walking forward, not caring that there was nothing in front of him. After walking for an indeterminate amount of time, his steps had stopped, he raised his gaze, his eyes began to shine again, as if he had come out of a trance. In front of him he saw a ground with a ruined temple. He looked around, a feeling of déjà vu came over him. Unconsciously he began to walk deeper into the ruined temple. A knot in his neck arose as he went deeper into the place. The whole place was destroyed. In front of him was Rui Jingdubin nailed to the ground as if it were an enormous tower, something that left him speechless. Looking at the large staff, immediately a sensation of humidity and weight appeared between his arms. Under his gaze, so that they would only dilate, found in his arms was a woman, or rather only her corpse, with long dark brown hair, a white oriental monk's dress, a pair of stockings that simulated being pants, a pair of sandals. The brown-haired man's gaze widened even further. He recognized this woman in his arms. The sensation of wetness was nothing more than the blood covered in his hands, beginning to shake his head at what he saw. A voice spoke to him, but it was not heard clearly. Looking around, seeing that around him there were more lifeless bodies of women, recognizing each one of them, Ravel, Prim, Rosweiss, Sona, Chloe and Gabriel, to mention a few. There were not only women, but men too: Azazel, Surzex, All Might, Izuku, Todoroki, Ajuka, Milikas, just to mention a few of them. Again the unknown voice spoke to him. This time it was clear, managing to know where the voice came from. In front of him, the brown-haired man looked in that direction, finding a huge figure that he immediately recognized. It was Maitreya, Tathagata, Buddha, light brown skin, eyes without pupils, blue tunic, round golden earrings that passed through his ear. The prophecy is inevitable. You cannot escape the inevitable. You'll have to return what should have belonged to me. Everything around you will be paid for with death. The giant subject spoke while at the same time he saw how dragons, angels, demons and fallen ones fell to the ground. Some did not have parts of their wings, others without some part of their body, legs, arms, head. Erig. The chestnut's loud scream echoed throughout the place. Pain, crying, desperation, hatred, any combination of negative emotions could be described, while everything around him turned dark, while the bodies disappeared like ashes. Citri Hospital. Boom! A huge explosion blew up the room where the chestnut was, while a scream sounded dryly, beginning to destroy the hospital. Any patients and staff were evacuated immediately, while others secured the place. A group of guard demons went to stop whoever was causing the destruction, but they all flew out and crashed to the ground. The demon leaders appeared. While a soldier was giving the report, there were no lives lost, but several wounded, in addition to the fact that not a single person could be evacuated, and it was the chestnut. The sky clouded over, and lightning struck what remained of the hospital, charging until it was reduced to rubble. This finally led to the person responsible being seen. It was the brunette, who had a literally blank look, his pupils gone. The lightning had destroyed a large part of his shirt, leaving his torso almost exposed, along with the torn bandages. His teeth were sharp. While he emitted a wild scream, as if he was out of control, he looked around as if he was wildly searching for something, seeing how people approached to calm him down, who were Surzex and Seraphal. The two demon kings approached slowly while trying to calm them down, and instead of achieving their goal of making the brown-haired boy react, they were grabbed by the neck by the brown-haired boy, slamming them to the ground. Ahagaga! It was the wild scream of the chestnut, while they had the neck of the two mouths in each hand, while blood accompanied by blood came out of their white eyes. Seraphal, Tuai Si Chahan the Leviathan pronounced with difficulty due to the pain she had in her neck. My, Arami am I what your gives way, said the Mao with difficulty. He didn't know why his brown-haired boy was in this position, as he raised his left hand to reach the brown-haired boy's cheeks, not caring that the brown-haired boy's tears mixed with blood fell on his face. The pupils turned in the brown-haired man's eyes, something that made Seraphal happy and drew a sigh from the redhead. But the brown-haired man looked at Seraphal and was struck by what he saw, and he remembered the lifeless Mao's body filled with ice stakes, something that caused his eyes to turn white. Ahagha! He gave another shout to lift the two Maos and throw them away, but they could stop with their powers. Seraphal created ice enveloping the brown-haired boy's body in an attempt to stop him without hurting him. The chestnut's body was wrapped by pillars of ice, leaving only his head free, which moved from one side to the other violently. Surzex was ready to attack in case something got more violent in the chestnut. They all didn't know what was happening to the chestnut. It was so sudden, but they had to keep or neutralize the chestnut until Valerie and Elmenhilden woke up, since the chestnut's room exploded when they were inside, while they were being cared for. Back with the brown-haired boy, who had violently broken free from his ice prison, but was greeted by a hook from Serorg with his armor on, combined with a kick from Vala on his balance breaker, the impact causing the brown-haired boy to be violently propelled backwards. But he gave a huge shout again, to launch an attack on the two armor demons. In the exchanges of blows, the brown-haired one hit violently, without any fighting style at all. It was simply to destroy whatever was in front of him. Punch! A blow had landed on the brown-haired boy's left face by Serorg, and he had received a blow on the right side of his face by the brown-haired boy. But the Baal pushed his fist with even more force, being able to throw the brown-haired boy back in this blow competition. Apparently he wasn't that strong, but Vala continued the next attack. Just when the brown-haired boy was sent back by Serorg's fist, in midair, the brown-haired boy was slammed into the ground. Vala, who had taken him by the head to slam him, who used his ability to divide to weaken the brown-haired boy. The place was only the three Maos, Surzex, Seraphal and Ajuka at the beginning of this, but now others arrived, Asgard, Cielo and Gregory respectively, along with the chestnut's friends and the girls. Those who were out of time with what was happening could only see how Vala and Serorg fought against the brown-haired man, while guards secured the perimeter, but they were put there at the moment. The chestnut had gotten out of control out of nowhere, but he currently looked like a wild animal, and now they were looking for how to calm him down. Rio and Alkane, seeing this, did not hesitate to stop their friend, along with the old Dushin and Yiki. They could notice the brown-haired boy's white eyes as well as tears with blood, his scream more like that of a savage. It was like one of desperation and fear, who tries to hide through violence, succumbing to his animal side completely, without knowing his full potential. Added to being wounded, he couldn't use much power. Akane pulled out several swords in the air around her, the first to attack Yuki, who used her Pandora's full ability, thus weakening him further by suppressing his powers, followed by sealing a large part of the brown-haired man's powers. The master of the lunar style followed. Multiple swords fell like rain on the chestnut, but none cut him. Since all the swords were to seal the chestnut's movement, the emperor took the opportunity to give a karate blow, an accurate fist with an inch of distance, causing the chestnut to arch his back backwards from the powerful blow. The old Dushin gave the blow that would end this chaos. A downward kick hit the top of the chestnut's head. At the end of this blow, without wasting time, the old man turned in midair to strike with his foot horizontally to the chestnut's neck. Grandfather and grandson remained in these positions for a few seconds, until immediately the chestnut fell to the ground in a KO. The Citri hospital was destroyed, well, out of several there. There were no deaths, but there were several injured, including hospital staff, patients, and visitors. However, these were already treated and taken with care to another hospital. As for the chestnut, he was quickly taken into care as well, but this time security would be in charge of Valio, Serorg and Tobio, while they would investigate his lack of control, since clearly his attitude did not show like the chestnut that they know, even for his grandfather and his friends. He was bandaged again, and he was back in bed, leaving everyone waiting for the brown-haired boy to wake up. The two vampires, one pure and the other a hybrid, had woken up after a full day of rest. Being the only ones in the room where the brunette was seconds before losing control, something that both women said a lot, more than out of nowhere he started screaming. But the member of the Karnstein family remembered something, that moments before the chestnut flew the fourth shouted something, a name. Mathreya. A week later. The brown-haired boy was already awake, discharged by the doctors, but the marks of wounds had remained all over his body. What happened would have to be unknown to the brown-haired boy. This was done at the request of Dushin, something that everyone accepted. The good thing was that the media was talking about an attack that had already been brought under control, and now what will happen? After all, there was a little more week left before returning to the world to go back to school. Well, the brown-haired boy was summoned by the leaders to talk about the winner of the tournament, and the brown-haired boy was chosen as the winner, and it is already known that Hyoudou Issei and Wukong Jin are the same person. The Dulio being one of the two finalists agreed by decision. This was decided by vote of the leaders. Now it only remained if the other 13 kings accepted this final result. The chestnut was surprised by this decision to determine the winner of the tournament, but he had participated in this tournament to win and achieve his wish. Despite his desire to fight Dulio, he could not put his personal interests before his promises. If the prize was something other than a wish, he was sure he would give it to the one who needed the wish the most, but on this occasion, he had made a promise to someone to find his sister, and this wish would be the best option. He already knows what he would ask for. He walked forward, in front of the leaders. He took a deep breath before asking for his wish. "I want you to bring Grandini back." It was the wish that the brown-haired boy asked for, confusing everyone present for the most part, surprising a certain blue-haired girl in the place and the girls who know the reason for the wish, which is not for nothing that Tiamat currently lives with the Hyoudou family. The leaders looked at each other in an exchange of glances, then looked at the brown-haired man, then nodded. His wish would be granted. Each leader present raised his right hand, wrapping it in power, to unite each of them into one. A light illuminated the place, a sign that the wish was being carried out. Chapter 82. All ends well. The wish was said, a glow illuminated the entire room. The combination of demon, angel, fallen, Asgard, Greek, yokai and Hindu leaders to fulfill the chestnut's wish. Bringing someone was within his capabilities. Technically, anything that exists in this world, such a wish is possible. The only limitation is that it does not exist in this world. The light disappeared after approximately 1 minute, gradually fading away, as if it were a flame. When the light disappeared, it was a sign that the wish had been granted, but something strange was happening. It is assumed that he or she that the chestnut tree was able to bring here would already be in the middle of the room. But no, there was no one there, even though the wish had been granted by the leaders, who looked among themselves to find an answer to this error. They nodded again to perform the act of uniting their powers. After a few minutes they reached the same result. The wish was fulfilled, but such a being did not appear, something that caused doubts in all those present. Shiva, who did not pass this by, wanted to use his premonition ability to see if such a being under that name exists or that in some future, something that the Hindu god of destruction began to stand in the middle of the room to meditate on using such an ability. Lotus meditation position, beginning to levitate, a sign that one is on an extremely high plane of meditation, of course not before knowing who the person named Grandini is, something that the Dragon Queen Tiamat told a little about the identity of the aforementioned. With a basis on the person to search for, Shiva used the ability of premonition. Perhaps in this way he could clarify why he did not appear before all those present. If such a person exists, it could be shown by this ability. It was this or that he was dead, but if he were dead, it would have been possible for his remains to appear, but no trace whatsoever. Better to give good news than bad news. The Hindu god saw the future, noticing that clearly such a thing exists, trying to see if it would first appear in the future, and succeeding. Already finishing with his meditation, he continued to tell about what he saw, starting to tell that if she is alive, good news for Tiamat. But after this good news he continued to tell about what he saw, and that being the first time that she appears. Shiva, as mentioned, he will appear next to a blue-haired girl next to the Dragon Queen through a portal very similar to a door was all that the Hindu god of destruction said about the dragon he found. This left a certain fallen present thoughtful, a portal that looks like a door, in a certain way that basic description seemed to the machine that built it, passing his hand over his chin several times, entering into his thoughts. Is it a coincidence? Shaking his head, turning out that it would be too much of a coincidence, that had to be it. It was not possible that it was his. Shiva told it, leaving Tiamat a little calm, with the certainty that her sister is alive. But according to what the god said, she appeared with her and a little blue-haired girl. The question falls on how? Shiva, maybe we have many questions instead of answers, but sooner or later, the answers will be resolved in our daily lives, said the green-haired young man. In all his years of life, time has proven him right and given answers to his premonitions, and this would not be the exception. Sooner or later it would have to happen what was seen in his premonition about the reunion of those two sisters, making it clear that if Tiamat wants to meet her sister again, she didn't have to rush things. Everything has its own time and place. Something that the Dragon Queen accepted this answer, being grateful to know that her sister is well, had left a great weight on her heart. Perhaps one thinks that she can stop living with the Hyoudou knowing about her sister, but the reality is different. Since the incident with Empty Lady and her kidnapping, that night in the hospital, with the chestnut sleeping on her lap, the Dragon Queen, a certain interest arose in her, although this interest arose when she talked with the chestnut on the roof of the residence, and from the outings to eat ramen with him. Returning to the wish, does this count as fulfilled? Despite not having been able to bring the aforementioned, it had been confirmed that she was alive, even currently, and bringing her also entails her remains if she were dead. But in this case, the aforementioned is alive, but for reasons that are still unclear, she cannot be brought. Well, since they were in a certain way grateful to the chestnut, they would make an exception, giving him another wish to ask for, since the one he asked for, in a certain way, did not come true, giving the chestnut a reason to think about asking for his new wish. He could take a few minutes to think. While the leaders once again channeled their energy, for a few seconds while the brown-haired man thought about his new wish, a certain blonde ice mage addressed the brown-haired man, speaking to him, taking him out of his thoughts. It was Lavinia who spoke. "Lavinia, please, could you grant Wukong his wish?" asked the blonde magician, bowing slightly in a pleased manner. This action and request made everyone present doubt, including Vala himself. The brown-haired boy blinked several times before answering the blonde ice mage, giving in to his wish for Vala. He ran his right hand over the back of his head in slight hesitation before answering. He had thought about his new wish, and it was to revive certain people. The blonde's request and his new wish were on a tightrope. Not knowing how to answer. What could Vala ask for? It was something curious. The brown-haired man thought about it for a few minutes. While the magician remained bowed in request, she would not give up, since this wish could mean a lot to her and her husband, not only her, but Penthesilea, Sigvera and Brynhilde. Realizing the intentions of the wife who heads the harem of the White Emperor, the brown-haired man sighed to give his rival the wish. The aforementioned stepped forward, with an expression of surprise and an open look as he could, receiving a pat on his left shoulder from the brown-haired man. Giving him a thumbs up, the brown-haired man returned to the crowd, and now with the white-haired man in front of him, while Lavinia whispered something to him in her hatred, leaving Lucifer even more surprised. With clarity in his mind, his wish came out of his mouth, being heard by everyone. A wish that is possible for the leaders present immediately joined their powers in making this wish, which, the great hall again shone, and after a moment, the light calmed down, now showing a small sphere of light lying in the hands of Vala. It was a small sphere of light. It was Vala's wish. The rest was in his hands. Give this sphere to that person, and the wish would be complete. A half-smile appeared on his face, while a couple of voices made the aforementioned turn around. "Happy birthday, dear!" Lucifer's 4 wives exclaimed in unison with a sweet voice towards their husband, leaving Vala speechless, who, without realizing it, his gaze became a little crystalline. His face was immediately buried in the soft breasts of Lavinia, who passed a soft hand over her husband's white hair, while smiling at him. Today was June 6th, Vala Lucifer's birthday. And this wish was her greatest gift, something that her wives have been secretly planning, to win this tournament at all costs, but only not to reach the semi-finals. And the magician's request to the chestnut tree was something unexpected, but she was grateful to the chestnut tree. Issei. The brown-haired boy sighed. He didn't regret having given his wish to Vala. The reason for his sigh was for another reason. "I'm sorry, Chloe, Claudia, Maya. In the next tournament I swear I'll win again to revive your mother, Chloe's and your parents," the brown-haired boy said to the 3 mentioned of their respective loved ones. Revive the mother of the half-dark elf, the ex-husband of her current partner, and the parents of some members of the Kuroina mercenaries. the three mentioned were surprised by what the brown-haired man apologized for, that apparently that was his wish, to revive those people dear to them respectively. Bringing a smile to more than one person's face, thinking of others before himself, the aforementioned had no problems, since intentions are what counts, regardless of whether or not that wish is fulfilled one day. With this concluded, there was only one thing left to do, and that was the celebration, where everyone present was invited to a great banquet tonight, music, dancing, typical of the upper classes, so it would be held tonight, so everyone could use the day to find a good dress and prepare for this party. Of course, the small revelation of the brown-haired man's wish to the three aforementioned girls did not go unnoticed by several leaders, and it was about reviving certain people, a miracle that several factions in the past have failed to do until today. Everyone continued to leave to prepare for tonight. The brown-haired boy left calmly, when a voice made him turn around. Seeing the voice belonged to Rias, not only was she there, but also Akino, Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia and Irina, with their respective husbands. A silent atmosphere was present in the place, leaving them, the cat and the girls, while Ryo, Akane, Dushin, Yuki and Xiaochen went guided by Grafia along with the girls of Eostia in the company of those from the Hero Academy. Staying at the door of the room, the brown-haired, Venezuelan, Kuroka and Rosweiss, Sona, and the rest of the girls went to look for a dress for tonight's celebration, being the four who stayed, in a certain way were the ones who had the most communication with Rias. "Can we talk?" The redhead asked the brown-haired man, and the aforementioned nodded. Sooner or later he had to talk to them, he just didn't think it would be so soon. The brown-haired man had thought the later would be after his graduation from the UA, if everything goes well. This group was guided by a servant to another room smaller than the one they were in before, but which would be enough to contain this entire group. During this entire walk to the new room, everything was in total silence, with only their own footsteps being heard. Upon arriving at the new room, everyone took seats at the large table in the room, each one on each side respectively, as if there were two sides. The Serbian maid gave each one tea, and then left the room at the request of the Venezuelan. Silence reigned in the room for a few minutes, until the redhead broke the silence. "Rias, it's good to know that you were okay all this time," Issei the woman commented to the brown-haired boy, taking a breath just like your Okasama. "You've done very well." "Issei, it's good to know that you're all okay too," the brown-haired boy commented, trying to stay calm, while he feels the same as any person who reunites with their ex, and discomfort that he doesn't know how to describe. "Venelana, take your time in formulating your words, girls and boys. It is normal to feel uncomfortable, just like you said," the woman calmly to her daughter, although it is not that the woman did not feel the same way, it would be serious to lie, but as the only adult present in a certain sense, she had to remain calm and try to make the conversation flow little by little. "Sona," she stared, while also being ready for anything that was going to happen, even though the brown-haired boy was no longer engaged to either of them. It did not take away the fact that the Citri was in a relationship with a former partner. And on Kuroka's part, it didn't take away the fact that she had to look at her younger sister's face. But she was sure that Kaneko would already be old enough to accept facts and face them. "I'm sorry!" A sudden scream in unison arose from nowhere in the room, breaking the silence. It was not a loud scream, but a loud, nervous one, and those who screamed were the brown-haired man and Rias and his nobility. With the other girls. They walked with the girls from UA and the pros along with Bakugo Mitsuki's mother towards a dress shop for the party at night, since the guests did not have any suitable clothing for the situation, being guided by Grafia, and it should be said that the Moon Sword Style Master Takasuki Akane, the bearer of Pandora and Xiaochen were also there. While some were talking about common topics, some wanted to know how things were going with Rias, since in a certain way this was a difficult topic to discuss. Girls like Namuri and Takayama did not hesitate to ask more in depth, understanding the subject, in the same way it was heard by Momo and Jairu. For Jairu he had only seen this on television, while Yayorozu, commitments today were something of the past that was not practiced, although there are exceptions such as a commitment by quirks, which was already done by the government, which was what was close to a commitment today, even though being in another world, where the supernatural has preserved in a certain way the traditions that arose from the Middle Ages. Namuri, the woman, after knowing a little more about the current relationship that the brown-haired man is in, did find it a little difficult, but at the same time he had told her what he had left behind, said by Gabriel. But they all trusted that the brown-haired girl could remain on good terms, since Venelana, Kuroka, Sona and Rossweiss were with him. Nothing could go wrong. Without further ado, they proceeded to enter the dress store, every type of design they could imagine, made with quality materials. And what happened to the men? Well, Azazel accompanied them along with Ryo and Dushin to All Might and the boys Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki and Kirishima to buy a suit for the occasion. You could say that the account goes to the brown one, which is managed by Graphia. The girls tried all kinds of dresses, until they found the right one for the occasion, or rather tonight, while on the boys' side, the outfit was simpler, always black with a tie of a certain color. Although to Seraphol, the girl would have to wear a dress that matches with a necklace or neckband, since the marks of the chestnut that squeezed her neck still remained, and apparently she doesn't remember anything about that incident, which, the Mao has told no one to mention anything about what happened. With Val, the bearer of the target had appeared in a small field, located somewhere in Germany with his 4 wives. It was an open place, where Lucifer recognizes very well. Seeing from the distance, he could notice a 1-story house. He could see smoke coming out of the chimney. At this time of year, in these surroundings it snowed, the ground was tinged with white. With the light in his hands he valued the humble house. Lucifer's expression was one of doubt. For the first time he doubted after so many years. A lump appeared in his throat. Listen to Ost, it's the right time, Daichi Miura. Feeling a few pushes on his back from his 4 wives, Lavinia, Sigvera, Brynhildra and Penthesilea, who helped their husband take the first step towards that house, Vala looked back at the house, closing his eyes while breathing deeply. You can do it, you've earned it over time, don't keep her waiting, said the white dragon inside Vala, who opened his eyes. His expression of doubt changed to a sure one. He took each step slowly. Little by little he could see how the house was getting closer to him, while his wives stayed in their place watching him. A little less than 3 meters, the sphere in his hands began to shine brightly, while it slowly rose until it reached the house, where it broke like a bubble, all its particles falling around the house. Lucifer walked until he was in front of the door. Raising his hand to knock, he knocked on the door 3 times, to hear a woman's voice answer that she would go and open it. After the answer, the door opened. The one who opened the door was a woman, a beautiful 43-year-old young woman, white hair, hazel eyes. In one of her hands she held a plate of pasta. Vala didn't say anything at first, he just stared at the woman. They both stared at each other for a few moments. Even Lucifer bit his lips to be able to speak. Mother. That was what came out of the mouth of the White Emperor. While he tried his best not to cry, the words spoken by Lucifer resonated like an echo inside the woman. Explosions of memories filled the woman's mind, causing pain not in her head, but in her chest. Unconsciously the woman's eyes began to well up with tears. Her mouth began to tremble. Both of them were looking at each other, without realizing that the particles of light were gathering to surround the woman. Dropping the plate of pasta, the woman brought both hands up to cover her mouth and nose, while the woman began to cry intensely, without stopping looking at Lucifer. I go. The bearer of the white had not finished saying his name when 2 arms surrounded his neck, leaving Avala speechless. His mother had hugged him without warning. He slowly raised his hands, trying to reciprocate the hug. You don't know how much I miss you, Val, the woman said between sobs on her son's shoulder. Abuse and violence from her previous husband, if it can be called that. The damage from the past caused her to lose her memory of her son and everything related to his world, an irreparable damage, which in the end was discarded while she helped her son to successfully escape from that damned one. With her memory lost, she was taken in by her new husband's family, where she found a second chance to live, without memories of her past. Now everything came back, as if by a miracle. The image of a small Vala in her mind turned into that of a full-fledged adult. It had really been a long time, causing the woman's arms to hug her son even tighter. For Vala, his wish has always been for his mother to remember him. Even though his mouth tells the world to let his mother live her new life, his interior says the opposite. Every time he came here to look from afar at his mother with his half-brother and sister, along with her husband, his heart told him otherwise, to tell the truth. Envy arose in him. And now he is in front of his mother, who had finally remembered him. A feeling took him back in time, as if he were a child again. His mother was his world. A nostalgic feeling enveloped Lucifer's thoughts. He cried on his mother's shoulder. Now he was taller than her. The reunion of these two was seen by his two half-brother and sister, who were now 12 and 14 respectively, and the father, who did not understand why his wife had started acting like that when he looked at that young man. From afar they were observed by Vala's 4 wives, who upon seeing the state of their beloved, could not help but cry. Even Penthesilea, who was extremely proud, cried at such a scene. Mother and son said nothing. Their tears and their hugs spoke with their actions. The 4 girls wanted to get closer, but they knew it was better to leave the meeting between mother and son. It could be too much for the newly recovered woman. Desire had worked its miracle. Memories that the woman had forgotten had once again been engraved in her being. The 4 girls saw how their husband and mother had finally recovered, to talk about something, where after finishing, her husband gave a gesture of hand, signaling them to go with them, where the girls did not hesitate to go to the humble house. And east. With the chestnut. A conversation that lasted quite a while, where the Gremory girls told a little about what had become of them, while the brown-haired boy also told a little about his years of absence. As if it were a meeting between two people, after a long time without seeing each other, they met. "We're sorry." It was the apology that the girls of the Gremory clan gave along with Irina to the brown-haired boy. It was a sincere and heartfelt apology. There was no intention beyond that. They had to accept what had happened. Each one saw how their former love found a place, without trying to fix it. A thank you and make him her happy, which I couldn't, was the message that was transmitted between the two groups in the room. Even though that was not said, their hearts said it. In a short time they had matured in an impressive way, without starting an unnecessary fight. Each one had accepted reality, grateful to the brown-haired man for being a part of their lives, and now as a friend, they only needed the brown-haired man to forgive them for so many years, and in the end, the blessing to their partner. It had been almost half a year since the last time the brown-haired girl was heard from by the girls of the Gremory clan and Michael's Ace, where they had time to clarify what they really wanted, and that was to apologize to Issei Hyoudou, who was now in front of them. For the brown-haired boy, he knew that if they took the places of the leaders in the prison dimension, it could happen that many of his girls would find the right partner for them. Even though deep down it hurts him, he also knew it was for the best. Only when he returned, his heart did not accept the fact. But deep down he knows that the girls did the right thing. It would be very selfish of him to ask someone to wait for him if he did not return. In this way, the conversation with the brown-haired boy ended well. They solved the problem with a peaceful talk, without the need to resort to force what was already in the past, taking a weight off the girls, and just like the brown-haired boy, who had already forgiven them. Although Rias, like her brother, would not call the chestnut father even if threatened with the Bible, a little joke to break the tension after getting along between them with the chestnut, but to take care of Venelana. Although Xiaticus made mistakes in the past, being an adult did not mean being mature, but learning from their mistakes to mature. With Kaneko, the Nikomata did get a little angry with her sister for not telling her the truth, but in the end she thanked Kuroka for not doing it. Otherwise, either Kaneko nor any of the other girls would have taken the time to clear their minds. Wishing each other luck with their new partners, they left the room to go with their partners to prepare for the party, which only had a little less than 2 hours left before it started. Everything had ended for good. Without further ado, Issei, Venelana, Kuroka, Ross Weiss and Sona went to meet up with the other girls, who must have already finished shopping for dresses, which was only missing the 4 of them, accompanied by the brown-haired boy, had to take a shower and get ready, where the girls would fix the brown-haired boy. Even though his spiky hair is normal and natural, they had to comb it for the occasion. At least a bottle of gel was required to be able to retain those tips. Night, the party. In a large room, all the leaders and participants of the Red Dragon Cup had gathered, in celebration of all the participants and their nobility, as well as guests from demonic houses and other factions. There was everything: Azazel with Mitsuki at the wine fountain competing against other drinkers to see who could drink the most. Food area, dessert, appetizers, all you can eat there was, and if not, the kitchen would immediately prepare it for you. Classical music. The chestnut was gathered with his friends, introducing old and new, to get to know each other. Odin watching beautiful girls with his camera, while being scolded by his wife, Thor eating pancakes and throwing every plate on the floor, Xerxes talking to his wife about trivial things. Outside this party, Vala called the brown-haired man to the balcony to talk calmly, thanking him for giving him the wish, which the brown-haired man was nothing to do with, since it was for a friend, although he was a little surprised by the wish his rival asked for, but other than that. Lucifer reminded him that he has to free Albion like he did with Drake, where the red dragon warned him of how painful it can be, something that both the white and the bearer accepted. Now all that's missing is when and where. After this, Lucifer returned to the party, just passing by Athena, who arrived at the balcony to talk to the brown-haired boy, who was still on the balcony. It was at that moment that the Greek goddess greeted him. "Hello, introverted boy," greeted the goddess of wisdom with a touch of mockery, causing the brown-haired boy to raise an eyebrow. "Don't you remember me?" asked the girl to the brown-haired boy, who simply became more confused. "Issei, Athena-sama, I don't understand what you're trying to say," commented the brown-haired man. By the tone of the goddess, she seemed to know him, drawing a sigh from the aforementioned, whose body began to shine, to show another appearance, one that the brown-haired man could recognize. "You!" he exclaimed, pointing with his finger at the aforementioned. "Athena, I could have avoided that flood without your help." "Boy in strange clothes!" exclaimed the goddess with an angry tone, then laughed at the chestnut's impression. "See, I told you I was a goddess back then," said the goddess, happily seeing how the chestnut was, giving his face a palm. "How long? 1,000 years, right? An encounter with an acquaintance from 1,000 years ago, before being physically reincarnated as the son of the Hyoudou. A short story from the past. In a town near Italy and Greece, a great flood once arose because of the god Poseidon. Where it was avoided by Athena, would be the story of humans about the goddess of wisdom. Although the truth is that if the goddess could have avoided it, it is that a certain introverted monkey king took the role that Athena should have taken at that time. From that moment on, a friendship arose between her and the monkey, a truth that humans do not know, only the goddess of wisdom, and the god Poseidon for taking a beating from the monkey in the past. The goddess greeted the brown-haired man again. It had been a long time since that incident, and she hadn't heard about it until the tournament began, and it seems that life has treated him well, something that the goddess could have together again, as it was in the past against Poseidon. They talked a little, especially the goddess, updating the chestnut tree on what had become of her when she left. Apart from greeting him, the goddess also gave something for the chestnut tree. It was from her father Zeus together with other gods of Olympus. A box was delivered to the chestnut, a wooden box with a golden lightning bolt carved into the lid of the box. Opening it to see what it contained, he found 2 crystal orbs, which inside it contained golden flames within it, which he did not know what its use was. Where Athena took him out of doubt, the golden flames that it contains in the 2 orbs are known as flames of life, which works to heal serious wounds and revive a dead person. Being the latter, there is a condition to fulfill, and that is that the person who decides to revive must have his body intact. When the chestnut heard that he could revive people, he had an idea, although he quickly went to find out the condition, since the people he wanted to revive no longer had their bodies intact. In fact, there was nothing left of their body, which caused a sigh of discouragement in him, but in the end he thanked the goddess. Something that Athena noticed, but it was the best thing that could be done, because the Greek faction has lost the power to perform miracles due to the little belief in them in these times, since humans currently believe in the Biblical and Oriental faction as a whole. If the faction had more followers, the orbs would not have that restriction at the time of reviving. Putting away the box with the orbs, they returned to the party with the goddess of wisdom. Upon entering, he ran into Kuroka, who was looking for him along with a certain duo of vampires. Athena left the brown-haired boy. She would see him another time. Now she had to go see her father and mother. The brown-haired boy waved his hand, and right after greeting him, Almenhild stood in front of him, looking at him for a few seconds before slapping him. The dry sound of the blow surprised those who saw it, leaving a brown-haired boy rubbing his cheek. "This Hyoudou Issei was for not telling me it was you at the cafe," said the vampire of the Camilla faction to the brown-haired boy, remembering that moment of the date with Kuroka, where the 2 vampires confessed that they have a love interest towards him, although at that moment they did not know who he was. This act surprised her friend Valerie in the same way, and this Hyoudou Issei said the vampire to pull the castle's shirt collar, bringing him closer to her and then planting a kiss on him, ending with a small bite on the castle's lips. Leaving a trail of blood on the vampire's lips. It's for not rejecting me, finished the vampire, licking the trail of blood on her lips. Kuroka already knew this was coming, although she didn't think it would happen this way, showing that the vampire rules in a relationship, a small wound left by the vampire as a mark. Followed by the Dampire, bearer of the Sephiroth Grail, who instead of doing something similar to her friend, this one obviously would be kinder, passing her index finger on her lips, then using the same finger putting it on the brown-haired boy's lips, then smiling at them, with the help of Kuroka, a small push of her butt to the Dampire. The girl ended up closer to the brown-haired boy. Then the music started to play, where everyone gave space to the center, where it now became a gala-type dance floor, watching from afar, seeing how many began to dance with their partners, and those who have more than one would take turns. Where the brown-haired girls all stood in front of him, all with a smile that clearly made his brown-haired understand one thing: he would have to dance with each one, those who live in the residence, and from outside like Namuri, Midnight, Takayama, Empty Lady, Momo and Jairu, and now the two vampires and Asahina Yuki, carrier of Pandora, are added. Before answering, a whip took the chestnut by his neck, to be pulled towards a certain beast tamer who was also at the party, who, having the chestnut in her arms, quickly kept her whip around her waist, as if it were a waist. "Kyom, how long, my dear Issei?" said the woman with a smile, while she began to dance with the aforementioned. "You don't know how long I've waited for you, Disuwa," said the girl, whom the brunette recognized, and how to forget her, since she herself had taken him to take a bath together after breaking an engagement that the girl had at that time. Her attendance at this party was courtesy of Rias. Loki's assault at the end of the tournament caused everyone to evacuate, and those who were not demons went back to where they belonged, where the underworld was closed, which only allowed the high commands of each faction respectively to enter, although news about nature was sent to everyone to stay up to date. Therefore, the brunette professional tennis player, who was able to enter a few days ago, would not even know the double identity of the brunette, until Rias gave a helping hand to the brunette, who was now dancing with the brunette. In this way, the party went on normally. What were once love interests had become a normal friendship, what was a normal friendship had become a love interest. 7 years of absence, any problem had been resolved in a good way, which was why it was not necessary to use force anywhere. As civilized people, without having to resort to a classification game against the will, normality, where the party ended with a purple-haired girl fighting with a brown-haired guy because he had taken one of her hamburgers. 2 days later, somewhere in Canada, Azazel, along with Issei, appeared in a pine forest located in Canada. The duo was accompanying a certain fallen descendant of Merlin to see her parents. After seeing them for so long, the girl was Rainier, which sometimes happened before the brown-haired boy. She was his first girlfriend and the same one who killed him, or so everyone believed, until Kokabile said more during the surprise assault. Yesterday, the brown-haired boy was able to talk to the girl, clarifying his intentions and past. It is worth saying that both the brown-haired boy and even Irina were surprised because they knew each other as children, something that came to mind when a little girl realized that one day after another, they simply stopped seeing each other. The reasons for stabbing the chestnut tree with a spear were also clarified in a certain way, leaving a surprised Rias, who always thought that she had planned everything, but it was the opposite. She was the one who fell in the game of the fall, that resolved the doubt of why after reincarnating the chestnut tree into a demon, the fall never hit any of her spears in deadly areas. The three of them entered the forest, heading to the cabin where the fallen one's parents currently live. She looked a little at the chestnut tree, but he was calm, without saying a word, something that the fallen one from Azazel noticed, having a slight idea of why. He would ask more later. Right in the middle of the forest, they found a cabin, where smoke was coming out of the rocky chimney. Through a window, they could notice an adult man, with black hair, who was serving the table, as if he had just finished eating. For Rainier, as she could recognize her father, he had not changed much, except that now he had a beard and his long hair tied back. A few years had passed, where for her it was nothing, but for her father it was not the case. In Azazel's words, all the girl's actions reached her parents. After all, he himself said so, although in the end he kept the last word about the true intentions of the fall. Before the world in these years for the duo, his daughter was in a certain way the bad one, until the truth finally rebelled days ago. The former governor, seeing that the girl remained stoic in her place, he went to knock on the door, but not before looking at the brown-haired man, who was leaning against a pine tree, slightly hiding himself. Without further ado, the inventor went to knock on the door. Where the man received the fallen, Azazel began the conversation with a greeting, going so far as to mention that he would introduce someone to him and his wife, leaving the fallen retiree intrigued. His intrigue went away when Azazel pointed to a certain direction, where the retiree met a black-haired girl, whose body tensed when she noticed that her father was staring at her. Until a push was needed, a small cloud appeared behind the girl, moving forward, causing the girl to fall on the cloud. Where the girl was taken until she disappeared, standing in front of her father, and before she could say anything, the man immediately hugged his daughter, dropping the axe he was carrying to go to work and sell some pine. Azazel, well, I'll leave the family moment to you, said the fallen one with his typical tone of voice without importance, turning around, taking out his wings to start the flight, leaving the cabin behind. Until leaving the forest, I thought you would say something to your parents? Asked the fallen one to the chestnut, who was lying on his cloud, while he flew alongside Azazel. Issei, what do you want me to say? That I let Rias kill her? He answered back with a question to his teacher, who gave a small laugh. It's better to leave it like that. I've already given her a lot of problems, he said, knowing the girl's reasons, and it was true. Only if he was with the demons he could be safe. But it didn't take away the fact that it already happened. He was grateful to the girl, and would be willing to help her when necessary. In a way, he owes the girl. That's why he didn't know how to face her. Azazel, hey Issei, the fallen one called the brown-haired boy's attention. I heard somewhere that you want to revive some people, Azazel commented, where the brown-haired boy didn't avoid hiding his intentions. I have a way to do it, he commented with a smile. Issei, how? Azazel, you're talking to a genius, he said, pointing at himself, making the brown-haired man look at him doubtfully, due to inventions from the past that ended up either exploding, rejuvenating, or changing gender. The point was that all those inventions work, but with an explosion. I know what you're going to tell me. But mistakes make the genius, the fallen one supported. So you say, do you want to revive them? The fallen one asked the brown-haired man. Chapter 83, Grail. Issei, are you sure about that, Azazel? Asked the brown-haired man, unsure of the aforementioned idea, using the Sephiroth Grail in such a way in combination with two other specific sacred gear. Azazel, the old man was no fool, he commented with a smile as he mentioned the biblical God. The sacred gear of the celestial dragons are not only made for fighting due to the nature of Drake and Albion, said the fallen ex-governor, nor the side effects that arise when using the Grail. Sephiroth Grail, for humans the Holy Grail, the cup that shows and narrates in the biblical texts of the Messiah Jesus, known as one of the three sacred relics, together with the spear and the cross. The current bearer of this cup is Rivalry Teeps, the vampires of Teeps. The use of such a relic brings secondary effects, being the corrosion of the user, both physically and mentally. While the number of uses is greater, the damage is equivalent to the number of continuous uses in a short period of time. Although this effect is greater and more damaging when it comes to reviving a being, at this point, it was what Azazel explained, the biblical God was not stupid, everything was well planned, in combination with the boosted gear, divine divide in combination with the Grail. The side effects of the Grail are decreased to a point so less that the user could not harm his body and mind. Everything is created for one or more purposes, and this saying, God knows very well, the years of research of the sacred gear, the fallen has been able to discover many secrets that the Creator of Heaven has hidden, although they were still simple hypotheses. Now it was time to check. This hypothesis of combining the Grail with the two celestial dragons, Azazel, occurred to him when the chestnut was not there. He could never verify his hypothesis since they did not know if the chestnut was dead or not, in addition to the fact that the new bearer of the red dragon had not emerged. And now that he's back, he could carry out the hypothesis, since the fallen one knows that the chestnut wants to bring certain people back from the dead. Where the aforementioned heard the idea of the fallen one, he wasn't sure, since he knows beforehand the consequences of using the Grail, specifically bringing back to life. According to Azazel, the previous bearer of the Grail was King Arthur, where despite never using it to bring back life, being also the bearer of the Holy Sword before it split into fragments, gave it great physical qualities that avoided to some extent the consequences of the Grail. With this same idea based on the legendary King of the Round Table, the combinations of the three sacred gear by Azazel arose. In theory it was somewhat true, but it needed to be confirmed. Now it only remained if the brown-haired man accepts or not. The final decision was up to the young man, despite the fact that Azazel is a scientist. He cannot put his interests before life, and the last thing he wants now is another monotonous war. It was the least interesting thing to him after the last holy war thousands of years ago. This method involves using the boosted gear to strengthen the Grail bearer, both mentally and physically, and simultaneously, the divine divide divides the damage resulting from the use of the Grail. A-boss sacred gear of celestial dragons working simultaneously to lower the side effects of the Grail to the user. The chestnut tree thought about it for a while he asked Azazel for more details about his idea. As it seems, this did not seem like the typical ending that ended with an explosion or some change to those who are there. It is true that bringing to life those people he has in mind is a good idea, but at the cost of the health of the Teeps. It was something that did not sound good in the method. Both Vala and himself play a key role in the process. According to Azazel, such a method would be necessary if it were to revive a non-human being, even though it would not be constantly activated for the two dragon bearers, and otherwise, under the current conditions of the Teeps, reviving humans one by one would tire after the 10th, of course. Speaking of average humans, since if it is someone who was extremely strong, to a certain extent it would be required to use the combination method. The costs are not known with clear science. They were simple numbers according to Azazel. In the case that they are not human and were strong to a certain point, the true results would be at the time of the act. Azazel, what do you say, Issei? He asked the fallen man leaning on a table in his laboratory. Now we just need to go ask the Teeps and we have everything ready to start, said the fallen man to the brown-haired boy. There was no need to ask the hacker Yuku. Knowing him until today, he would accept. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes passed, without giving an answer, closing his eyes to take a deep breath, inhaling and exhaling. It was a repetition of 2 times, then opening his eyes, swallowing a little saliva before giving his answer. Let's do it, the brown-haired man said in response to the former governor, who smiled. Nothing bad would come of this. In the past his inventions could have been exploited, but none of them suffered any damage, beyond changing his age. No harm was done. Trust had been placed in him, and the least he could do was return the effectiveness, without wasting time. Contact the Dampire and Vala. 10 minutes later. 10 minutes after Azazel contacted Teeps and Valley, they had arrived, although on Valerie's side, the Dampire came accompanied by Elmenhild, which was normal. After all, the two girls had become very close in these 7 years. Greetings, the fallen one continued to explain what they should do. Of course, the protagonist this time was Valerie Teeps. Azazel explained in detail and the role that the 2 Emperor Dragons have in this. Azazel is showing his serious genius side more often every day, unlike before when he showed it but with almost no importance, above all, as if it were a game, and now, he showed himself more professional often. The 2 dragons and the Grail play an important role, where both dragons would support the Grail. Each piece must perfectly perform its function, explained the Fallen, and when he finished his explanation about this experiment, Vale had accepted that he would help, leaving only the Teep's response in the air. The wish that the brown-haired boy was going to ask for at that time, even though he only told it to Chloe, Maya and Claudia, was actually heard by everyone in the room. After all, everyone in the room was a being with all their senses beyond the limits understood by humans. It was normal to be able to hear it after all. Valerie was hesitating. It was normal. But the number they thought would revive were few, and not en masse, unlike when the Grail was taken from her, which despite being in the hands of another, was still in a certain way linked to her, being she the one who suffered the side effects, and not the user who had stolen it. Knowing in advance the brown-haired boy's wish, the girl continued thinking. Both Azazel and the brown-haired boy had clarified that even if she didn't accept there would be no problem, although there was one last way, related to going to the Taoist faction, but Azazel would not play all his cards in one game. And the Dampire's response was, "I'm willing to help," said the girl. Maybe she was trying to compensate the brunette for always helping with everything, although a part of her did it out of a certain interest that she had made clear with that indirect kiss during the dance. Touching her lips with one of her fingers and then putting that same finger on the brunette's lips. Reader X, the Issei X Valerie thing isn't real. Author, like his Kuroka X Vale, _v. Even though Elmenhild had told her to be more clear after the dance, even though the Grail Bearer mentioned that there was no hurry, now she had everyone's time. Returning to the main topic, a smile appeared on Azazel's face as he saw that the experiment would be carried out. "Let the experiment be done!" exclaimed the former governor, alluding to one of the phrases of the biblical God in the Bible. Immediately everyone got into their positions, good the 2 dragon carriers and the Grail carrier. As for Azazel and Elmenhild, they too stood to the side to see how the experiment would go. Channeling the power of magnification and division into Valerie, the Dampire proceeded to activate her sacred gear by extending her arms. The palms of her hands were open, and then the legendary Grail materialized, beginning to glow. The brightness intensified. That artifact touched by the Messiah of humanity. Hear my request from this carrier. Enlighten with your miraculous power. Listen to my call. Return from the dead. Walk again in the world of the living. You will turn to ashes. And from the ashes it will rise again. Inside the Grail, transparent liquid began to pour out of it. A small pool of crystalline water appeared on the ground in front of the Dampire and the 2 dragons. The small pool began to take a human form. Little by little its shape became more noticeable. Judging by the body it was forming, it was that of a girl. The physical features of that being became more noticeable. Little by little the crystalline left the body, giving way to the color of skin, hair and more characteristics, until everything was completely formed. The girl bore a great resemblance to a certain silver-haired maid. Although she did not look as old as the aforementioned, the reborn were not conscious, so when the process was completely finished, the girl fell to the ground. It must be said that she was naked, since the Grail brings the being back with a new body, since the previous one was, well, dust and ashes. The Grail revives the being with a new identical body, a 100% exact replica of the previous one. If they have her body here, it would be bringing her back to life in that body, healing any wounds. And as on this occasion she did not have the body of the being, the Grail had to create a replica of the body to revive. Applause, applause. The former governor began to applaud. The result had been the one he had sought. Passing a white sheet to cover the unconscious woman, she would possibly wake up soon, so they just had to wait. The minutes passed, and there were still no signs that the revived woman had awakened. Her vital signs were full of life. There was nothing wrong. Perhaps this was the first time the Grail had been executed in this way. It was Azazel's hypothesis. In addition to the first time that chant was used in the Grail, a chant reflects the will and intentions of the one who created it. A chant will only work and make the item react when it reflects the truth of the being at the moment. They are enhancers, that is, if you use a fireball spell, without a chant, its effectiveness and strength will be 100%, proportional to the user's abilities, but if we add a chant, such percentage number can be published or even tripled, depending on the magical abilities, will be the increase. Returning with the newly returned to life, approximately 25 minutes had passed. Vala was leaning against the wall. Azazel was sitting at his desk. The 2 vampires, they were at a table that was around there in the laboratory. And as for the brown-haired boy, he was sitting on a pile of scrap metal. Everyone present was waiting for that girl to wake up, although of course, questions about the reason for the similarity to such a point with a certain lucifuge. The brown-haired boy answered the doubt, surprising that there was a third lucifuge, since the house was extinguished during the civil war conflict that there was between the demons. Much information was lost and hidden about what happened. Whether with good or bad intentions, the conversation stopped when the minor lucifuge began to awaken, attracting the attention of those present. He had gotten up, with a great pain in his head, while he tried to visualize his surroundings, that at first everything before his sight was a little blurry, but little by little, his vision had adjusted, and the first thing he saw was 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. She didn't know any of the people here, but then she remembered something, or rather the last thing she remembered, and that was that she had been pierced through the chest. Looking quickly at that place, she noticed that there was no wound, as if that escape was simply a dream, without knowing that 1,000 years had passed since the civil war between the demons. Obviously, those present appeared before the girl, while she tried to bring her up to date before taking her to her sister, omitting the part about a certain Lucifuge who is currently in prison. Of course, they told how much time has passed since she died until she returned to life, surprising the girl, who when she died, was around 18 or 19 years old, and now that she knew how much time passed, it could be said that being dead for so many years did not count, well, although it is not much for many of the supernatural beings for the most part, especially the demons, whose longevity is almost immortal. Which, if we compare it to the human scale, would be 1:100 in years or more. Bringing the girl up to date, in addition to giving her a set of clothes, she prepared to go and meet her sister again, although of course, no one besides those present knows that she is alive, well, those who know about her. She was eager to see Grafia. After all, for her, these 1,000 years were not much, since being dead, for her they were simply like a few seconds since what happened during the Civil War, although that does not take away the fact of the pain she felt. Yakumo Territory, Mansion, Main Room. A normal day like any other in the underworld, the girls were resting in the living room, others went out for a walk, another to visit acquaintances, and others were gathered with guests. But suddenly, a call from the brown-haired boy to Venelana asking for Grafia, who at the moment was not there. Having an idea about where she may be at the moment. With Grafia. Deep in a forest, with a spell that no human can find the center of this place, a grave with flower decorations was located in the middle of some green grass. In front of the grave stood Grafia, who in her hands held a small bouquet of flowers, gently leaving it in front of the grave. She then proceeded to use a small handkerchief to clean the tombstone. The calm sound of the forest resonated through the place. For the older Lucifuge, she focused on cleaning the dust that had remained on the grave. It had been a while since the last time she visited, about 2 weeks. The second son of the family ended up in prison. The youngest died during the Civil War, leaving the oldest. For humans, demons are evil beings. They are reflected in this way in stories and writings, in addition to the common image that has about them. A demon that mourns the loss of a family member. Such a story would be something that the small world of human beings could not understand. Human beings are afraid of the unknown, and demons for them are something they do not understand. The dust on the tombstone was removed. It was clean. Then with magic she removed the weeds that grew around it. Sitting in front of the grave, the woman remained silent. To say that she had never tried to bring someone back to life would be a lie. But every wish has a cost. In this world, not everything is free. Just like bringing someone back from the dead. Necromancy is a method for an undead. Without its own will, other factions would not do such a thing without their own benefit, much less bring a life back. When he knew about the Grail, it would be lying to not think of using it, but knowing the costs of not using it correctly and control is the bearer's own life. Ignoring that would be selfish on his part. If she had died at that time, would the younger Lucifuge have survived? If she had been even stronger back then, would she have been able to avoid that bad outcome? Grafia had always wondered that deep down inside her. Sister? It was a voice that called Grafia, taking her out of her thoughts, making her turn around quickly, finding herself with a figure very familiar to her. Before she could articulate a word, her eyes opened wide in shock as much as possible. She couldn't believe what she saw with her eyes. In front of her was Angelica Lucifuge. Were her eyes deceiving her? She didn't feel any spell of illusion or hypnosis on her or in her surroundings. She couldn't believe it. Both sisters stood in front of her looking, from one to the other, with different thoughts. The youngest recognized her older sister. She looked more adult than she remembered, but she was recognizable. She looked older and more mature compared to how the youngest of the Lucifuge remembered. The distance still remained, especially for Grafia, who could barely process what she saw. In front of her was her late sister, the one who died so that she and Mal could survive during the end of the Civil War. Was what she was seeing real or fake? Was what the older Lucifuge was asking in her head, while nostalgia invaded her heart. Even though she could feel presences through magic, she had completely forgotten about that, taking the first step shortening the distance. Surprise! A voice exclaimed coming from behind the minor Lucifuge, being the brown-haired boy who broke the tension of the moment, managing to calm the atmosphere, at the same time intriguing and doubting Grafia. in this way beginning to explain what was happening. After all, Angelica is back and part of it is related to the brown-haired boy, who still had a few more people on the list to bring back to life. That according to Azazel, Valerie would not suffer the effects of the Grail after reviving the fourth or fifth person, and that to apply that method again, she would have to wait for a while, otherwise, the user would get great fatigue at worst, and at worst, double or triple the damage effects to the user for overusing the Grail. And it will no longer be like lying in a bed with a machine. So it was for the Grail was the first thing Graphia said after the chestnut's explanation. Her younger sister really came back. No, better said, she was brought back to life. She didn't hesitate to hug her, while she started to cry. For the brown-haired boy this was the second time he saw Graphia cry, these 2 times in the same place and by the same person. The always serious and calm Graphia that the brown-haired boy knew showed an even more sentimental side. It's not that living together she doesn't show a sentimental side, but seeing how she hugs her younger sister is another way of seeing that side, when she's not working as a maid. Although in the chestnut's mind he always thought that the first person he would bring to life would be Akino's mother, well, that was the objective of 7 years ago, although now it is also on his list of things pending to do, as a thank you to the Himejima for all the support she has given him in the past. Well, I think that this thing on the list could be checked off, since before bringing Angelica here, he had told Azazel, which he would take care of and take it to Barakil. After all, they would avoid that part of being grateful and any possible misunderstanding that could occur. Leaving space for the 2 sisters in their reunion, he prepared to look, as a memory passed through his mind of those days when he traveled with a certain group to the Buddha temple for those religious scrolls to spread the word of the Buddha's wisdom, ending in an event that marked his life. That memory caused a lump in his throat, an unpleasant sensation that made him shake his head several times, trying not to think about it. The prophecy cannot be fulfilled for anything. I have left that world behind. It can no longer be fulfilled in any way, the brown-haired man said in his thoughts, looking for a way to calm that restlessness in him, and then looked back at the meeting of the 2 Lucifuge sisters. Note: Angelica Lucifuge is an OCs, to clarify before any insults, since there are people who are supposedly sensitive as they say haha, well, Graphia being the oldest, Euclid the middle one and Angelica the youngest, the latter of whom died during the civil war between demons. More details will be shown in another alternative FIC. Thank you for your understanding and not for your ego. Thank you very much. Eostia, capital, Royal Palace. After what happened months ago with what happened with the Kuroinu army, things have been recovering for this kingdom, who was once under the custody of Celestine, who currently her master, a wise nomad very similar to Gandalf according to the chestnut governs the kingdom with wisdom. After what happened with that army with great ambition, which almost put the kingdom and its inhabitants in check, destroying everything in its path, making men join them, regardless of species, they all shared the same objective. The war against the Dark Elves, and against Kuroinu, was already behind us. The kingdom was rebuilding the towns that the army had destroyed. Little by little the most affected cities were being rebuilt. It is true that their general and most of the members were finished. There were still a few members who hid from the light, trying to return to their lives before falling into those worldly desires that drove the Vault army. Who it belongs to could not be hidden, since each corpse was analyzed before burning them. In addition to the logo of a black dog on their clothes, it was the same logo tattooed, something difficult to undo. If you are a magician it can be hidden, otherwise, the way to remove that mark was to cut that part of the skin. The knights under the command of Alicia and Claudia were in charge of the security of the kingdom. Even though their 2 leaders are not there, they gave command to the most trusted people, managing to capture many of the Kuroinu members who are hiding, but there are still many outside, that even though the root of that army has been eliminated, the Seeds members are still outside the law. As for the subject who saved the kingdom, there are many stories about him. Many were told from the perspective of someone who witnessed it, which from mouth to mouth has been distorted little by little, until there are several stories about him. Some say they wear full body armor, others say they don't wear armor, only civilian clothes. Some say he doesn't have a human form, others say he was a former member of Kuroinu and that's why he knew how to thwart all their plans. And finally, as for his appearance, despite being painted by a new church that emerged in his gratitude. What is in painting and statue? Well, it is very different from the real appearance. forest, old cabin. For the dark elf hybrid Chloe, this place brings back good and bad memories. It was in this very place where she and her mother lived before misfortune came to them both. Time had done its work on how it looks now, neglected and old. Dust inhabited it. Inside the old house, there was a group of people. Among them was the chestnut, Valerie, Claudia, Maya, and Chloe. A few hours had passed after what happened with Graphia. With the help of the Dampire and Azazel's ingenuity, people can be brought back to life, but only a small number. It would be about 4 before the effects of the dragon's increase and division on the half-vampire stopped taking effect. Celestine had stayed in the castle. Although she left her position as leader of the kingdom to her master, it doesn't hurt to keep up to date with what has happened since she left, which was approximately 4 months. Returning to the old cabin, there was a crying Chloe while hugging a blonde woman, who, if it weren't for Chloe, no one present would recognize. She was none other than the mother of the half-dark elf, who was brought to life by the Grail. Allowing mother and daughter to have their moment of reunion, of course, but not before taking them back to the castle. Chloe had a lot to tell so that her mother would be up to date with what had happened and how she is currently living. Levantine territory. Former territory of what once belonged to the family that protected Celestine, that the leader of the family, for his eagerness to have an heir, killed his son so that he could make his daughter's wife give birth to a new heir. In the end, those plans could not be finalized. After a great battle happened in the territory, it ended with the death of the traitor leader. It is worth mentioning that, although the lands now belong to Claudia, her interest in them is nil. The lands had become prosperous, that under Claudia's orders, the castle was kept clean. The group, now without Chloe's company, was here with the same objective as in the old house in the forest, to bring someone back to life. And that person was Klaus, who was previously Claudia's husband, who died at the hands of his own father during the old man's betrayal. For Claudia, she owed a lot to her ex-husband. In part she felt guilty about his death, and although she would like to do something as thanks, she simply didn't see the brown-haired man coming out with this idea so suddenly. And as such, the man returned to life, where Claudia had to keep him up to date. In addition to returning the territory to him, he could be a better leader than his father could have been, and it is up to him to clean up the family name. Of course, as they were once married, they had a conversation, where both remained friends, letting Claudia carry the Levantine surname. The old leader stained the family name. Being dead, it is up to the son to clean up what the father has stained, the family name. Both Chloe and Claudia weight on them was released, a past that does not let go despite the damage. With this done, the group left the territory, saying goodbye to Klaus. As for Maya, the woman refused to bring her parents back. The woman would not know how her parents would react to knowing everything she has done, both good and bad things. She was not sure if having them back they would accept her, being a country family, but devoted to the Holy Church, knowing the acts that Maya has committed, they are not ready, not yet. In this way, this day ended, with many reunions of important people. Of course, only those involved would know how he was brought back and the method of Azazel. Everything remains in the laboratory of the fallen. There are 4 days left before the group returns to their world, to rest the last week of vacation before returning to classes at UA, where from the second half of the first school year, they would live in dormitories within the academy. And as for these last 4 remaining days, at the request of Dushin, Jin Taejin, that the brown-haired man returned to practice the Dushin Ryu style, renewal Taekwondo, it seems that in these years that the brown-haired man has not been with his grandfather, he has become more dependent on his power and not on his combat techniques. So these remaining days, they would focus on polishing their combat techniques, from the most basic to the most difficult to master. In this way, it would pass normally, hiding this method of combination with the Grail, devised by Azazel, and who knows what other combinations can be had with other Longinus. Chapter 84, Rivalry. Bakugo Katsuki, a common name like any other in Japan, but in an era where the work of a superhero is something normal, a job that every person yearns for, from 6 to 7 years old onwards, is where minors begin to manifest their individuality. Quirk. Today, your quirk determines your future, and for Bakugo, his quirk has made him the greatness of his generation of young people. Since he showed his individuality, he has not stopped being the center of attention of both classmates and teachers. With his power of explosion, he has amazed those around him, an individuality that came from the fusion of his parents' individualities. Such attention that he gives him thanks to his individuality has created in him a superior attitude, from which he has not stopped growing, added to the fact that all those around him, there was no one who had a better power than him, who as such, has always been at the top of others. Leaving your place in the world determined by your individuality, and for Bakugo, he is on top, to be the greatest hero the world has ever had, one day surpassing the symbol of peace. Being a professional hero, something that everyone dreams of being, even if they have individuality, if it is not useful, you simply will not be able to achieve it. From kindergarten to high school, young Bakugo has always stood out during all this time. It has been nothing more than waiting to take the first step on his path as a professional hero. His attitude of superiority has been nothing more than becoming bigger, and family problems do not help him, making him more than wrap himself in that attitude, to cover the fear of failing, problems with his parents' marriage, by a lover of his father, although at first it was an accident, in the end the father took responsibility and affection. Happening half a year before his entrance to UA, these problems between his parents' marriage have only helped the young man in his studies as a hero. Of course his father stopped living with them when he started his classes at UA. He simply discovered his parents' problems by accident, where both adults have hidden them from him, and the only thing the young man can do is achieve his goal, become a professional hero, and in this way he could earn money to support his parents, regardless of the fact that they are already divorced. His attitude is not an impediment to his studies. After all, his grades support him. He may have a bad attitude and be proud, but apart from that, he can become a great professional hero. As one of the new first-year students at UA, he is one of the most outstanding, if not the most, in both the practical and written exams, although the others only excel in one of the two, while Bakugo stands out among the two. Or so he thought, since when he started classes, he was able to discover that his quirk was not the most outstanding in the class, or rather of all the first years, starting with someone very well known, Midoriya Izuku. That friend has known each other since he was a child, and even though Bakugo made it clear where the green-haired boy belongs by not having an individuality, he ended up entering this prestigious hero academy in all of Japan. Anger. Of course he felt anger, since knowing that someone below him achieved the same thing as him. That attitude of the young man has always bothered him, wanting to achieve something that cannot be achieved for a quirkless, what was a great friendship in the past, because the other stands out, has been left behind. Turning it into a rivalry today? The 2-on-2 combat, a simulation of heroes versus villains. Bakugo cared little who his simulation partner was. What he focused on was fighting against the green-haired boy. In this combat he lost, given the demonstration of the once quirkless Izuku. In terms of states, it is true that the villains won against the heroes in a fight, but the point of this simulation was not that, but the bomb. The heroes had the mission of recovering the bomb from the villains, and that Midoriya did it with his partner. Although he was injured, he cared little, showing that he can sacrifice more than the blonde. The green-haired boy was only the first of the following that before Bakugo, he remained below them, and by far, Todoroki, Office, Seraphol, Ravel, and Issei were the most for the first time, made Bakugo feel weak for the first time, showing the great difference that there is between him and them. He always believed that the offensive has always been the best, finishing off the enemy quickly and leaving him out of combat for a long time with his explosions, the damage being proportional to the size of his explosions. But with them, he saw both defensive and offensive balanced, more than he could do at that time. Todoroki. His use of fire and ice is the definition of balance. At first he only used ice, but soon after he began to use his two elements, ice for defensive and to control the enemy's movements, fire for all attack power. But all efficiency is proportional to the size of his two elements. Office. Her way of fighting has not been seen much, but the features of claws, tail and dragon wing that she shows, she is a skilled physical fighter, in addition to a human resistance so high that at no time has she shown an expression of pain. And as for her fights, what has been shown, no fight against her has spent more than 2 hits, neutralizing the enemy with minimal damage in the surroundings. Seraphol is a very similar case to Todoroki, but with this woman, no one has seen him fight, not even once. Her control of the ice quirk is beyond anything I have ever known, a control that is a simple mist throughout the place controlled by her, that whether she wants to freeze or not, a simple snap of her fingers. Everything freezes and at no time has she missed the target, and that everything she freezes, only she can undo. Ravel, the girl technically has the same quirk as Bakugo, but in some ways it is much more advanced, as if she had the same control over it, making it explode whenever she wants, using the same flames to fly. As for him, he can't decide how much to explode or not. And finally, Hyoudou Issei, the latter has shown to have superhuman strength and endurance, which is even more resistant than Kirishima. In strength, his limit has not been proven, but one thing is certain, his strength quirk is above the typical super strength quirk, that this type of quirk is something common. During the sports festival, his final match of the fight was against the chestnut. Everything was so fast in the decisive blow, his explosion against the force, he felt a pressure fall on him. After that, everything went black and his senses went out, and when he woke up, the winner had been decided. He had come in second place, which in appearance isn't bad, but for Bakugo it was a big blow to his pride. His goal was first place, he had said that at the ceremony, as one of the most outstanding first-year students, and now that he came in second place, what he said would be first place is like a blow from behind, a mockery for him. In the exams, the students fought against the teachers. They passed this practical exam when they managed to put locks on the teacher they faced. Tico teamed up with Midoriya, something that in the end, he couldn't do anything about, leaving Deku to do the main work. After all, he had to fight against the symbol of peace, All Might. After the confrontation against All for One, it turns out that all those who live in the Hyoudou residence and Professor Azazel turned out to be beings from other worlds, or rather, most of them are not humans, demons, angels, fallen and yokais, and a few humans, who even without a kozai, surpass in combat experience against many professional heroes, not to mention the students. He thought that All Might would be the only obstacle to becoming the greatest hero the world has ever seen. Now with the discovery that beyond exists a world never thought of, another hard blow to Bakugo about how tiny he is before existence itself. If your world has All Might as the symbol of peace and the strongest hero, these beings have one too, or rather several, and among them, the brown one is one of them. At such a young age, he has become something like a symbol of peace for those beings, power, fame, money, and recognition, everything that Bakugo wanted more than anything. For the world to recognize his strength, and that brown one had achieved it. How long did it take him to achieve all that? A school year. It was one of the stories about him during the explanations at the Hyoudou house. It would be a lie if after returning home I didn't investigate the identity of the chestnut, Welsh dragon. There was nothing more than information that it is a symbol on the flag of a country somewhere in Europe. The Monkey King, a mythical character from Chinese folklore, is nothing more than stories invented in those ancient and primitive times, but that same being from those pages of stories is in the same class, and was the same one who took first place in the sports festival. What is such a powerful being doing attending a school like a human? He already had everything, what more does he want? He didn't understand, but he felt angry. He always thought that he was the most outstanding of his generation, and that in the face of the same professionals he continued to shine, but now he still is. But that emptiness he felt was something that couldn't disappear. His entire life plan had been shattered. How could he be the best before beings that held back in every fight? The big difference was seen in this rating game tournament. With what he witnessed, his world became bigger. Something in him felt as if his possibility of growth had expanded. Midoriya Izuku. If Bakugo is one side of a coin, Izuku would be the other. They have known each other since they were very young. Although on Bakugo's side, who has always stood out, he was like a figure of admiration for Izuku at that time, as well as a good friend. Based on how he reaches the age where children begin to manifest their kozai, for Izuku it did not manifest. For the young man, he still remembered the news that the doctor had given him. At the same time his mother was also present. A hard blow for the green-haired boy at that young age, in a world where superheroes are a profession. Knowing that he doesn't have a kozai is telling him that he doesn't have the chance to be a hero. That day, something in Izuku was destroyed. And from then on, he became the weird kid in class, while the others expressed their kozai, talking behind the little boy's back, where these children at a very young age know that their place in this world will be determined by their kozai, all having the same goal, to become professional heroes. For his family, he still remembered the days he had spent locked in his room, where if he wasn't watching videos of All Might's heroic acts, he was trying to levitate things like his mother or breathe fire like his father, without any success in doing either of the two, for Inko and little Izumi. The latter, being very small, didn't understand things very well yet. While the father of the family is away on business, he also received the news through a call from Inko, something that the two adults of the house know very well: the damage it causes by not having any kozai. "Everything is fine, son, forgive me." This was what Inko told her son, that in part, the inheritance came from her, since she belongs to the inheritance that has a quarter of a kozai, that is, the fourth person in the family to inherit a kozai, which is diminished generation after generation. According to the doctor, it is the factor that his son does not have a kozai, which is a high probability of happening, and the same with his daughter. The most that can be done to support Izuku at this time is to encourage him among the whole family. And with the return of her husband, they help little Izuku overcome this stage, with a few words, which he may not understand even though he is little, but which he will do so with time. "Son, to be a hero, you don't necessarily have to have a kozai, you yourself can find your place as a hero. Your values and virtues are what will make you become a hero in the future. Who knows, maybe a director of a secret agency will recruit you. But you should always know that Izumi, Mama, and I will always be supporting you." These were the words that the father dedicated to his son, and in this way the years passed, until Izumi and the father went to New York to work and for the youngest of the house to study. That happened after Izuku's elementary school graduation. But let's be clear, always follow your dream, no matter what it tells you. Only you have the final say. And the verdict. Time continued its course, reaching third year of high school, meeting All Might and training him to inherit the One for All, and in this way I required all the necessary time from Izuku's last year of high school to physically train for the UA entrance exam. Without giving up, now more than anything he could not give up, the first and only opportunity that someone other than his family tells him that he can be a hero, and no one other than the symbol of peace has told him. On the day of admission, the first day of class as a UA student, that day, he remembered his mother's smile, while holding a cell phone with video call, and in it he could see his father and sister, that in the United States, it was night, while here it was morning. They all wished Izuku luck, and that they would continue supporting him, and with the encouragement of his family, his first step in becoming a great hero begins. Adventures await the green-haired boy within this academy. His Hero Academy. A lot had happened, either for him or for the whole group: attacks by villains, sports festival, internship, camp, and again attack and kidnapping by the League of Villains. Knowing the existence of a vast world beyond any knowledge, there are beings other than humans, and he and everyone of his kind have been living with several of them: demons, angels, yokai, dragons. Was the discovery that rebelled in the house of the Hyoudou. Answers were needed, and the beating that was shown with just Azazel against All for One was very clear. The teacher didn't even sweat in fighting, it was like he was simply causing pain to All for One, and it turned out that apart from being a lazy person very similar to Aizawa, who teaches, but with little enthusiasm, he turned out to be a genius among geniuses. It is true that the Kozai are nothing against the powers of supernatural beings, but for Izuku, he somehow felt like his growth horizon has become infinite, and the results were demonstrated when he was forced to participate in Issei's team in the raiding game. Showing that he has shown great growth in combat, lasting much longer than Bakugo in a fight, where the blonde has shown pure brute force, Izuku has known how to analyze and let the opponent give the first blow to determine the following. Being able to experience fighting at another level, something that the boy would take into account as experience, he has not only mastered his Kozai more, but also a hidden ability, that contract ability. According to the chestnut tree, that being is someone extremely strong, who will help him become strong, and until then, he will stay in contact with him. Present. We are 1 week away from returning to their homes, to rest the last week before starting the second half of the first year. In these weeks that they have been here, many things have happened, seeing that these beings have their own problems to face, but that, like them, they seek peace. In the garden of the mansion where everyone is currently staying, a fight between two young people was taking place. It was Bakugo against Izuku, at Bakugo's request, who has shown great displeasure at how the green-haired boy has grown in all this time. Of course they are a little far away so as not to cause too much noise. But it did little with those explosions. How did these two end up fighting? It's something that goes back to moments before. Even though it was night, Bakugo met with Izuku, asking to talk outside, due to something that intrigued him, both going to the garden, something strange about the explosive blonde asking for something in this way. He is usually always direct and does not care about the consequences of his words. Being in the garden, the conversation started quickly and it was a question from Bakugo to the green-haired boy, and it was about his cozy eye. Everything was so sudden, just when he decided to take the entrance exam, his cozy eye manifested, as if by a miracle, and when he was accepted into UA, someone without cozy eye like him, it simply made Bakugo's Inogo blood boil along with an unpleasant feeling in his stomach. And seeing him fight in the RPG tournament, doing a better job than him, is something that still makes him angrier and angrier. At first glance, Bakugo may seem like someone who solves everything with pure brute force, but his mind is constantly evaluating everything. Izuku along with All Might are someone close, something that Bakugo has noticed for a long time, but did not pay attention to, until these days, and listening to a slight conversation that the green-haired man had with the symbol of peace, from what he could hear. Putting together loose ends and some possibilities, Bakugo was able to find out how Midoriya's cozy eye came about, starting from a phrase he said the same day on the outing, that day of simulation between heroes and villains, where Bakugo lost for the first time to Izuku. It is a power that was entrusted to me by someone else, but one day I will make it mine and surpass you with my own power. It was that phrase that Izuku said on the way out, shocking Izuku that Bakugo was able to find out all this, but he knows that Bakugo is someone extremely intelligent, and that his effort is something to admire. But now what was his turn to say in the face of the revelation discovered by the blonde? Clenching his fists, it was something secret. What can he do at this moment? His silence was the answer for Bakugo. Izuku wasn't trying to deny it. Given that he is right, this silence is enough as an answer. Bakugo's suspicions are correct. Both young men have always admired and respected All Might since they were very young, and dream of one day being like him. And for Bakugo to know that the boy he always saw as a tiny, miserable stone in his path, and before he realized it, that miserable stone was recognized by the person he admires the most. Bakugo, you're going to fight me right here and now, the blonde exclaimed to Izuku, who shuddered at such a request. Bakugo wanted to find out what makes him so special that he is recognized by All Might himself. He wanted to find out what makes him different from his ambitions, what he is missing to live up to. He recognizes that on many occasions where he is the winner against Deku, in some way it is the opposite. The winner is always Izuku. And with this fight he wanted to find out, so the green-haired boy wouldn't escape from this fight at all. If he doesn't want to, Bakugo would force him to fight, until he has no other option but to choose. Quickly propelling himself through his explosions, he launched one that the green-haired man dodged using 15% of One for All, which apparently this fight for him was also something that would have to happen sooner or later. Present. This is how both young people began to fight. It would be a lie if the explosions did not wake everyone up despite having distanced themselves from the mansion. But surprisingly, no one appeared to stop the two young people. But they do not even realize it. They are simply focused on fighting. Getting all the anger out inside each one, expressing those emotions that couldn't be done, this being a fight, is the first time that both of them clarify that rivalry they have. That would be on Bakugo's part. As for Izuku, despite the mistreatment that Bakugo has given him, a part of him has always seen him as someone inspiring. While in the distance, everyone present was watching the fight, where All Might simply remained attentive to how the fight would end, waiting for the moment to stop them. This fight will serve to clarify any misunderstanding. Izuku turned out to be able to know several of Bakugo's next moves, since each classmate, he has analyzed in a certain way their fighting ways, advantages and disadvantages of their cozy eye. In this way it makes it easier to know how to fight against them. The fight ended with both young men lying on the ground, after hitting each other in the face, thus ending in a draw. Now would be a good time to intervene. After all, continuing to fight would no longer make sense. Now both Bakugo and Izuku have an idea of each other's aspirations. Although Bakugo doesn't admit it, he knows that the green-haired boy has become strong in his own way, and he in his own, leaving the image of what they were like as children in the past. If the one who was once the mockery of the school for not having a cozy eye has become so strong, showing his worth, for Bakugo to have to readjust his objectives with even more reason, now with everything he has lived through, taking out that anger inside him has opened more horizons for his growth. His mind was searching for ways to grow and become stronger, more than he is now. Many of his kind would improve with time, as would he, with more experience training. And in this way, the night passed until dawn, after seeing the fight between these two young people, where the secret of Izuku's cozy eye is sealed, and Bakugo would not say anything, at All Might's request. Both boys were cured of their wounds with magic, and it is actually quite effective, compared to the nurse from the Recovery Girl Academy, whose cozy eye is to accelerate the body's cells to regenerate, but this regeneration consumes all of the patient's energy. Although healing magic is proportional to the mastery of it, since if your level is low, the speed will be lower, being a great use for the hero profession, in addition to being a great help in hospitals. The remaining days continued their course, with the arrival of Chloe's mother, and the revived Angelica, while the visiting heroes were like tourists in a new country, since something caught everyone's attention, the magic. And what better place to see magic than the Magical Academy of Wizards, being guided by Leifei? It was not surprising that magic is what they want to see, not for nothing is it magic, being something of infinite uses, only the user himself will be his own limit. Where children and adults saw magic as a science that humanity left aside, focusing more on the science that we have always known, in the words of the magician Leifei, is that humans little by little left magic aside when they saw another way of survival, which is easier to master than magic, which is why magic was forgotten over time. In addition to the fact that a magician, having already mastered the flow of magic in his body, will look younger than his age, in the chaos of Leifei, being about 22 years old, it is noticeable how a normal high school girl, although the age difference is not much. While the visitors of the world of heroes are on a tour, with the chestnut they were on the roof of the mansion, while chatting, with Ryo and Akane, remembering the old times, that now, each one already has at least one son or daughter. Although they also told something important, and it is about Tsujin-kun, Park Mujin, who is plotting something in secret, which is possibly related to missing Inhumans. Note, by Inhumans I don't mean those from Marvel's publishing house, so any joke will be deleted like the idiot who let him spam, which in the end was a bad idea to let it go, but going back, by Inhumans I mean any being that is not human, that is, yokai, demons, etc. And if a confrontation against him were to occur, his territory would serve the innocent involved, something that surprised the chestnut tree with the request. But he would gladly help with this place as a refuge if he reached a red point. The week passed quickly, the time to return had arrived, each one with new experiences. Everyone would take a break in this last week before returning to classes, now with a new modality. And that is that from the beginning of this second half of the first year, they will live in the UA dormitories. After everything that happened in the previous half, the Academy wants to keep an eye on the students, in addition to better training for the students. Sakurai Ryo, Dewei, Takatsuki Akane Mira, Asahina Yuki, Sujin, and Xiaochen returned to their world, the old Dushin being the only one who stayed. He would be living with his grandson's new family. There is nothing that a good sake cannot build a good family relationship. A trip like no other, which could be classified as an isekai trip, was the way to call this 3-week trip, there being no other way to call it, but it was time to return, with some things learned, which everyone will find a use for. And finally, the symbol of peace, All Might, some time away from his work as a hero has left him with plenty of time to think. The world is bigger than it is. While some face conflicts before the world, others face it from the shadows. Heroes emerge when the world needs them, giving a vision that without a current hero, new ones will emerge. And his time as a professional hero, it is time to put away the mantle, and focus on training the heroes of tomorrow, and is to focus on his work as a professor at UA. And it is true that the position he took during the confrontation against All for One healed all his wounds and in addition to returning his normal appearance. If he used constantly, the residues of One for All would deplete until they vanished. Being explained by Azazel, the residue of One for All is like a battery, which runs out with each use, and the more it is used, the faster it runs out, and you have to stop using it so it can recharge itself. But if it were to run out, it cannot be recovered, implying to the symbol of peace that rest is like fuel to the fire, or in this case, the residue of one for all. He had decided, when he returned, he would give a lecture of his retirement, and he would focus on his duty as a professor. The world may not accept his retirement, but it will be a fact. The world will have a new symbol of peace. World of my hero. They all appeared in the training room of the Hyoudou house, and what a trip they had, some boys and professional heroes. Of course, as a souvenir from the other world, there were several things, but nothing out of the ordinary, like some souvenirs from the official merchandise store of the Red Emperor Dragon, like figures, t-shirts, and a book to learn basic magic written by Leify titled Magic Level 0 Magic Fingers. In the case of Momo and Jairu, who are the only ones who apparently have some magical adepts in them. Although that title is somewhat exaggerated, although it highlights its minimal difficulty in understanding magic, and as for men like Kirishima, Todoroki, Ida, Bakugo and Izuku, well, they gained some combat experience, seeing the old Dushin fight, a human who thanks to a great training doctrine faces beings of supernatural category, is something that encourages that if they train in the same way they will become someone extremely strong. Azazel would take Bakugo and his mother back, while the rest of the young people, Momo would call the house driver to take each one back to their homes, leaving the 3 professionals who would go each one on their own. And starting today, the Hyoudou residence would have 3 new tenants, being Dushin, Chloe's mother, Melissa, and finally, a descendant of Leviathan who would soon arrive, because she is still in one of the Citri hospitals for a checkup. This week everyone would rest, to get ready for the start of the second half of the school year, which this time the chestnut will have to finish high school, given that 7 years ago he did not finish it, leaving in his 3rd year, and much earlier anyway, and as this is the 3rd time, and it will be the charm as the old saying goes. What adventures await them? For all of them? The course of time has infinite options, only with each step we take will we discover them, and for these young people from 2 worlds living together, problems and peace will be something that will be seen very often along their path. And only with the start of classes will we discover them. Epilogue. The symbol of peace, after returning from his trip, 2 days later called the press to give an important announcement, and no one in the world expected that announcement, not even Izuku himself, who was watching the broadcast. It was that he was retiring from his work as a hero, and that now he would concentrate on his profession as a professor at the UA, leaving more than one in shock, that it is thanks to him that in Japan, the crime rate is between 5% and 7%, while in other countries, the lowest is 10% and the highest is 16%. A sudden retreat on his part, that just over 3 weeks ago there had been a great confrontation against a villain somewhere in Shinjuku, and that a large part of that place was destroyed in the fight, but no one was hurt, and in addition to that all damage was repaired. And that there is still speculation as to whether that circle in the sky that rebuilt everything is a new and unknown Kozai. Perhaps it was a distraction projection for a reconstruction Kozai to do the job, but they are still unknown. Back with the retirement of All Might, he gave a speech and about his reasons. It is true that the world would not easily accept his retirement, but the words said by Toshinori gave a thought full of faith. The world is constantly changing. Decades ago, the world still did not accept people who had Kozai, and look at us now, it has become normal. My retirement will not make evil more powerful, but I will shape and guide the heroes of tomorrow to be the professional heroes that will usher in a new era of peace, and that each generation will become better. I may have retired from being a hero, but my experience will help young people studying to become heroes, so let's all shout together one last time. I exclaimed the symbol of peace by raising my left fist, and that shout that Toshinori asked for, everyone knows very well what it is, and something that both those present and spectators through the screen all joined in a shout. Plus, Ultra. The unison shout of everyone along with All Might, that phrase that we must always give more effort than we can, to then look at the camera with a smile, saying one last message. You are the next symbol of peace. The last thing said, and in this way the press conference of the symbol of peace ended. This last message was for the current bearer of One for All, Izuku Midoriya, who saw this with tears for the retirement of his idol and mentor, but in the same way with an inspiring smile for the symbol of peace. Later, after finishing the conference, Several hours had passed, night had arrived, and Tashinori was in his apartment resting, in addition to planning the classes he would give from now on. Now he would focus as a teacher, but if there is something at the level of All for One, he will come out of retirement. All Might always surprising the world, even with your retirement, a voice said of a man coming out of the shadows of the room where the aforementioned is. This man was of a color, with an eye patch, bald and black suit. Who are you and how did you get in? The retiree asked the intruder, becoming alert, but the man's face made him familiar, but he wasn't sure where he had seen him. Wow! The man exclaimed with a sarcastic tone. Is this how you treat a guest, All Might? Asked the man as he sat on a sofa. But I'll be direct, the last thing I want is for the retired symbol of peace to kick my ass. Taking a small pause to show a half smile, I came to talk to you about the Avenger Initiative. The man finished with that last message to All Might, leaving the aforementioned confused. Go World, Secret Underground Base. Among all the machines, there was a man with long gray hair wearing a black robe, his face a little unkempt because of his beard. He was reflecting on the decision he made 16 years ago during Ragnarok. Would things have been different than they are now? It is true that the planet where those beings were destroyed, and that now they have their own country to inhabit. I don't know why he didn't use the Grail back then. If he had used it, would he have been able to carry out his vision of humanity? Destroy the gods, purge the humans who are not pure from their very existence. Only the humans who deserve to live will step on the world. Why? Why? It was something that not even Sejun-kun, Park Mujin, himself doubted at that time. Rubbing the scent and then looking in front of him, computers with each user, this secret project was to increase the forces on his side, something that over the years has revealed something more, something hidden about the prophecy. Let the Wi-Fi project testing begin. Future, 30 years later. POV of? Many things have happened to us in these 30 years. If we believe that the world with Cozy Eye was the pinnacle of human evolution, what would it be like if in addition to having a Cozy Eye, we developed the ability to use magic? It is something that all the people of this world experienced that change. It would be a lie if I said that in the beginning there were no disputes about that, and about the existence of other worlds. All governments wanted to have as much of those worlds as possible, which means new and more resources. Extending the lifespan of humans, among more things, have been incorporated. If sometimes those who do not have Cozy Eye cannot be heroes, with the incorporation of magic as one of the classes, they have been given the opportunity to try to make the profession of professional heroes. Although the profession of heroes is no longer the only job we can do, other professions have now been added. It is not much, but they make a difference. Since years after the world named Remnant exploded, from then on people have been starting to live with the inhabitants of this world. And you might be wondering, what happened to the kids from Class A at UA? Well, all of them were able to graduate from the academy, but obviously they have other achievements. Like which ones? I wouldn't know where to start, even though some of them went. In Todoroki's case, he could have been the hero he said he would be, following a path that was very different from his father, who is currently retired, and the youngest of the Todoroki, in this case Hyoudou, married a hunter named Weiss. About Bakugo, he also became a hero that everyone admires. In addition to marrying a girl named Kami, these would be achievements worth mentioning, since finding a girl to support his explosive attitude is saying a lot. About Izuku? Maybe it's because he spent a lot of time with the original, which is why he ended up marrying several women, Ochako, Hatsum, and Shield, in addition to fully controlling One for All. After all, he has been involved in many fights since then that have made him mature as a hero. And what about the rest of the kids in the same class? They were the first generation of students to attend classes from another world, although they weren't exactly what they expected. After all, when they were about to start their last year at the academy, something happened, and they had to take their classes on the other side of a door that appeared out of nowhere, and which to this day remains connected to this world. Shinigamis, Arankars, hunters, Jin users, wizards, and more, although there are some who are kept away by their code, as is the case of the Shinigamis and Arankars, but that has not prevented them from being part of the Great Alliance. As for me, after returning to life I have tried to find a place in this world, to be someone other than a conscious copy of the original, attending UA Academy in the same way as the original. I married two heroines, a magician, an apostle, 2 elves and a princess, although she is currently the queen of the territory on the other side of the door, which due to the emergence of that door in the middle of nowhere, causing political problems between countries for having a part of the resources that are in it. A secret war was carried out by her, that without the help of the supernatural being an ally of Japan, this country would have lost jurisdiction before the countries allied with the United States. Seeking peace is something difficult, there will always be people who will be against that. Peace and chaos, both are just temporary, one is like calm and the other like storm, one comes one after the other, taking turns again and again, and that is why we are all of us, to face any conflict, if the situation warrants it, we will all unite. My name? My name is Wukong Mori, and I am one of those called a hero in this world.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.